Guys, today's like goal is 5,000 likes. Make sure to like the video and comment Red Apple in the comment section to support the channel. So let's start the episode. This isn't your typical apocalypse story. The dungeon arrived. People started getting powers and all that bullshit. But there was a twist. The monsters are so damn strong that humans can't even touch them. The whole world is getting destroyed. But guess what? Seo Jun has a safe house with unlimited fucking resources and a barrier where no one can enter his building. And then, out of nowhere, Seo Jun saw something coming straight toward him. In seconds, the enormous beast slams into the window, stopping just outside. That creature, it was hideous. It had a humongous, disgusting, slimy, tentacle-like mouth. When it opened its mouth, 3 more mouths emerged, each lined with rows of sharp, glinting teeth. The sight was beyond disgusting. Seo Jun thought the creature was about to devour him. With a sickening thud, the monster's body slammed into the window. Seo Jun shrieked and stumbled backward, falling hard onto the floor. His heart raced. He was terrified. But then, something strange happened. The monster couldn't enter. It tried again and again to break through the invisible barrier of the apartment. Seo Jun slowly opened his eyes, his breathing still heavy with fear. A system notification popped up before him. A subject not permitted to enter has attempted to breach the room. Entry has been prevented by the system. Seo Jun stared at the notification, his fear gradually turning into confusion. What was this system? Why couldn't the monster enter? Slowly, realization dawned on Seo Jun. Whatever this system was, it was protecting him. After that, a blue-colored barrier formed in front of Seo Jun's window. Seo Jun tried to open the door to his house but found it completely stuck. Frustrated, he kicked the door in anger. After half an hour of struggling, the door still wouldn't budge. Exhausted, Seo Jun slowly approached his window and stared out, his face filled with frustration. He narrated that this was the 3rd day of the apocalypse. And while this damned ability had kept him safe, it had also trapped him completely in his house. The dark truth about Seo Jun's ability began to sink in. Sitting in the darkness of his room, Seo Jun observed the world outside falling apart. 3 days into the apocalypse, there was no light in his room. He was completely engulfed in darkness. His food supply was running dangerously low, and within a day or two, he would have nothing left. The realization that all the doors in his house were locked only added to Seo Jun's misery. He was forced to use plastic bags for his basic needs. The ultimate shut-in-house ability, while protecting him from external threats, had effectively trapped him inside his own home. Seo Jun shouted in frustration, "Because of this weird-ass ability, I'm stuck in here. I can't do anything. Maybe I'll starve to death in this house alone." Holding his head in his hands, Seo Jun muttered that while he was safe, the real problem was food. His supplies were almost gone. The power to his fridge had been cut, and his remaining food was starting to spoil. All he had left were a few packets of ramen. Desperation gripped Seo Jun as he chewed on his fingers, completely lost on what to do next. Then, out of nowhere, the system notified that Seo Jun had hunted a level 23 Calican. He had gained a great amount of experience points, and his skills had leveled up. Seo Jun sat in complete shock. His eyes widened as he thought, "How did I hunt something? I haven't even left this room." He stared at the system notification, confused and trying to make sense of what had just happened. Then something clicked. Seo Jun sprang to his feet, rushed to the balcony, and looked down. His eyes widened in shock. The lifeless body of the huge, weird creature that had crashed into his window earlier lay on the ground. Its massive body was surrounded by armed goblins. Seo Jun thought, did I somehow hunt that thing just because it crashed into my window? As Seo Jun pieced things together, the system notified that Seo Jun had obtained a new skill. A nearby loot had met the requirement, and the system was calculating the loot. Before Seo Jun could fully process this, the goblins below began acting strangely. They became aggressive, letting out loud, piercing screams toward the sky. Seo Jun stared down in complete confusion, unable to understand what was happening. All of a sudden, the behavior of all the goblins changes. On one hand, the goblins are still screaming in a weird way. Many goblins are clutching their heads in agony, while others are ferociously tearing apart the huge flying beast with their nails. Then, the system notifies Seo Jun that the loot calculation is complete. Seo Jun has gained 2.2 million won, an amount equivalent to 1,500 USD. The system confirms that 2.2 million won has been deposited into Seo Jun's ultimate shut-in wallet. Seo Jun is stunned to see such a large amount of money at once, but his surprise doesn't end there. Suddenly, the lights in Seo-jun's room turn on. Seo-jun realizes that not just the lights, but all the fans and electricity in his house are now working. The system notifies Seo-jun once again. His ultimate shut-in system has been upgraded, activating a new passive skill called House Declaration Level 3. Seo-jun is absolutely shocked, but as the realization of restored electricity sinks in, Seo-jun's shock turns to happiness. He clenches his fists tightly and rushes to the fridge. Excitedly, Seo-jun opens the door of the fridge and sees that it is working properly again. Not stopping there, Seo-jun goes to his room, turns on the water tap, and sees that water is flowing again. Testing further, Seo-jun switches on his induction cooktop, and it too turns on. Overwhelmed with joy, Seo-jun collapses to the floor. Tears stream down his face as he whispers, "Everything is working again, just like before." He had truly thought he would die alone in this room without electricity or water, but now it seemed that fate had given him a chance. After calming down, an idea strikes Seo-jun. He slowly glances at his phone, hopeful. Could the internet have come back too? But his hope is quickly crushed when he realizes that his phone still shows no internet. Seo-jun grabs his head in despair. He sits on the floor, sad and defeated. After a while, Seo-jun's hand accidentally hits something. Looking down, he notices a pen drive lying next to the garbage bin. Curiously, Seo-jun quickly picks it up and inserts it into his computer. The pen drive contains old photos of Seo-jun. As the pictures flash on the screen, Seo-jun sees his mother feeding him when he was a baby. Another photo shows a younger Seo-jun ready for kindergarten, holding his mother's hand as she walks him to school. The slideshow continues, showing a teenage Seo-jun smiling with his happy parents. Finally, a photo appears of Seo-jun at age 20, standing proudly with his mom and dad, both beaming with joy. Seeing these family photos fills Seo-jun with irritation. His anger builds as he grits his teeth hard. With a deadly serious look in his eyes, Seo-jun mutters, "I need to bring my family into this safe house. No matter what, I will get out of this room and save them." This becomes Seo-jun's goal. He stands up with renewed determination and walks back to his balcony. As he approaches, he thinks about how he can escape his house. Seo-jun decides to check all his abilities, hoping for a clue to break free. While examining his skills, Seo-jun notices something new: the Ultimate Shut-in Store, Level 1. The system explains that from this store, Seo-jun can buy any items he lists, and they will be available at their original market price. Seo-jun is puzzled. He doesn't fully understand how the store works or how to use it. The store then notifies Seo-jun to list an item as his first purchase. Seo-jun's total balance of 2.2 million won is displayed, and the system asks him, will Seo-jun list his first item? In front of Seo-jun's eyes, the same system notification remains, blinking persistently. It reads, "Buy items listed in the store at their original price." Seo-jun stares at it, confused, wondering what is a store and what type of items it can even have. Despite his confusion, Seo-jun decides to click on the list icon. As soon as his finger touches it, 2 more notifications appear before him. The first notification reveals that Seo-jun's ultimate shut-in wallet is a max-level wallet, currently holding 2.2 million won. The system asks if Seo-jun would like to list his first item. After staring at the notification for a moment, Seo-jun realizes that the money he earned from the flying beast is now safely stored in this wallet. He lets out a sigh and reflects on the situation. Still deep in thought, Seo-jun walks over to his window. Slowly, he opens it and steps onto his balcony, thinking, maybe this is his chance to finally leave the room. But just as hope flickers in his mind, the system interrupts with another notification. The ultimate shut-in cannot leave the house. Seo-jun feels a wave of disappointment wash over him. He had hoped that leveling up might grant him freedom from the barrier, but his hopes are crushed. His hands tighten into fists as he faces the harsh reality. However, a new determination begins to build within Seo-jun. He clenches his fists tightly and resolves that if he keeps killing monsters and leveling up, he might unlock a skill that allows him to leave this room in the future. Seo-jun begins to think that if he continues to level up, he might eventually gain the power to escape. But another question lingers. If Seo-jun cannot leave his room, how can he kill monsters? He starts pacing back and forth, realizing that the flying beast hitting his window was a 1 in a million chance. A rare occurrence that's unlikely to happen again. Seo-jun decides he must find a way to kill monsters while staying in his room. After spending 5-10 minutes thinking, Seo-jun notices something unusual. Down below, the goblins are busy taking chunks of meat from the flying beast. Seo-jun studies them closely and observes that they don't seem very powerful. He wonders if it might be possible to kill them. Without wasting time, Seo-jun rushes back into his room. He grabs a water bottle, holds it tightly in his hand, and stretches his arm behind him. With all his strength, Seo-jun hurls the water bottle off the balcony. The bottle whooshes through the air and lands far beyond the balcony. Seo-jun's eyes begin to sparkle as he realizes something critical. He cannot leave his room, but whatever he throws outside can cross the barrier freely. This discovery excites Seo-jun. His plan forms quickly. He will throw heavy objects at the goblins from his room, using their weight to crush them and earn experience points. Seo-jun starts searching his house for anything heavy enough to use as a weapon. After scouring every corner, he finds a 5-kilogram dumbbell. It was a purchase he made long ago to build his body, but it had gone unused. Holding the dumbbell, Seo-jun smiles, feeling its weight in his hands. But as he steps onto the balcony and looks down, his smile vanishes. The goblins, now carrying large chunks of the flying beast's meat, are starting to leave the area around his house. Seo-jun feels panic rising. If the goblins leave, how will Seo-jun kill monsters to level up? Without hesitation, Seo-jun stretches his arms, gripping the dumbbell tightly. With all his might, Seo-jun hurls the dumbbell toward the goblins. The dumbbell soars through the air, passing effortlessly through the barrier. Seo-jun watches anxiously as it descends toward the goblins. But to Seo-jun's disappointment, the dumbbell lands on the flying beast's meat, instead of hitting any of the goblins. The sound of the impact sends the goblins into a frenzy. They scream and look around, trying to figure out what just happened. Seo-jun feels frustration boiling inside him. His face turns red with anger as he realizes he has messed up. Seo-jun only has one dumbbell left, and now the chances of leveling up seem slimmer. Seo-jun stands frozen, holding the remaining dumbbell tightly. His thoughts spiral. What if he misses again? If the second dumbbell doesn't hit, he won't have any weapons left to defend himself. Seo-jun's grip tightens, and his eyes narrow with determination, knowing he cannot afford another mistake. Seo-jun stands frozen in one spot for a long time, his mind racing. No matter how much Seo-jun searches his house, there's no weapon heavy enough to handle all the goblins. TVs, computers, even the fridge. Seo-jun just isn't strong enough to throw them. Suddenly, a loud noise startles him. The screams of goblins echo from outside, crazy and chaotic. Seo-jun's heart skips a beat as he rushes to his balcony and looks down. To his shock, Seo-jun sees hundreds of goblins gathered in front of his building. At the center of them all stands their leader, a goblin with hair shaped like a chicken's beak, and in his hand, Seo-jun's dumbbell. The leader, who has dangerous-looking six-pack abs, points at Seo-jun with a menacing glare. He starts yelling in his strange language, clearly abusing Seo-jun. Behind him, all the other goblins join in, screaming and throwing gestures at Seo-jun. Seo-jun takes a step back, his body tense. Even though Seo-jun knows the goblins can't enter his house, the sight of hundreds of them standing in front of his building, all screaming at him, sends chills down his spine. Then, in the blink of an eye, all the goblins charge towards Seo-jun's building, weapons raised and screaming like maniacs. But instead of panicking, Seo-jun's expression changes. A thought crosses his mind. This isn't a scary situation. In fact, this might be a good thing. The goblins were leaving his area before, but now, more goblins are gathering near his building. The only problem? Seo-jun needs to find items to throw at them fast. As Seo-jun racks his brain, an idea suddenly clicks in his head. Seo-jun immediately opens his system notification and activates the ultimate shut-in store. Without hesitation, Seo-jun clicks on the list item icon. The system asks Seo-jun if he wants to list his first item. Seo-jun hesitates for a moment, unsure if this is a good idea or not. Slowly, he picks up his last remaining dumbbell and considers what to do. Seo-jun knows that throwing this single dumbbell might not kill many goblins. Worse, if Seo-jun's accuracy fails, he might miss completely. But something inside Seo-jun tells him this store might be the key to solving his problems. Seo-jun doesn't delay. With a single command, he places the dumbbell into the ultimate shut-in store. Suddenly, a holographic light flashes over Seo-jun's hand, scanning the dumbbell. For a moment, Seo-jun panics, thinking the system will take the dumbbell away. But when the light fades, Seo-jun realizes he's still holding the dumbbell. The system only took a scan of it. The system notifies Seo-jun that his classic non-slip 3 kilograms dumbbell has been successfully listed in the ultimate shut-in store. Seo-jun checks the store and sees the dumbbell listed there. The price? 16,991. Seo-jun is stunned. It's the exact same price Seo-jun paid for it in the market. This means that anything Seo-jun lists in the store can be purchased at the same price as the original market value. This discovery is revolutionary. It changes everything. Now, as long as Seo-jun has enough money, he can buy unlimited items. To test this, Seo-jun commands the system to create 2 more dumbbells. The moment Seo-jun confirms, a white light shines from the store. Right before Seo-jun's eyes, 2 new dumbbells are created, forming in the air like they're being 3D printed. Seo-jun's face lights up with excitement. His eyes sparkle as he realizes he doesn't have to worry about running out of dumbbells anymore. Without wasting another second, Seo-jun carefully aims and, with a whoosh, throws a dumbbell toward the goblins. This time, things are different. The goblins are standing much closer to Seo-jun's building, all grouped together in one spot. As the dumbbell descends, it lands directly on the head of one goblin. Crack! The goblin's head bursts open, blood splattering everywhere. The goblin collapses to the ground, dead on the spot. Almost immediately, the system notifies Seo-jun that he has successfully hunted a level 7 goblin. Seo-jun has gained 3,345 won, which has been deposited directly into his ultimate shut-in wallet. Seo-jun's heart races with excitement. His plan is working, and now leveling up seems more possible than ever. Seo-jun realizes that the cost of one dumbbell is 16,991, but he only earns 3,001 per goblin kill. This is a terrible deal, Seo-jun thinks. It's a massive loss to use dumbbells for killing goblins. But despite this, Seo-jun feels a sense of happiness. He managed to kill a goblin without leaving the safety of his house. Meanwhile, outside, the goblins are stunned. They can't figure out how their comrade suddenly died. They look around in confusion, wondering what came flying from afar. The goblins all gather around the corpse, staring at it. As the realization hits them that their comrade is dead, the goblins become enraged. They scream and glare up toward the sky. Some even begin hurling abuses in their strange language, their anger directed at Seo-jun's balcony. But suddenly, another dumbbell comes flying toward the goblins with a loud bang. This time, however, the goblins are ready. They dodge the attack effortlessly. The goblins are clearly unimpressed by the dumbbell, their disdain evident in their reactions. Seeing this, Seo-jun gets pissed. Annoyed but determined, Seo-jun buys more 3-kilogram dumbbells from his ultimate shut-in store. Seo-jun knows he's taking a loss, spending 16,001 per dumbbell with no guarantee of hitting a goblin. Even when a dumbbell does hit its target, the payout is only 3,001, a mere fraction of the cost. But money isn't Seo-jun's goal. Leveling up is all that matters to him right now. Seo-jun considers listing larger items like TVs or fridges in his ultimate shut-in store, but the thought quickly fades. Those items are not only expensive, but they're also too big and slow. The goblins would easily dodge them. Seo-jun drops the idea. Instead, Seo-jun buys more dumbbells. Armed with a stockpile of these weights, Seo-jun begins throwing them in bulk. One by one, the dumbbells start striking goblins on their heads, killing them instantly. The system floods Seo-jun with notifications of Seo-jun killing level 7, 8, and level 10 goblins. With each kill, Seo-jun earns 2,001, 3,001, and 4,001, but just as Seo-jun planned, his focus isn't on the money. After killing 4 to 5 goblins, Seo-jun levels up. The system notifies him that his level has increased and grants him a new skill. Seeing this, Seo-jun's heart races with excitement. This is exactly what he was aiming for. The system informs Seo-jun that he has acquired the ultimate shut-in storage system, level 1. This alternate dimension allows Seo-jun to store and retrieve items at will. Seo-jun activates his new skill. In front of him, a holographic, house-like interface appears. Curious, Seo-jun tries to store his dumbbells in the storage system. The system prompts Seo-jun to confirm his action. When he agrees, a bright light flashes over Seo-jun's hands. One by one, the dumbbells vanish into the system. Seo-jun checks his ultimate shut-in storage system and confirms that all his dumbbells are safely stored there. Whenever Seo-jun needs them, he can summon the items instantly from this alternate dimension. Seo-jun's eyes begin to sparkle with excitement. He gives a command to summon the dumbbells, and they materialize in his hands. With a growing grin, Seo-jun realizes he can summon items wherever he wants, at any location, at any time. Holding the dumbbells, Seo-jun's grin transforms into an evil, psychopathic smile. His mind is already formulating a devious plan. Time passes, and soon, an intense blue light glows from Seo-jun's room. Seo-jun has purchased hundreds of dumbbells and stored them in his ultimate shut-in storage system. Standing on his balcony, Seo-jun stretches out his hand. He closes his eyes and imagines all the dumbbells stored in his system. With a single command, Seo-jun summons them. Like a torrential rain, hundreds of dumbbells fall from the sky, crashing down toward the goblins below. The goblins are overwhelmed, unable to dodge the onslaught of weights falling all at once. One by one, the goblins are crushed. Blood splatters everywhere as the dumbbells strike with deadly precision. The system continuously notifies Seo-jun of his kills and earnings. After 3 to 4 minutes, the massacre ends. All the goblins lie dead, and the system announces that Seo-jun has earned 56,661, deposited into his ultimate shut-in wallet. The system asks if Seo-jun wants to list more items in his ultimate shut-in store. Seeing this, Seo-jun's eyes gleam with renewed excitement. Seo-jun realizes that his new storage ability changes everything. With this skill, Seo-jun can endlessly throw items, summon them back, and throw them again. It's no longer just a fight, it's a win-win situation. After that, we are shown that Seo-jun has listed many items in his ultimate shut-in store. Items like classic non-slip dumbbells priced at 16,991 won, ramen, samdaju water, rice, special eggs, easy-to-digest milk, yogurt, canola oil, and even half-used tomato ketchup. All these prices were listed, and Seo-jun had 2.1 million won left in his account. Seo-jun should have saved far less money than this, but after killing all the goblins, Seo-jun sold the remaining dumbbells. By selling them, Seo-jun earned a 90% return, putting him back in profit, despite spending Rs. 1,001 to kill each goblin, Seo-jun still managed to gain 2,001 won in profit per goblin. Now, since Seo-jun has listed all the groceries in his home, Seo-jun essentially has unlimited resources. However, Seo-jun soon notices something odd. His money starts decreasing, one at a time. Seo-jun initially had 2.1 million won, 78,806, but now it's 2.1 million won, 78,805. Every minute, another one vanishes. Equal sign. Seo-jun becomes confused. Why is his money decreasing? Seo-jun thinks for a while, analyzing all the possibilities. He realizes it's not because of the dumbbells, and it's not related to listing the items in the store. Otherwise, those amounts would have been deducted earlier. Finally, Seo-jun comes to a conclusion. It must be due to his dignity preservation skill. This passive skill ensures that Seo-jun's house has electricity, water, and other facilities. To keep these running, the system must be deducting money from Seo-jun's ultimate shut-in wallet. Seo-jun turns to look at his fridge and thinks that the electricity powering it must be draining his funds. Thinking about this, Seo-jun feels a bit irritated. He has plenty of money now, but this ongoing expense means he'll need a steady source of income. After throwing all the dumbbells at the goblins earlier, almost all of them were killed. But the heavy rain of dumbbells had frightened the remaining goblins away. The goblins nearby had fled, and those further away weren't coming close to Seo-jun's house anymore. 3 to 4 hours pass, and in that time, Seo-jun manages to kill only 1 or 2 goblins. When Seo-jun looks outside again, there isn't a single goblin in sight. Seo-jun starts feeling frustrated. If goblins don't come to his house, how will Seo-jun level up? If Seo-jun can't kill goblins, then he won't be able to progress. And if Seo-jun doesn't level up, he'll never gain the ability to leave his house. Seo-jun gets even more irritated as he thinks about his situation. How can he hunt goblins if they stop approaching? Just as this thought settles in, Seo-jun glances down from his balcony and notices something. The huge, slimy, crow-like flying beast. Its head remains intact, though the goblins had harvested most of its other parts earlier. Seeing this, Seo-jun pauses and thinks, there are no goblins down there now, but he needs a new technique, something that will allow him to level up and progress further. Seo-jun looks out from his balcony, his mind racing with ideas. He wonders if he'll ever get lucky enough again for a flying beast to crash into his barrier and die like before. But suddenly, Seo-jun's eyes go wide. The huge, slimy, crow-like flying beast begins moving again, slowly drifting towards Seo-jun's building. As it gets closer, we are shown a close-up of the creature. And damn! It looks even more disgusting and dangerous than before. The beast opens its mouth, revealing a mass of tentacle-like teeth. Out of its mouth emerged 3 writhing tentacles, each twisting and turning endlessly. Where do these tentacles even end? The flying beast doesn't appear to be attacking. It seems to be merely passing by Seo-jun's building. But the sight of it still leaves Seo-jun shocked. Without wasting another second, Seo-jun runs back into his house. An idea has hit him, a brilliant one. Seo-jun thanks God, muttering that luck hasn't abandoned him yet. Seo-jun remembers that this flying beast resembles a crow, and crows are known to be attracted to reflective objects. Seo-jun decides to use this to his advantage. Seo-jun rushes around his house, finding a ladder and tying a small mirror to it. He secures the mirror tightly, ensuring it stays in place. With the ladder in hand, Seo-jun returns to his balcony and begins lowering it carefully, positioning the reflective surface where the flying beast can see it. Since crows are attracted to reflective objects, Seo-jun's plan banks on the idea that the crow-type beast will be drawn toward him. And it works! As soon as the crow-type beast catches sight of the mirror, all its attention fixates on Seo-jun. The beast immediately turns toward him, lets out a disgusting roar, opens its gaping mouth, and flies straight towards Seo-jun. Seeing this, Seo-jun smiles. His plan worked, but that smile doesn't last long. Seo-jun is quickly disappointed. He had hoped that, like a dumb crow, the beast would fly into his barrier and kill itself on impact. But this crow, it was smarter. The beast stops just short of Seo-jun's window. It doesn't crash. Instead, it hovers, glaring at Seo-jun through the barrier. Then, to Seo-jun's shock, the beast starts speaking in its own language. The crow-type beast looks hungry. It sizes Seo-jun up, clearly thinking about devouring him. But now Seo-jun has a new problem. If the beast doesn't kill itself on the barrier, how will Seo-jun defeat it? Before Seo-jun can react, the crow-type beast begins flapping its massive wings. A strong gust of wind rushes towards Seo-jun, creating immense pressure. Seo-jun gathers all his strength and stands firm, refusing to be pushed back. The wind is so strong Seo-jun can barely keep his eyes open. As the gust settles, a fog forms momentarily, and when it clears, the beast is gone. Seo-jun's heart pounds. He is scared. Did the flying beast leave? Cautiously, Seo-jun steps onto his balcony to look outside. He peers over the edge, scanning for any sign of the creature. Then, with a sinking feeling, Seo-jun realizes the truth. The crow-type beast is still there, perched just above Seo-jun's balcony. The beast waits patiently, watching and lurking. The moment Seo-jun steps out far enough, it plans to strike. The beast opens its grotesque mouth, saliva dripping as it inches closer to devouring Seo-jun. Seo-jun feels a wave of fear wash over him. Sure, the barrier will protect him, but the sight of such a disgusting creature up close would terrify anyone. The beast lifts its head and slams it against the barrier, attempting to reach Seo-jun. The system immediately notifies Seo-jun. An unauthorized entity is attempting to enter. The barrier has stopped the unauthorized entity from breaching. But the crow-type beast does not give up. It slams into the barrier again and again, each attempt more ferocious than the last. Seo-jun, though still scared, knows the barrier is strong and will hold. But the thought of what if it breaks sends chills through him. What if this dangerous beast somehow manages to breach the barrier? Deciding not to waste any more time, Seo-jun opens his ultimate shut-in store. He recalls how his loot calculation skill works. It will only activate if the monster killed by Seo-jun dies inside the barrier. If a creature's corpse ends up outside the barrier, the loot calculation skill won't activate. Seo-jun reflects on his previous battles. Many of the goblins he killed had fallen outside the barrier, and he lost out on their loot. Even goblins that were dragged away before fully dying had cost Seo-jun valuable rewards. For the loot calculation to work, the crow beast must die inside the barrier, and not just that, it needs to stay inside for a while for the loot to register. This means Seo-jun can't afford any mistakes. He can't risk just injuring the crow beast. Throwing a TV, fridge, or even multiple dumbbells at once could injure the beast, but it might survive and flee. Seo-jun understands that if the beast escapes, he'll lose the chance to loot it entirely. And if the beast retaliates, it could cause even more chaos. Seo-jun realizes that throwing household items, whether it's a TV, fridge, or dumbbell, is not an option. He will need a precise, well-executed plan to kill the crow-type beast in one clean strike. Seo-jun gets very irritated. The crow beast is still attacking the barrier again and again without stopping. Time is ticking. Seo-jun needs to come up with a new idea and fast. At the same time, Seo-jun's eyes glance at the list of items in his ultimate shut-in store. One of the listed items, canola oil, catches his attention. With a click, an idea sparks in Seo-jun's mind. Seo-jun quickly purchases 20 bottles of canola oil. As soon as he confirms the purchase, the bottles begin materializing before him, forming like they're being created by a 3D printer. Every time an item appears, Seo-jun watches in awe. No matter how many times he sees it, the process never fails to surprise him. Once all the bottles of canola oil have been generated, Seo-jun quickly gathers them onto his lap and rushes to the kitchen. He wastes no time grabbing a saucepan and pouring the canola oil into heat. While the oil heats up, Seo-jun grabs a stick and ties a white t-shirt to it, twisting it tightly. He dips the shirt into the heating oil, allowing it to soak up the liquid completely. Once the t-shirt is thoroughly soaked, Seo-jun carefully places the oil-soaked shirt aside. He takes the rest of the canola oil bottles and stores them back in his ultimate shut-in store. Now ready, Seo-jun pulls out a lighter and ignites the oil-soaked t-shirt. In an instant, it transforms into a flaming torch. With the torch in hand, Seo-jun runs toward his balcony. As he reaches the balcony, he notices the crow beast still waiting, its disgusting mouth slightly open, drooling in anticipation. It's waiting for Seo-jun to step out so it can attack. Seo-jun grips the torch tightly, his mind racing with determination. He closes his eyes, focuses intensely, and imagines the boiling hot canola oil splashing directly onto the crow beast's head. With a sharp command, the oil is summoned. In a loud splash, the boiling oil pours down on the crow beast's body. The effect is immediate. The crow beast screams in agony as its body begins to burn from the intense heat. The oil is so hot that the creature's entire body starts catching fire. But Seo-jun isn't done yet. With a swift motion, he throws the flaming torch directly onto the burning crow beast. The moment the torch comes into contact with the hot oil, it ignites the creature even further. In mere seconds, the beast is engulfed in flames, its entire body burning rapidly. The crow beast lets out a final deafening roar before its wings catch fire. It struggles to move, but it's too late. With a loud bang, the burning beast collapses to the ground, still aflame. Seo-jun watches from his balcony as the beast burns slowly. The smell is horrific, and Seo-jun's face twists in disgust as the stench fills his nose. After 5 to 10 minutes, the beast finally dies. The system immediately notifies Seo-jun. Seo-jun has defeated a level 27 Kalkan beast. Seo-jun has gained a massive amount of experience points. As a result, Seo-jun levels up 3 to 4 times, and his skills improve significantly. Not only that, Seo-jun also unlocks a new skill. The system completes the loot calculation, notifying Seo-jun that he has earned 9.3 million won, which has been deposited directly into his ultimate shut-in wallet. Seo-jun's face reflects a mix of disbelief and awe. He has never seen so much money in his life. But the system isn't done. It informs Seo-jun that he has fulfilled all requirements, and the house territory expansion will now begin. Before Seo-jun can process this, the building starts to shake violently. Seo-jun struggles to keep his balance, unsure of what's happening. His vision begins to blur, and his chest tightens as intense pain spreads through his body. Seo-jun feels his senses heighten dramatically. His vision turns black and white, and suddenly, he becomes acutely aware of everything around him, even sensing the movement of an ant nearby. Information floods Seo-jun's mind at an overwhelming speed. His vision expands rapidly, and he begins to sense something surprising. Seo-jun realizes there's a family nearby. A father, a mother, and 2 children, all huddled together in a dark room. Confused, Seo-jun wonders who these people are. After thinking for a moment, he realizes they're his neighbors. After that, the scene shifts. We see Seo-jun still standing in the same spot, holding his head. His eyes remain black, and his vision continues to reveal everything happening within a limited distance. Seo-jun is overwhelmed. So much information is flooding his mind at once. Despite the confusion, Seo-jun's eyes fixate on the family he sensed earlier. A husband, a wife, and their 2 children, all appearing tense and worried. The tension builds so much within Seo-jun that, in a sudden act, he deactivates his skill. As soon as he does, the black fog lifts from his eyes and disperses throughout the room in a shockwave. In that moment, Seo-jun unlocks a new skill, Domain Expansion X-Ray Vision. Seo-jun already possessed the Domain Expansion Ultimate Barrier, but now, with the addition of X-Ray Vision, he can see everything happening inside his building in detail. Back to the story. Seo-jun is shaken by this experience. He starts laughing uncontrollably, not from joy, but from sheer disbelief. So much information is buzzing in his head. The first piece of information, the details about Choi Yun, a 30-year-old man who is the husband Seo Jun sensed earlier. Then comes Park Hyun, the wife, also 30 years old. Finally, information floods in about their two children, a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old. Suddenly, the system notifies Seo Jun that he has discovered beings who meet the requirements to become citizens of his barrier. It asks if Seo Jun wants to grant them citizenship. Seo Jun pauses. He doesn't understand what citizenship means or what will happen if he doesn't grant it to these 4 people. The system explains if Seo Jun doesn't grant them citizenship, they will be forced to leave the barrier. Initially, Seo Jun's barrier only covered his room, but with this recent expansion, his barrier has tripled in size, now including his neighbors' rooms as well. Seo Jun realizes the weight of his decision. If he doesn't give citizenship to the family, they'll be expelled from their rooms, left defenseless against the monsters outside. Seo Jun knows what will happen if that occurs. They'll be killed. Without hesitation, Seo Jun grants citizenship to the 4 people. The system registers their citizenship, and now Seo Jun's new citizenship skill becomes active. With determined eyes, Seo Jun begins exploring this new ability. He discovers that his skill is called Ultimate All-Seeing Eyes, Level 1. With this skill, nothing inside Seo Jun's barrier can escape his sight. He can concentrate his vision on any part of the barrier and view it as if watching TV. Seo Jun opens his system window and notices a new icon, Citizenship Management. As soon as he clicks it, the names of the 4 family members appear, the husband, wife, and their 2 children. The system provides detailed information that the husband is level 9, the wife is level 5, the children are levels 2 and 3. Additionally, their trust levels are displayed. Also, the husband's trust is at 24. The wife's trust is at 18. The children's trust levels are 32 and 42, respectively. However, what shocks Seo Jun most is when he notices the current population limit. The system reveals that Seo Jun's citizenship skill can support 600 people, yet only 4 are currently registered. Seo Jun is stunned. He now has the potential to take in 600 citizens under his barrier, but he still doesn't fully understand the benefits of granting citizenship. Curious, Seo Jun explores further. When he clicks on the husband's profile, a new window opens, revealing more details. That Choi Yun's awakening ability was none. Experience distribution rate was 0%. Money distribution rate was 0%. And finally, the system shows that Seo Jun can adjust these rates. He can assign quests to Choi Yun and even expel him from the barrier if needed. Seo Jun thinks for a moment, analyzing the experience and money distribution rates. A theory begins to form in his mind. Seo Jun believes these options mean that whatever monsters the citizens kill in the future, Seo Jun can decide how much of their experience and earnings he will receive. If Seo Jun's theory is correct, this means he could earn XP and money effortlessly by simply managing his citizens. He wouldn't even need to leave his house. His citizens would do the work for him while he reaped the rewards. Realizing this, Seo Jun's lips curl into a smirking smile. The possibilities of his new skill excite him, and he begins to see how this could change everything. After that, Seo Jun notices a gift quest icon in Choi Hung's system window. As soon as Seo Jun clicks on the gift quest icon, a new system menu opens. Here, Seo Jun realizes that he can give quests to his citizens. At this rate, Seo Jun doesn't even need a system to get stronger. He is the system, the administrator of his own domain. Seo Jun decides to create a new quest for the husband. Seo Jun writes the details. The husband must kill a goblin within 168 hours. The reward? A small amount of XP. The penalty? None. But Seo Jun gets curious. Can the penalty be edited? How far can he push it? Seo Jun wonders if the system will accept something as extreme as a death penalty. With a daring thought, Seo Jun types death as the penalty for failure. To his shock, the system accepts it. This means if Seo Jun assigns this quest and his husband fails, his husband will die. Seo Jun immediately cancels the quest. The realization hits him. At any moment, he has the power to kill his citizens. Seo Jun sits on the ground, deep in thought. With this insane ability, what could he accomplish? How could he use it to his advantage? Seo Jun sits for a long time, eyes closed, contemplating his next move. Then he decides to use his domain expansion, all-seeing pervy eyes, to observe the family. He wants to know what they're doing, what they need, and what's going through their minds. Seo-jun activates his skill again, his eyes turning black with intense concentration. Through his vision, he starts peeking into the family's room. The scene shifts to the family. From now on, we'll call the husband Fatty. Fatty's wife, distressed, asks him what they should do. They're running out of food, out of water, and without electricity. How will we survive? She pleads. Fatty appears conflicted as he looks toward his wife. They are running out of food, water, and without electricity, survival seems impossible. His youngest daughter weakly tugs at her mother's sleeve, her parched lips trembling as she whispers about being thirsty. Fatty's gaze shifts between his daughters. If he were alone, he could endure the suffering, but the sight of his children hungry and thirsty is unbearable. His mind races as he tries to think of a way forward. He knows he must go outside to find water. The supermarket nearby is the only chance they have, but stepping out into the chaos could mean never returning. His wife's worried glance reveals her fear. She knows how dangerous the outside world has become. The silence in the room is heavy, filled with despair. The family's collective fear and uncertainty weigh on Seo-jun as he watches. Unable to take in any more, Seo-jun deactivates his ultimate all-seeing eyes. The vision fades, but the emotional weight of what he witnessed lingers. Seo-jun opens his system notifications, searching for answers and solutions. Navigating through his ultimate shut-in store, Seo-jun discovers the upgrade section. He notices he has 3 upgrade points to distribute among Storage Dignity Preservation Ultimate Shut-in Store. Without hesitation, Seo-jun upgrades his ultimate shut-in store to level 2. A bright light flashes as the upgrade completes. Now, instead of storing just 10 items, Seo-jun can store 20 items. Additionally, he can purchase all items at a 10% discount. Seo-jun pauses to strategize. After careful thought, he upgrades the Ultimate Shut-in Store to level 3, the Dignity Preservation skill to level 2. Another burst of light signifies the completion of these upgrades. Seo-jun sits back, satisfied with his decisions. With the level 3 Ultimate Shut-in Store, Seo-jun can manage a significantly larger inventory. And by upgrading Dignity Preservation, he can now provide electricity and other facilities to the family. Seo-jun realizes this is a critical move. Extending resources to the family will increase their trust in him. That trust will allow Seo-jun to use them strategically for his future plans. Seo-jun smiles faintly. He feels the shift in his control, knowing the power he now holds isn't just immense, it's limitless. But that's not all. Upon reaching level 3, Seo-jun unlocks a new ability that allows him to restore any destroyed items stored in the Ultimate Shut-in Store. Upon seeing this new ability, Seo-jun closes his eyes for a moment, then opens them and begins laughing. This skill is genuinely dangerous. Seo-jun chuckles, realizing it was absolutely worth it to upgrade the Ultimate Shut-in Store to level 3. Seo-jun thinks about the leftover food and damaged items scattered around his house. If he stores these items in the Ultimate Shut-in Store, the system will restore them to their original state. This realization fills Seo-jun with excitement. Without hesitation, Seo-jun opens the Ultimate Shut-in Store and begins buying large amounts of food and water. Afterward, Seo-jun upgrades his Dignity Preservation skill to level 2. The system immediately notifies him that he has unlocked a new ability, the ability to register vessels. Confused, Seo-jun tries to understand what vessels are, but the system doesn't provide further information. Seo-jun decides to figure it out later. Right now, his priority is to check on the family. The scene shifts, and we see Fatty packing his bag to go out and fetch water. His wife and 2 daughters are visibly upset, their expressions filled with fear and sadness. Fatty kneels down beside his daughters, placing his hands gently on their heads. He tells them to be good girls and to listen to their mother while he's away. The 2 girls, trying to be brave, tell their father to be careful and to come back safely. Fatty pats their heads softly and reassures them, promising that he will return. But deep inside, he knows the truth. Going outside might mean he'll never come back. Fatty's youngest daughter begins crying, recalling the monsters outside. The scene flashes back to 3 days ago. It was a golden morning, the sun shining brightly as Fatty's 2 daughters played in the park. Everything seemed peaceful until suddenly a horde of goblins attacked. The goblins wreaked havoc, devouring other children in the park. Without hesitation, Fatty's parents, like heroes, grabbed their grandchildren and raced back home. The memory lingers in the children's minds, filling them with dread. Back in the present, the daughters cry, fearing that the monsters will kill their father if he goes outside. Fatty's wife tries to comfort them, hiding her own fear. Fatty stands firm, his resolve unwavering. He knows the dangers but insists he must go. Deep down, though, he feels this might be the last time he'll see his wife and daughters. Suddenly, a knock echoes through the room, startling everyone. Fatty's wife and daughters freeze in fear. Fatty grabs a baseball bat from his bag, his heart racing. From the other side of the door, a deep, creepy voice calls out, asking if anyone is inside. Fatty tightens his grip on the bat, wondering if the voice belongs to a monster pretending to be human. His wife keeps her daughters silent, holding their mouths to prevent them from making a sound. The knocking persists, and Fatty steps cautiously toward the door. His grip on the bat tightens as he prepares for the worst. With a loud bang, the door bursts open. Fatty's instinct kicks in. He immediately runs back to his wife, shielding his daughters and promising he won't let anything happen to them. Tears stream down his face as he hugs them tightly. From behind him, a warm and kind tone interrupts the tension. A voice reassures him that there's no need to be scared. Fatty turns around slowly, his body still trembling. To his surprise, it's not a monster standing there, but a human. The man introduces himself kindly, saying his name is Seo Jun. He explains that he lives in the next room and has brought food and water for Fatty's family. He asks if they can talk. Hearing about the food and water, Fatty feels both surprised and confused. His wife looks at Seo Jun skeptically but doesn't sense any immediate danger. Although Fatty has lived in the apartment for years, he has never seen Seo Jun before. However, something about Seo Jun's demeanor feels genuine. Fatty's gut instinct tells him this person isn't bad. After a moment of hesitation, Fatty decides to trust Seo Jun. After that, the scene shifts, and we see Fatty's two children hiding behind their dad, their suspicious eyes fixed on Seo Jun. Both children don't trust him at all. Meanwhile, Fatty, his wife, and the two kids are sitting together at the same table. Seo Jun is peeling oranges, thinking how to break this tense environment. Seo Jun watches them quietly, wondering if he has given too much big of a shock. However, as Seo Jun looks around their room, he notices it is completely bare. They have no food, no water, and no light. The curtains are drawn tightly to prevent attracting monsters from outside. Seo Jun nods to himself, acknowledging that keeping the curtains closed was a smart move. Had they been left open, the crow beast would have surely attacked. Deciding to help further, Seo Jun concentrates on the ceiling light of the room. His eyes begin to glow blue, and with a single blink, the room's light flickers to life. Fatty glances at the suddenly illuminated room, his face etched with confusion. He wonders how the light turned on. But before he can think too much, Seo Jun slides a bottle of water across the table. Seo Jun gestures for Fatty to give the water to his children first. Fatty nods, passing the bottle to his kids. The moment the kids get the water, they grab it eagerly and start drinking quickly. The children drink deeply, savoring every drop. To them, the water tastes unusually sweet and refreshing. Seo Jun observes them closely, a faint smile on his face. The youngest child, Seo Hyun, drinks so much water in one go that she nearly chokes. Noticing this, Seo Jun quickly offers her an orange. Seo Hyun, still wary, hesitates, but eventually reaches out, taking the orange cautiously. As soon as Seo Hyun peels the orange slightly, the sweet, tangy aroma fills the air. The smell is so delightful that her mouth begins to water. Seo Hyun carries the orange to her mom and quietly asks her to peel it. Her mom peels a piece of the orange and feeds it to her gently. The moment Seo Hyun eats it, her eyes sparkle with delight. The orange is so sweet and juicy that it melts in her mouth. Her joy is evident, and the tension in the room begins to ease. Seeing her sister enjoy the orange, Na Yun, the older child, starts drooling and asks their mom for a piece as well. Fatty's wife obliges, peeling another piece of orange and feeding it to Na Hyun. As Na Hyun eats, she too finds the orange delicious beyond words. The children's laughter begins to fill the room, transforming the previously tense atmosphere into one of happiness. As Seo Jun observes the family's newfound joy, the system notification appears before his eyes. Fatty's wife and husband's trust in Seo Jun has increased significantly. Fatty's youngest child's trust has exceeded 50. Seo Hyun's trust level has now reached 57, qualifying her to become a vessel. Seo Jun is shocked to see this notification. Though he still doesn't fully understand what a vessel is, he is certain of one thing. He does not want to make a 3-year-old child his vessel. Thinking about it further, Seo Jun considers Fatty's trust level. If Fatty's trust surpasses 50, then maybe Seo Jun will be able to make Fatty his vessel. However, Seo Jun quickly recalls another limitation. At his current level, he can only have 10 vessels at a time. This means he will have to choose his vessels wisely. Seo Jun sits back, his thoughts racing. His newfound ability has opened doors to endless possibilities, but with power comes decisions, and Seo Jun knows he will need to be careful moving forward. Seo Jun thinks hard about how he can increase Fatty's trust to 50 or more. as Fatty's current trust level is only 31. Seo-jun is deeply lost in thought when Fatty suddenly clears his throat and calls out to Seo-jun. Fatty begins by thanking Seo-jun earnestly. He explains that Seo-jun can't even imagine how happy and relieved he feels after receiving a little food and water for his family. Fatty then asks how he could possibly repay Seo-jun's kindness. Seo-jun responds calmly, suggesting they step outside to discuss things further. The scene shifts, and now we see Fatty and Seo-jun standing in the corridor. Seo-jun starts by asking Fatty if he received a system notification, specifically a citizenship notification. Fatty nods, explaining that not only he but his entire family received the notification about 30 minutes ago. Seo-jun presses further, asking if Fatty noticed anything strange when the notification appeared. Fatty explains that for a brief moment, none of them could move. They were frozen in place, which scared them deeply, but after a while, they regained their ability to move. Hearing this, Seo-jun realizes something critical. If he hadn't granted citizenship to Fatty and his family in time, they would have been teleported out of the building. This realization makes Seo-jun's demeanor serious and focused. With a clear and confident tone, Seo-jun tells Fatty that if he helps him, Seo-jun will provide food, water, shelter, electricity, and most importantly, protection. Seo-jun assures Fatty that no monster will be able to come near them. Their safety will be guaranteed. Fatty looks shocked by this bold promise. He asks how such a thing could even be possible. However, Seo-jun doesn't explain further. Instead, Seo-jun states firmly that if Fatty wants food, water, and safety, he must trust Seo-jun without question. Seo-jun also assures him that he will never ask him to do anything that puts his life at risk. Fatty closes his eyes for a moment, trusting his gut feeling. Despite everything, Fatty feels that Seo-jun is not a bad person. However, Fatty raises a valid point. There's nothing free in this world, so what do you want in return? Seo-jun replies calmly that he doesn't want anything material. He only wants Fatty to do something small for him. Fatty, who initially feared that Seo-jun might demand something dangerous, feels relieved by this response. His trust in Seo-jun increases significantly. With a warm tone, Fatty even calls Seo-jun his brother. Seo-jun smiles slightly, acknowledging Fatty's words. Then, shifting the conversation, Seo-jun points to the golf club Fatty had earlier and asks what its price was. Fatty looks confused as to why Seo-jun would ask about the price of a golf club. Seo-jun pauses, appearing startled when Fatty mentions the high value of the golf club. Seo-jun realizes it would be too expensive to list in his store. Changing the subject, Seo-jun tells Fatty they can discuss the golf club later. Seo-jun then asks Fatty if he remembers when the apocalypse began. Fatty recalls that it was a weekend when he took his kids out to play. That's when a horde of goblins suddenly attacked. Fatty recounts how terrifying the experience was and confirms that the apocalypse began on that day. Seo-jun pieces together the timeline, remembering that on that day, he was chilling in his room like a true shut-in. He deduces that those who stayed home that day might have been spared from the initial wave of destruction. Seo-jun reflects on the nature of the goblins. Individually, they're not very dangerous, but in large groups, they become a serious threat. Seo-jun thinks about his citizenship ability and concludes that it will be crucial for survival in the apocalypse. Finally, Seo-jun gives Fatty a clear and decisive command. Find survivors and bring them to this building. After that, the scene shifts, and we see Seo-jun lying comfortably on his sofa. His gaze is fixed on the system notification, observing how slowly but surely Fatty's trust is increasing. Fatty's trust level has reached 40, but Seo-jun is eager for it to hit 50 soon. Meanwhile, Seo-jun is lost in deep thought, wondering when he will be able to level up and finally leave his barrier to meet his family. He contemplates whether continually granting citizenship to others and leveling up will eventually allow him to reunite with them. As Seo-jun muses over these thoughts, a very loud voice suddenly startles him. The sound pierces through the silence, and Seo-jun instantly recognizes it as a zombie's groan. But alongside this familiar noise, there's another unknown sound that catches him off guard. Seo-jun rushes to his window and peers outside. His eyes widen as he realizes the second voice belongs to a human. Looking down, Seo-jun spots a group of 6 to 7 people fighting against a horde of goblins. For a moment, Seo-jun feels a pang of worry. Observing the struggle, he concludes that these people won't survive. The goblins will kill them all. Seo-jun notices that the group is too far from his building. This means he won't be able to use his summoning ability to drop dumbbells to kill the goblins. Seo-jun starts to panic. However, to his surprise, one of the fighters, a teenager, hurls a baseball with incredible force. The ball shoots through the air like a bullet, hitting a goblin squarely. The goblin collapses and dies instantly. But this was not the end. Another teenager, wearing a purple tracksuit and wielding a bow and arrow, steps forward. With great accuracy, she launches 2 arrows at once. Both arrows hit their targets, and the 2 goblins die immediately. Finally, a third teenager with a large build steps into view. Holding a baseball bat, he jumps high into the air. With a thunderous bang, he crushes a goblin's head with ease. This teenager, with his commanding presence, exudes main character energy. He seems to be the leader of the group. The remaining goblins, realizing the danger, begin to run for their lives. Suddenly, a sharp noise startles the girl in the purple tracksuit. She turns quickly, thinking a goblin is behind her, but to her surprise, she finds only a ramen packet lying on the ground. She picks it up, puzzled, and wonders where it came from. Just then, a weird noise catches her attention. Looking up, she notices a black shadow on top of the building. It's Seo-jun, trying to call her inside the building. Seeing this strange man waving at her, the girl looks confused. On the other hand, Seo-jun is determined, trying his best to get the group to enter his building. As Seo-jun watches the group, he suddenly hears a knock on his door. Turning around, he notices it's Fatty. Seo-jun calls Fatty to come inside, but when Fatty tries to step into the room, the system blocks him. A notification appears, stating that Fatty is not permitted to enter. This revelation surprises Seo-jun. It confirms that no one can enter Seo-jun's room, even if he allows them. Seo-jun begins to wonder, will a vessel be able to enter? But he sets the thought aside for now. Seo-jun steps outside his room to check the box. He then instructs Fatty to gather all the cheap items from his home that could act as weapons. After checking the weapons, Seo-jun immediately opens his ultimate shut-in store and summons 5 packets of ramen and 5 bottles of water. Within seconds, the items materialize in front of Fatty as though created by a 3D printing machine. Fatty looks astonished, his eyes wide with amazement. For the first time, he witnesses Seo-jun's powers in action. Seo-jun calmly gathers the packets and bottles, places them into a box, and hands it to Fatty. Seo-jun then tells Fatty to deliver the box outside the building as his next mission. Fatty's expression turns concerned. He reminds Seo-jun of the many goblins lurking outside. Seo-jun reassures him confidently, claiming that he has already killed all the goblins nearby. Fatty hesitates, but ultimately believes in Seo-jun's words. Seo-jun adds that food has become an invaluable resource in the outside world. Even a small packet of noodles is now sold for millions of won. Seo-jun explains his grand plan. By giving food to the awakened hunters outside, they will see him as their king and follow him without question. Seo-jun smirks internally, knowing he is following Lilith's slavery technique. According to this method, if Seo-jun provides food and water, those who receive it will inevitably become his slaves. Fatty trusts Seo-jun completely and agrees to deliver the box. Seo-jun then creates a new quest for Fatty. The quest requires Fatty to drop off the food and water outside the building. As a reward, Fatty will receive a small amount of experience points. Unbeknownst to Fatty, all the quests and rewards in the system notifications are created by Seo-jun himself. Fatty, however, feels thrilled at the idea of gaining XP for such a simple task. Fatty heads downstairs, carrying the box. Though nervous, he trusts Seo-jun completely. He holds a golf club as his weapon, gripping it tightly. Finally, Fatty steps out of the building. The fear hits him instantly. His mind is filled with one thought: drop the box quickly and run back. As Fatty bends down to place the box, he hears footsteps approaching. Fatty freezes, his body trembling. Out of the corner of his eye, he spots a black shadow standing to his left. Panic consumes him. Fatty imagines it's a bloodthirsty goblin ready to tear him apart. Heart pounding, Fatty tries to retreat toward the building, but he slips. The box of food and water crashes to the ground, scattering its contents. Fatty lies there, paralyzed with fear. His face turns red, and his breaths grow erratic. The footsteps grow louder, closing in on him, tears welling in his eyes. Fatty begs for mercy, pleading with the imagined goblins not to kill him. Summoning the courage to open his eyes, Fatty is shocked to discover that there are no goblins. Instead, standing before him is a group of teenagers and students, all staring at him in surprise. But why the hell does baseball bat guy look like Toji? After that, the scene shifts, and the system notifies Seo-jun that a subject who has not been permitted to enter is trying to gain access. Seeing this, Seo-jun immediately understands that the 6 or 7 people he saw earlier outside the building are now attempting to enter. Seo-jun closes his eyes and activates his ultimate all-seeing pervy eyes. Through his vision, he observes the teenagers standing in front of the building's door. Among them, a girl in a purple tracksuit turns to her friends and remarks that this is the same apartment from which a weird boy threw ramen. One of the boys, holding a baseball bat, comments that if someone is casually throwing away ramen like that, it must mean they have a lot of food. For simplicity, Seo-jun decides to refer to this boy as Toji. Seo-jun deactivates his ultimate all-seeing eyes and attempts to add them as citizens. However, the system interrupts him with a notification. Beings that meet the requirement for citizenship are approaching. Will Seo-jun propose citizenship to them? Hearing the word propose, Seo-jun pauses, confused. He realizes that a proposal means the teenagers can reject it. The thought troubles him. If they refuse, it will hinder Seo-jun's plans to expand his citizen population. Seo-jun, feeling a bit upset, knows he must devise a plan to ensure the teenagers accept his proposal. At the same time, Seo-jun receives a call from Fatty through the building's CCTV system. Hearing Fatty's voice, Seo-jun suddenly gets a brilliant idea. Seo-jun instructs Fatty to wait and quickly updates Fatty's quest. He assigns Fatty a new mission: feed the teenager, give them warm clothes, and let them bathe in hot water. Essentially, Fatty is to provide them with VIP treatment. Fatty immediately accepts the quest. He approaches the teenagers standing outside the barrier and informs them that if they accept Seo-jun's proposal, they will receive free food and water. Hearing the offer of food and water, the teenagers quickly agree. Seo-jun sends them the proposal, and as soon as they accept, the barrier opens, allowing them to enter the apartment. Once inside, the system notifies Seo-jun. Seo-jun's citizen count has increased by 10%. The XP and money earned by Seo-jun's citizens will also increase by 10%. This buff is significant. It means Seo-jun's citizens will now gain 10% more experience points and 10% more gold for every monster they kill. Seo-jun carefully observes the teenagers and reviews their profiles one by one. The highest-level teenager among them is named Han Dong. Seo-jun immediately recognizes him as the same boy who had thrown a baseball and killed a goblin earlier. Curious, Seo-jun opens Han Dong's status window and confirms his details. Han Dong's awakening ability is called Baseball Throw. It is a D-rank ability, but its potential is deadly. With this skill, Han Dong's strength increases exponentially, enabling him to throw objects with 10 times the force. Seo-jun realizes that this ability is incredibly dangerous. At high speeds, a baseball thrown by Han Dong would act like a cannonball. Seo-jun concludes that all these teenagers are metahumans. He decides to set their XP distribution rate at 70%, meaning the teenagers will keep 70% of the experience points they earn, while Seo-jun will receive 30%. Satisfied with this arrangement, Seo-jun confirms the settings and begins strategizing. He realizes that if he continues recruiting more citizens in the future, they will essentially become his auto-hunting team. While his citizens hunt and earn XP, Seo-jun will passively grow stronger and wealthier. This realization makes Seo-jun feel like he's in a real-life auto-hunting game. Seo-jun knows his next step is to build trust with these new citizens. Surprisingly, even without much effort, Seo-jun notices that their trust in him is already increasing. Seo-jun is confused by this sudden shift, but decides to observe further. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Fatty, who has brought all the teenagers into his apartment. Fatty's wife, seeing the group of strangers, is understandably confused. She hesitates but listens as Fatty apologizes for the inconvenience and explains that they need food and warmth. Fatty asks his wife if she could cook hot food for the teenagers. Though worried about the situation, Fatty's wife agrees to help. She quietly begins preparing a meal for the group, deciding to trust Fatty for now. Seo-jun watches all of this unfold through his ultimate all-seeing eyes, pleased with how smoothly the situation is progressing. The foundation of trust is being laid, and Seo-jun feels confident that this is just the beginning of something much greater. After a while, Han Dong asks Fatty what kind of person Seo-jun is. Fatty explains that even he doesn't know much about Seo-jun. This surprises the entire group. Fatty elaborates that he only met Seo-jun recently and knows him as a neighbor. Fatty describes Seo-jun as a weird person, but emphasizes one thing: Seo-jun is kind-hearted and has a helping nature. Fatty mentions that thanks to Seo-jun, he now has electricity, water, and food. Hearing all this, Han Dong becomes a little worried. His gaze shifts to the jacket where the ramen packet Seo-jun gave them is stored. Han Dong thinks Seo-jun must be a very dangerous and powerful metahuman. Han Dong silently resolves to impress Seo-jun by any means necessary. His trust in Seojun increases significantly as he believes that someone with the power to provide electricity and food must be an extremely powerful being. Han Dong knows better than to upset someone like that. Meanwhile, Fatty asks the two girls in Han Dong's group if they want to take a shower while the food is being prepared. The moment Fatty mentions shower, the girls' eyes begin to sparkle. It had been 3 days since they last bathed, and their bodies were reeking. The mere thought of a shower excites them. Han Dong is also taken aback. He suddenly realizes that if the apartment has electricity, the shower must also be functional. Fatty confirms this and adds that there's even hot water. The girls' jaws drop open. Fatty further explains that the hot water is also a part of Seojun's abilities. At this moment, Seojun is like an electrician, a plumber, and a water provider. Our all-rounder god Joni Bro. One of the girls quips that Seojun seems like their god of all trades right now. While the group discusses this, a teenager wearing glasses approaches Han Dong and smugly asks if he thinks he is more powerful than Seojun. Han Dong admits that, based on Seojun's abilities, it seems impossible for anyone in their group to surpass him. Suddenly, Toji grabs Han Dong by the shoulder and suggests that they should team up and beat Seojun together. His twisted reasoning is that if they overpower Seojun, he'll surrender all his food to them. Hearing this, Han Dong becomes visibly irritated. He calls Toji a lunatic and tells him that instead of attacking Seojun, they should focus on improving his impression of them. Han Dong pleads with Toji and firmly asks him to not do anything foolish. The group eventually agrees that their best course of action is to impress Seojun. The scene shifts, and we are introduced to a sad, weak, and innocent boy whose name is still unknown. However, Han Dong walks over to him and introduces him as Bayugon. Han Dong apologizes to Bayugon, acknowledging that his sadness might stem from Han Dong's past actions. Han Dong explains that during his housewarming party, he invited all his friends over, including Byogon. At that very moment, the apocalypse began. Bayugon's grandmother, his only remaining family member, was left behind at his house. This is why Byogon is so upset. Byogon quietly mentions that he had no choice but to attend the party, so it's not Han Dong's fault. Han Dong assures the group that after eating, they'll plan to rescue Byogon's grandmother. However, Byogon remains deeply distressed. Biting his lip, he quietly thinks to himself that his grandmother might no longer be alive. He fears the goblins have already killed her. The group collectively begins brainstorming ways to rescue Byogon's grandmother when suddenly, the door slowly opens. The atmosphere grows tense. Han Dong instinctively grabs his baseball bat, convinced a goblin has entered. But instead of a goblin, Seojun walks in, carrying 2 black bags in his hands. Seojun is wearing a plain t-shirt and shorts. The group immediately senses a powerful aura radiating from him. In that moment, Han Dong realizes that Seojun is the only one who can solve all their problems. Seojun steps inside with a dead serious face and looks at the group. Without hesitation, Seojun confidently states that he will help them. Everyone was seated, but the atmosphere was incredibly tense. Fatty's wife, noticing this, felt a bit embarrassed. She apologized, explaining that their house was small, which was why there wasn't enough space for everyone. Dongjeon tried to comfort her, saying it was their fault for showing up without notice. At that moment, Fatty arrived with warm food and started serving everyone. On the other hand, the young group, seeing the dishes, was visibly surprised. For the first time in such a long while, they not only saw food, but clean and warm food. Fatty's wife grew increasingly nervous, worrying whether the guests would like the meal: rice, fried eggs, kimchi, and warm water. The dish was truly mouth-watering. The table was filled with various dishes. One of the girls took a small bite to taste the egg shavels. As soon as she took a bite, she was shocked, her mouth practically drooling before suddenly exclaiming how delicious the food was. She absolutely loved it. Hearing this, Fatty's wife felt relieved and smiled. She shared that the credit for the food went to Seojun's ingredients, without which it wouldn't have turned out so well, as she didn't even have food for herself. Everyone was silent, wondering, who the hell is this Seojun guy? Just then, a system notification appeared for Seojun, informing him that Fatty's wife's trust level had reached 50. This made Seojun happy, because her trust level had increased faster than Fatty's. Everyone then started enjoying the meal together. Their faces lit up as if they hadn't eaten such delicious food in a long time. They were genuinely enjoying the food. One of the girls commented that the EGG rolls were excellent, good enough to serve in a restaurant, and in this apocalypse, such food was practically a heavenly dish. Another girl, curious, asked Fatty's wife if these were the same EGG rolls often served in Japanese restaurants. Seeing everyone so happy, Fatty's wife felt equally joyful and encouraged them to enjoy their meal. At that moment, her young daughter approached her with a sad face, saying she also wanted to eat those delicious egg rolls. Her mother placed a comforting hand on her forehead and promised to make more egg rolls for her after the guests left. However, the little girl still wasn't satisfied and looked as though she was about to cry. One of the girls then called the child over and asked if she would like to share her egg roll. Hearing this, the little girl's face lit up with excitement, and she quickly ran over to sit beside her. The girl, overflowing with emotion from Seo Yeon's cuteness and happiness, used her chopsticks to feed her the egg roll. After tasting it, Seo Yeon was absolutely delighted. While everyone was happily enjoying the meal, Seo Jun noticed that Fatty and his wife were standing nearby, watching everyone with content smiles. Seeing this, Seo Jun invited them to join the table and eat with everyone. Fatty and his wife were initially surprised, but eventually sat down and joined the group, enjoying the meal together. As everyone continued to eat, Seo Jun found himself feeling a bit sad. Watching everyone share a meal reminded him of how long it had been since he had experienced such warmth. He thought about his parents and hoped they were safe. With that, the dinner concluded. Then Seo Yeon went to her mother and said she felt very sleepy. Her mother picked her up in her arms and began taking her to bed. Her older daughter also followed, heading off to sleep. Now, it was time for some serious talk. Seo Jun said that they should continue the discussion. He turned to Dongjeon and asked why he couldn't visit his grandmother's house, even though it was so close. Dongjeon appeared nervous and explained that it was because of the goblins. Hearing about the goblins, Seo Jun's face turned serious. Then, Dongjeon elaborated, saying that the underground car park of the apartment was a perfect hiding place, so the goblins had made it their base. He further shared that he estimated the number of goblins there to be at least a few thousand. If they didn't defeat those goblins, they couldn't reach his grandmother. Hearing this, Seo Jun grew uneasy and thought to himself, the ultimate shut-in ability only applies up to the 30th floor. That's why the goblins could access the apartment building via the underground parking lot, which was not under his barrier. That was the reason Seo Jun wasn't seeing any goblins. It was because all of them were in the underground basement. Dongjeon continued, explaining that all the entrances of the apartment were connected to the underground parking lot, which was why they didn't dare to step outside. The atmosphere grew even more tense. Seo Jun, after deep thinking, then suggested that as far as he remembered, there were side roads and small extra passages that served as shortcuts to the underground parking lot. Dongjeon agreed and said their initial plan was to use the side roads to escape. However, a monster even more terrifying than the goblins had stopped them. Hearing about a creature more dangerous than goblins made Seo Jun feel a twinge of fear and surprise. Dongjeon, with a sad face, recalled the monster and explained to Seo Jun that it looked like a wolf or a bear. In fact, he described, it was as large as a bear and as fierce as a bloodthirsty wolf. Dongjeon had a flashback of the beast fighting off a large group of goblins. He added that the only reason they managed to escape at that time was because the beast was busy murdering and slaughtering the goblins, even eating them. Hearing this, Seo Jun felt deeply concerned. Dongjeon added that they couldn't be certain what that thing was. It looked like a shadow beast because the area was too dark. Seo Jun remarked that it's not like they could avoid them forever in the end. Dongjeon, still frightened, said they have their limits. He explained that without those limits, they would have already fought the goblins. Curious, Seo Jun asked him about these limits. A Rin sitting nearby answered that their weapons were almost destroyed. They were using bows and throwing baseballs. Eventually, they'd run out of things to shoot or throw. For Seo Jun, this was nothing. Seo Jun reassured them, saying he could solve that problem for them. Then, Seo Jun asked to see their arrows and baseballs. They showed him their equipment, a bow, arrows, and baseballs. Seo Jun inspected them and immediately added the baseball to his system inventory. When he tried to add the bow, a message appeared in the system, stating he needed to pay 1,530,000 won to list the high-quality compound bow. Without hesitation, Seo Jun paid the amount and added the bow to his system. Voila, unlimited supply of arrows and baseballs was added to his shop. Seo Jun then asked if all of them knew how to use bows. Everyone fell silent. Before they could answer, Seo-jun, with a serious face, quickly purchased 5 sets of bows and arrows from his system. In just a matter of seconds, the weapons appeared on the table. Seo-jun, in his casual tone, told everyone that even if they didn't know how to use them yet, they should take this opportunity to practice. He handed them the bows and encouraged them to start using them immediately. Just then, Seo-jun received a system notification that some of their trust levels had slightly increased. Seeing this, he felt a mix of surprise and happiness. At the same time, a sense of hope began to fill the group. They started to believe that with Seo-jun's help, they might actually have a chance to save Byung-go's grandmother. Their trust in Seo-jun continued to grow steadily. Dongjin was overjoyed, knowing that with these new weapons, his hunting efficiency would improve significantly. Another person commented that with this, they wouldn't have to risk their lives retrieving arrows anymore. Everyone seemed more hopeful and excited. Suddenly, Seo-jun became serious and addressed the group. Before proceeding, they needed to significantly reduce the number of goblins. Dongjin also adopted a serious tone and asked when they would start hunting. Seo-jun replied that they'd begin tomorrow. He assured them that they would definitely save Byung-go's grandmother the next day. Seo-jun tried to motivate the group. Hearing Seo-jun's promise, Byung-go's face lit up with happiness. Dongjin then asked how they were going to do that. With a confident smile, Seo-jun responded that they'd use a bait strategy. Then Seo-jun started explaining his strategy, but after hearing it, their expressions revealed their tension. They wondered whether Seo-jun's bait strategy would succeed or fail. Despite their worries, they held on to the hope that it would work. Suddenly, a system window appeared in front of Seo-jun, informing him that Fatty had completed his quest and earned a reward of 30,000 won. Seo-jun was momentarily startled by the notification as the quest reward got deducted from his account. Seo-jun understood that as long as he had money, he could level up his citizens. From now on, unless absolutely necessary, he wouldn't use it just yet. Before he could reflect further, another system window appeared, stating that Hyung-jun's trust level had increased. His trust had now reached 50, and loyalty had been unlocked, fulfilling all requirements for him to be registered as a vassal. Seo-jun was shocked by this sudden development. Just then, something unusual began happening to Hyung-jun's body. Confused, Hyung-jun didn't understand what was occurring or why he was feeling this uneasy sensation. A new system window popped up, announcing that the vassal registration was successful. As a reward, Seo-jun had gained the skill Vassal Summon. The skill allowed Seo-jun to summon his vassal into his house, but only 2 hours after the initial summoning. From now on, Hyung-jun was officially Seo-jun's first vassal, earning the title of First Servant. Seo-jun also acquired strength comparable to that of a gorilla, and the same skill was also given to Fatty. Another system notification appeared, explaining that any EXP and gold earned by Fatty through hunting would be doubled. Additionally, Seo-jun could use the All Pervy Eyes skill to summon his vassal within 5 meters of his house. All this information was overwhelming. Just then, Seo-jun noticed a plus button in the system window and clicked it. A message popped up asking if he would like to spend 1 million won to increase his vassal's level. The hefty price left Seo-jun stunned. He sat down, holding his head in frustration, thinking, is this some kind of messed up gotcha game? Seeing him like this, Fatty's wife asked Seo-jun, was something wrong? But Seo-jun shook his head and replied to her, it was nothing. From now on, Seo-jun decided they would call Fatty by his real name. Then Seo-jun asked Hyung-jun how he was feeling. Hyung-jun responded enthusiastically, saying he felt like his strength was overflowing. He could even punch a hole in a wall. He paused before asking Seo-jun if he had done something to his body. Seo-jun nodded and confirmed, yes. Hyung-jun continued, saying it felt like he'd gotten 10 years younger and a mysterious aura was filling his body. Hearing this, Seo-jun was pleased and smiled. Handing a bow to Hyung-jun, he said he wanted him to join as a part of this mission. Although Hyung-jun accepted the bow, it was clear he was nervous. His hands trembled as he held it. Seo-jun, on the other hand, thought to himself, citizens earn 10% additional EXP, while vassals gain double XP. That means from now on, Fatty will become even more of a gorilla. His progress would be phenomenal. Out loud, he told Hyung-jun he must kill as many monsters as he could. Though Hyung-jun was still terrified and was just about to cry from fear, he agreed to the task. Seo-jun was delighted by Hyung-jun's decision. Smiling, he assured him that he'd be counting on him. The mission finally begins as the group starts inspecting the first floor of the apartment building. While they move cautiously, Toji remarks to Dongjin that checking the first floor might be unnecessary since the windows are broken and the area is in terrible condition. He suggests there might not be any survivors. However, Dongjin disagrees and insists that they must check it anyway. He reminds the group of Seojun's instructions, saying they're here as a rescue team and that they have to save as many people as possible. He explains that their primary mission, as assigned by Seojun, is to rescue any survivors in the building and escort them safely to the 30th floor. Stopping briefly, Dongjin addresses the group, explaining the crux of the mission. They must lure large numbers of goblins into the building and eliminate them. For this strategy to work, they need to locate as many survivors as possible. He asks if everyone understands this clearly. The team confidently agrees, boosting Dongjin's morale. Meanwhile, Toji stands ready with his iron bat, prepared to smash some monsters. Dongjin directs his team to start with room 101 and advises everyone to stay alert, warning that goblins could appear at any time. The group enters units 101 and 102, where an overwhelming stench fills the air. Inside, bloodstains are everywhere. It looks as if someone had been dragged across the floor before being killed. They find a gruesome scene, bodies scattered everywhere, broken windows, and blood smeared across the walls. Some people have been cut in half, and women lie without clothes, likely victims of goblins before being killed. This horrific sight is too much for the women in the group, and they vomit on the spot. The shocked group looks at Dongjin, who, though disheartened, urges them to move forward. The team completes their search of the first floor, but finds no survivors, leaving them disheartened. Dongjin then leads them to the second floor. However, the second floor is no better. Like the first floor, it is filled with bodies, bloodstains, and destruction, further unsettling the team. Determined to press on, they decide to check the third floor. Upon reaching it, Dongjin knocks on a door, calling out to ask if anyone is alive. The team, full of hope, begins knocking on doors one by one, but they find no survivors. Dongjin's morale starts to crumble with every passing second, but he decides to continue and check the fourth floor of the basement. The group proceeds to the fourth floor. Dongjin knocks on another door, asking again if anyone is inside. He is on the brink of giving up, praying desperately to find even a single survivor. This time, to their surprise, someone responds. A man cautiously cracks the door open and asks if they are really a rescue team. Seeing a living person, Dongjin is overjoyed. He assures the man that they are indeed there to rescue survivors. The man, exhausted but still suspicious, asks for water. The group hands him a bottle, and the man looks astonished. He had thought they were intruders who had come to harm him or loot his resources. Despite his doubts, Dongjin tries to reassure the man that they are genuinely there to help. Dongjin explains that they are fellow residents of the apartment and are here to rescue survivors. He invites the man to join them. The man, still skeptical, slowly opens the door fully, revealing 2 more people inside his room. Apologizing for being paranoid earlier, he introduces himself as Hong Jung-soo and agrees to come along. Dongjin is thrilled, shaking hands with Jung-soo and introducing himself in return. He instructs 2 of his teammates to escort Jung-soo to the 30th floor and then return to continue the mission. Hearing about the 30th floor, Jung-soo grows uneasy and exclaims that they're not leaving the apartment. At that moment, Jung-soo's young son interjects, telling his father that someone would come to save them. The boy, surprisingly chill, speculates they probably have a helicopter on the 30th floor, clearly inspired by watching too many zombie apocalypse movies. Rin clarifies that it's not like that, but if they come along, they'll get warm food and a shower. Hearing the mention of a shower, Jung-soo's daughter becomes excited. She eagerly encourages her father, saying they should go with the team and not worry so much. Despite his initial hesitation, Jung-soo eventually agrees to join them. One by one, more survivors begin to follow the group, joining the rescue effort. As they continue, Seojun receives a system notification. It states that his number of citizens has now reached 40, and the EXP and gold earned by them have increased by 90%. The scene shifts, and we see Seojun deciding to temporarily house the children and elderly in Hyungjun's house, while the others stay in the corridors. Dongjin approaches Seojun and informs him that they have only managed to rescue 40 people so far. Seojun asks Dongjin if there are only this many people in the entire building. Dongjun replies sadly, explaining that all those who left their rooms were brutally murdered. He adds that they've searched up to the 29th floor, but it seems many people never left their homes in the first place. Seo-jun is pleased with their efforts, though he reflects that Hyung-jun's house is already almost full. Still, he feels this number should be enough for now. Activating his all-pervy eyes, Seo-jun observes what everyone is doing. He first notices Byung-ho lifting a chair over his head. Then he sees Hyung-jun and others holding a huge water gallon, working alongside the women. Finally, he spots Dongjeon busy with his tasks. They were almost done with all the preparations Seo-jun had instructed them to complete. Smirking, Seo-jun tells Dongjeon they are ready to move on to the second stage of the goblin hunt. Dongjeon gathers everyone and explains their mission, to draw out the goblins hiding underground. He elaborates that they will begin with basement level 1. The group will split into 2 teams to lure out the goblins on B1 and eliminate them. Afterward, they will proceed to clear the goblins on B2. The spectacled guy questions nervously, asking what if there are more goblins than they expect? Won't they get trapped and isolated on the first floor? And what if something happens while transporting the goblin corpses? Before Dongjeon can respond, Rin, holding her bow, confidently declares that she'll kill all the goblins, ensuring that won't happen. She reassures the spectacled guy, reminding him that as his Nuna, she'll make sure to keep everyone safe. Dongjun reassures the group, adding that, unlike before, they now have plenty of arrows, so they'll be fine. His confidence convinces the concerned member to go along with the plan. Suddenly, a noise grabs their attention. Everyone becomes alert, turning immediately with serious faces to see 3 goblins standing before them. Without wasting a second, Rin immediately shoots her bow, striking 2 of the goblins with her arrows. Toji swiftly smashes the last goblin's head like a watermelon with his bat. In an instant, all 3 goblins are dead. Afterward, the spectacled guy jokingly asks Toji why he even brought a bow if he was just going to use a bat. Didn't he say he needed the bow? Toji replies that using a bat just feels natural, though he notes that he feels a little stronger than before. Unbeknownst to him, it was because of Seo-jun's improved bat. Before Toji can say more, a woman calls their attention to the goblin corpses. Surprisingly, the goblins' corpses start disappearing. Seo-jun was collecting the loot. Byung-ho, seeing this, is surprised and wonders in shock if this is another one of Seo-jun's abilities. Ignoring the distraction, Dongjun orders the group to head toward B1. They follow him, while Byung-ho's trust in Seo-jun grows stronger and stronger. He starts to believe that Seo-jun can really save his grandmother. Meanwhile, a system notification appears before Seo-jun, stating that the group's trust in him has increased. Sipping water, Seo-jun reads the notifications and thinks to himself that, while he hadn't planned it, it feels like he's been watching over them like a guardian. Seo-jun feels like a big brother. Just then, another system notification appears, revealing that Byung-ho has reached a trust level of 50, meeting all requirements to become a vassal. Seo-jun is surprised, as he didn't expect Byung-ho's trust in him to grow this quickly. Seo-jun reflects that Byung-ho must truly believe Seo-jun can save his grandmother. Recognizing the great development, Seo-jun notes that the more vassals he has, the faster their growth will be. He checks Byung-ho's loyalty and is shocked to see it at a whopping 88, a level even higher than that of a mother and son. Calming himself, Seo-jun decides this is good news and confirms making Byung-ho his vassal. Internally, he promises to do everything in his power to save Byung-ho's grandmother. As soon as Seo-jun confirms it, Byung-ho's body begins to glow during the goblin fight. Confused, Byung-ho has no idea what's happening. The intense light startles everyone, including the goblins, who begin retreating. Dongjun, nervous, tells everyone he doesn't understand what's happening and orders them to retreat. The goblins, now blinded, are unable to see. However, seeing this opportunity, the group starts running. Dongjun and Rin fire arrows at the goblins as they run. Their arrows hit the goblins squarely on their foreheads, killing them instantly. With a serious face, Rin uses her ability to fire multiple arrows at once, slaughtering many goblins. However, the sheer number of goblins overwhelms them as more keep appearing. Seeing the goblins approaching, Byung-ho panics and exclaims that it feels like even the goblins from B2 have come up to B1. This was unexpected. It seems as if the goblins can communicate telepathically. As the group runs toward the exit, they reach the gate. Dongjian tries to close it, but some goblins manage to push their hands through. The group rushes to help Dongjin, but their efforts seem futile as more goblins on the other side push against the gate. The goblins were too many, and just as they were about to break through, all the people came to help push the door. But it was no use. One goblin, using brute force alone, was grabbing the door and pushing it. And just like that, multiple goblins started piling up, making the situation worse. At that critical moment, Fatty used his gorilla strength ability to single-handedly close the gate. Straining with all his might, Hyungjun shouted to himself that he must stop them here. He have to do this no matter what. Dongjin quickly informed Hyungjun that everyone was now safe and urged him to hurry back. Hyungjun tried to escape with the others, but the goblins managed to break through the gate, causing him to fall to the ground. Hyungjun desperately told Dongjin to leave without him, but Dongjin hesitated, unsure of what to do. Suddenly, Toji rushed in, striking a goblin with his bat and trying to pull Hyungjun to safety. However, a goblin grabbed Hyungjun's leg, holding him back. At that moment, one goblin with lustful eyes began glaring at everyone, its expression revealing a hunger for what it considered a juicy, fatty piece of meat. But just as the goblins were closing in, Hyungjun vanished into thin air. Shocked, Toji froze in confusion, unable to thinking what the fuck just happened. Meanwhile, the goblins began advancing toward him. One goblin leaped to attack him, but Toji once again smashed it with his bat, sending it flying. Toji then started running toward his comrades, skillfully dodging goblin attacks. His teammates quickly covered him by firing arrows at the goblins, creating just enough of an opening for Toji to escape safely. The group continued to retreat, desperately trying to avoid being overwhelmed by the relentless goblin horde. In the dark night, under the moonlight, the entire building was pitch silent. But in the basement, a beast, a terrifying one, was devouring goblins one by one, tearing their bodies, smashing and munching the goblins like candy. It eliminated each goblin with ease and then, in anger, turned its gaze toward the building. Its only thought was to kill everyone inside, driven by an insatiable hunger for more food to eat and evolve. On the other hand, Fatty suddenly fell to the ground with a bam. Fatty was certain he wouldn't survive today. He was convinced the goblins would make him their dinner, but Fatty was confused. He didn't understand where he was. Meanwhile, Seo-jun stood in front of Fatty and with a kind tone asked how he was feeling. Fatty was shocked and worried, but Seo-jun with a kind smile helped him up. Seo-jun was glad he made Fatty his vassal because it allowed him to summon Fatty here. Fatty's leg, however, was badly injured. It was bleeding due to a goblin scratch. Fatty couldn't make sense of anything. Before he could process it, Seo-jun noticed the deep cut on Fatty's leg. Fatty tried to brush it off, saying it was nothing and would heal automatically. But Seo-jun saw that Fatty couldn't even move his leg. This was a serious situation. Seo-jun told Fatty to stay there and rush to his room. Once there, Seo-jun grabbed his first aid kit. He remembered how his mother had taught him to provide first aid in emergencies. Seo-jun had a plethora of antiseptic tablets and medical supplies. He practically had every type of medical resource. However, his ultimate shut-in inventory had only 40 slots, so he couldn't carry everything. He had to be very careful. After thinking for a moment, Seo-jun had an idea. He put all the medicines into his first aid kit and placed the kit into his inventory slot. It was a brilliant idea. Seo-jun began to wonder if he stored an entire room full of medicines or a box full of medical supplies, would he be able to duplicate them? This thought felt like a game changer to him. After preparing, Seo-jun returned to Fatty. He took out the first aid kit and asked Fatty to show him his leg. Fatty reluctantly revealed it, and blood was pouring from the wound. While cleaning the blood, Seo-jun warned Fatty that the situation was very serious. He explained that if the wound became infected, Fatty might even lose his leg. As Seo-jun treated the wound, Fatty winced in pain. Suddenly, a system notification appeared, stating that Fatty's trust in Seo-jun had increased dramatically. Finally, Seo-jun finished treating the wound. He instructed Fatty to go to his room and rest. Fatty, still in pain but grateful, obeyed. Afterward, Seo-jun closed his eyes and activated his ultimate all-pervy eyes. He saw that in the basement, Rin was relentlessly killing goblins with her bow. She moved with precision, taking out goblin after goblin. The hunt had only just begun. Toji is smashing all the goblins with his bat like a madman. They're taking turns killing goblins and sprinting upstairs. A little while ago, when Fatty suddenly vanished right in front of Toji's eyes, he had been running up the stairs like his ass was on fire. From behind, the group was shooting arrows at the goblins like their lives depended on it. Suddenly, two goblins appear in front of Toji, looking ready to rip him apart. Out of nowhere, Byung-ho loses it. Byung-ho spins his bat with the energy of someone on a goddamn sugar high, and in a single swing, he smashes the heads of both goblins. He doesn't fucking stop. He leaps forward, landing in front of Toji, and starts obliterating goblins one by one. It's like the power of 10 fucking elephants is running through his veins. Everyone is standing there like, what the hell just happened? Was Byung-ho always this strong? Well, thanks to becoming Seo-jun's vassal. The guy's basically on a power trip now. Seo-jun watches the chaos unfold and feels a wave of relief. Everyone looks safe for now. Taking a second, he checks Byung-ho's status. Byung-ho is now level 30. His trust is 55 and his loyalty is 88. His awakened ability? Teleportation. That's right, an A-grade game-changing ability. The guy can teleport as far as his eyes can see, and not just himself, he can bring others along too. Seo-jun grins like a damn proud dad, thinking, hell yeah, making Byung-ho a vassal was the best decision. Meanwhile, Byung-ho is still going ham, destroying goblins left and right. Toji, taking in the insanity, turns to Jaeon, the spectacle-wearing guy who looks like he's about to pass out. He asks if Jaeon can keep going. Jaeon nods, determined as fuck. The group prepares for their next attack. Toji asks Rin if the water tank is ready. Rin confirms, and just then, Byung-ho comes barreling up the stairs, dragging a whole fucking army of goblins behind him. Byung-ho leaps up the stairs, and as soon as he reaches the top, the group tips the huge water tank onto the goblins. The goblins get soaked, but it's not enough to take them out. That's when Dongjeon pulls out an extension cord and plugs it in. Wires hidden along the staircase light up, and electricity crackles through the water. The lower-level goblins, those weak-ass level 6S and 7S, fry like chicken in a fucking air fryer. But the level 10 goblins? Those bastards are still standing. The system notifies Seo-jun that he's earned a massive amount of XP and a fat stack of 34,464 won. It all goes straight into his ultimate wallet. Seo-jun grins because he's just leveled up and his skills have gotten even more broken. But then, shit gets weird. Seo-jun feels a strange pain in his body. His heart starts pounding like he just ran a fucking marathon. His entire body feels like it's on fire. Suddenly, a purple shield begins to form around him. The shield expands, spreading through the building and reaching the basement. Every high-level goblin caught within it starts fucking freezing. The system notifies Seo-jun that a hostile presence has been detected inside his shield. Seo-jun smirks because now it's time to show these little shits who's boss. With a simple command, the goblins caught inside the shield pop like fucking balloons. Blood splatters everywhere, painting the walls like a goddamn horror show. Hundreds of goblins die instantly. On another floor, a group of goblins is gathered, gearing up to march inside the building, completely clueless about their darkest future. Suddenly, a fat goblin senses something behind it. When it turns around, it sees the massive fucking beast standing there. Before the goblin can even blink, the beast chomps down on its fat-ass body, killing it instantly and brutally devouring the juicy meat like a damn snack. Watching this bloody massacre, the other goblins are terrified. But before they can make a move, the beast launches into them, slashing through the crowd like a fucking lawnmower, tearing goblins apart with its claws. A few dumbass goblins try to sneak up from behind and attack. They manage to land a few weak hits, but the beast doesn't give a damn, tossing their asses aside like trash. Some goblins, probably high on stupidity, climb onto the beast, biting and tearing into its flesh. The beast lets out a roar of pure rage as they munch on its face and tear into its body. The pain is obvious, but the beast is like, fuck this shit! With one earth-shattering roar, the beast grabs every single goblin clinging to it and rips them into shreds. Pieces of goblins fly everywhere, blood splattering like a horror show. The beast stomps on the remaining corpses, smashing them into a disgusting bloody paste. The goblins are completely wiped out. But then, out of nowhere, a system notification pops up, stating that the beast has been granted fucking citizenship. Suddenly, the beast starts to shrink. Its massive, bloody form is drained of energy, and holy shit, it begins to transform. Within moments, voila! The beast is gone, and in its place stands a stunning woman. Naked as the day she was born, but covered in blood, she collapses, unconscious, onto the floor. Seo-jun, watching all of this through his ultimate pervy eye, is completely stunned. He mutters, "What in the actual fuck was that?" A system window pops up, dropping more bombshells. The girl's name is Oh Yeon-ju, and her ability is called Werebear. Another notification explains, Werebear lets the user turn into a freaking monster, maxing out all physical and regenerative abilities. Seo Jun is blown away. This chick is level 33 with a goddamn A rank ability. Then more notifications flood in. Dongjan and Hieron's trust hits 50, unlocking loyalty. And Toji? His loyalty surpasses 30, meeting the requirements to become a vassal. Seo Jun smirks and tells the system to register Toji. Boom! Another vassal is added to the team. Toji gains the Iron Knight ability, and a system notification explains. Iron Knight lets the user summon a fucking halberd and full-body iron armor. Seo Jun understood something crucial. The higher the vassal's levels, the stronger their awakened abilities become. He begins considering his vassals one by one. Hyungjun, with the strength of a gorilla, has a C-rank skill and is level 20. Toji, who possesses the Iron Knight ability, a B-rank skill, is level 25. Byung-ho, with his teleport A-rank skill, stands at level 30. Seo Jun contemplates further. From the moment they were registered as vassals, their levels seem to be decided based on the rank of their awakened abilities. However, a question nags at him. Are the ranks of abilities chosen at random? He ponders, if Byung-ho gained an A-rank ability corresponding to his loyalty value, then why did Hyungjun, with a higher loyalty value, only gain a C-rank ability? After all, Toji obtained a B-rank ability with a loyalty value of 31. Confused, he thinks deeper. It would be helpful to understand the factors determining higher-ranked abilities. This information is crucial, especially since he can only register 10 vassals. It would be advantageous to register someone with the potential to gain a higher-ranked ability. Finally, Seo Jun remarks to himself, not knowing what might happen if he registers a metahuman as a vassal is a problem. His thoughts are interrupted by a system notification. The metahuman is now able to freely move between stairs, elevators, and corridors. After considering this, Seo Jun heads toward the elevator and uses his all-pervy eye ability to observe the girl. She is still laying unconscious on the ground. Seo Jun calls for Hyungjun, who promptly arrives as the elevator doors open. Seo Jun instructs him, explaining that in the B2 basement, he will find a girl, and he wants Hyungjun to bring her here. Meanwhile, his teammates are tying up the defeated goblins with ropes, trying to make sense of the chaos. It looked like all the goblins were scared and running from something. Dongjan is particularly shocked, realizing he underestimated the sheer power of the ability they had just witnessed. He's stunned, seeing how Seo Jun, with a simple snap, popped all the goblins like it was nothing. Dongyeon recalls past moments, like when Hyungjun spoke about Seo Jun's godly abilities and even mentioned things like warm water. Connecting the dots, he realizes this, too, must be part of Seo Jun's abilities. He remembers Hyungjun's wife once mentioning that the ingredients for their food were all provided by Seo Jun. Deep in thought, Dongjeon concludes, all of this is connected to Seo Jun's abilities. Dongjin wonders Seo Jun is so strong he might not even need anyone, yet Seo Jun chooses to help everyone in this messed up world. Dongjeon's trust in Seo Jun increases even more. Reflecting on Byung-ho, Dongjin notes, Byung-ho had always been an introvert, but after meeting Seo Jun, he changed, behaving like a psychopathic killer for a moment. While collecting the wires, the only thought in Dongjin's mind was, Seo Jun is a being so terrifyingly strong, and his abilities are to be feared. On the other hand, Hyungjun is seen hurrying to basement level 2 to retrieve the woman. As Dongjeon continues his thoughts, he considers how blessed they all are that Seo Jun chose them. Meanwhile, Seo Jun, with his all-pervy eye, is observing everything, staying vigilant and calculating his next move. After that, the scene shifts to a flashback. A very cute child is playing with his car. He turns around, filled with joy, and calls out to his mom, asking if she can play with him too. Then, the same woman who had transformed from a beast into a human earlier appears. She is playing with her child in a kind and loving manner while her child waves his hand happily. But this happiness is short-lived. The color drains from her face as she sees something terrifying. She becomes horrified and shouts loudly. Her child, still smiling and calling for her to play, is oblivious to the danger behind him. 3 bloodthirsty goblins, drooling and ready to devour him alive. The woman is overcome by a powerful urge to protect her child. She runs as fast as she can, but it's too late. The goblins, with their insatiable hunger, do not let such delicious meat go to waste. In an instant, they tear the child apart and devour him in front of her eyes. The woman witnesses her child's brutal death, and it destroys her from the inside. This horrifying nightmare jolts her awake. The woman, Yeonju, wakes up, terrified and drenched in sweat. She screams loudly, sitting up in bed, her chest heaving. Standing nearby is Seo-jun, who greets her calmly. Seo-jun looks at her for a moment and asks how she is feeling. Yeonju, still disoriented, clutches her head, trying to comprehend where she is. Meanwhile, Seo-jun extends his hand and introduces himself, saying he is happy to meet her. However, Yeonju remains suspicious of Seo-jun and asks a single question. Was it him who did that job earlier? Seo-jun looks confused, unaware of what Yeonju means. But she persists, asking if it was he who sent the heads of the goblins flying like balloons. It turns out that while Yeonju was unconscious, Seo-jun had used his domain expansion to slaughter the goblins, making their heads pop like balloons. As Seo-jun tries to offer his hand again, Yeonju draws back, her voice quivering. She confirms that it was indeed Seo-jun who killed the goblins. This realization makes her even more suspicious and alert. Her fear of Seo-jun grows, as his immense power is undeniably terrifying. He can annihilate an entire group of goblins in an instant, like crushing ants underfoot. Yeonju's thoughts turn somber. She begins to wonder, if only she were as strong as Seo-jun, perhaps she could have saved her child. Overcome with grief, she starts shivering and crying again. She curses her own power, regretting that it awakened too late. If it had awakened earlier, maybe her son would still be alive. Through her tears, Yeonju calls out to Seo-jun. Her voice shakes and she looks utterly broken. Seo-jun, caught off guard, watches her intensely. Yeonju, in a desperate and sad tone, asks Seo-jun if he can save her son. Deep down, she knows her son is gone, but she pleads for Seo-jun to avenge him by killing all fucking goblins from the world. And with this, another goblin slayer is born. Yeonju sits on the bed, sobs racking her body. Seo-jun stands nearby, silently observing her crushing grief. The room is filled with the sounds of her uncontrollable crying, while Seo-jun contemplates the weight of her words and the tragedy she has endured. As Seo-jun was shut in, he was not good at interacting with others. He genuinely did not understand how to comfort this sad mother. While Yeonju was crying, the system suddenly notified Seo-jun that Yeonju's trust in him had greatly increased. Yeonju continued crying, telling Seo-jun how much she missed her son. Seeing her pain, Seo-jun couldn't figure out how to help. He understood that the goblins had eaten her child. Seo-jun wondered, was there anything he could do for her? Then an idea struck him. What if he gave Yeonju a quest with a reward that would revive her son? Even though he knew it was impossible, he decided to try. Seo-jun created a quest for Yeonju. Although he was skeptical, he wrote in the quest that if Yeonju killed 1,000 goblins with no time limit or penalty, her son would be revived. Rather than doing nothing, Seo-jun felt he had to try. Seo-jun prayed the quest would work. He knew there was no way to bring the dead back to life, but in this messed up world, anything seemed possible. However, as soon as Seo-jun applied the quest to Yeonju, the system shocked him. It notified Seo-jun that he lacked the funds to provide the reward of resurrection. The realization hit him hard. If Seo-jun could earn enough funds, he would be able to revive anyone. His whole body started shaking. This was game-changing. At that moment, Seo-jun realized the potential of his role. He was the system. He could become the god of this world. Still, Seo-jun knew he needed more money to make this a reality. The problem was, the system didn't specify how much money was required. Despite this uncertainty, Seo-jun refused to give up. Yeonju was still crying and Seo-jun called out to her. He told her there might be a way to revive her son. Hearing this, Yeonju was shocked. Yeonju felt like someone had shot her. She experienced surprise and sadness all at once. But she also thought Seo-jun might be joking. She warned him, "If this is a cruel joke, stop it. Otherwise, I will never forgive you." Seo-jun reassured her that there was indeed a way, but it would be very difficult. Hearing this, Yeonju became desperate. She told Seo-jun she was willing to do anything for him, even warm his bed or become his slave. Seo-jun stopped her and said there was no need for that. She only had to do one thing, which he would explain later. After that, the scene shifts, and Seo-jun introduces Yeonju to his teammate Dongjin. Dongjin greets her warmly with a firm handshake. Yeonju introduces herself as well, but she remains a little serious. She asks Dongjin a single question. Was he the one killing goblins with a baseball bat? And is Rin the same girl who used a bow to kill goblins? Hearing her descriptions so accurately, both Dongjin and Rin are shocked. They do not understand who this woman is or how she knows about them. Rin hesitantly asks Yeonju if they have ever met before. Yeonju, trying to lighten the mood, makes her hand resemble a bear's paw and acts cute, saying they must have met her before. She playfully asks if they really don't recognize her. Dongjeon, Rin, and Toji all look confused, wondering what this woman is talking about. Yeonju smiles confidently and decides to activate her beast transformation. Gradually, fur starts to appear on her body. A deep, menacing aura emerges, and soon her entire body is covered in thick fur. As Yeonju completes her transformation, Rin immediately recognizes her and is about to scream. Yeonju, now almost 10 feet tall, stands as a terrifyingly deadly beast, ready to attack anyone in her path. Rin and the others finally realize that she is the same beast who had been blocking their way in the basement, killing goblins like crazy. Seeing their reactions, Yeonju laughs. This moment feels slightly amusing to her, and she puts her hand on her face, saying, "To be precise, I'm actually a bear, not a beast." She assures them she is not their enemy. In fact, she explains that she has been helping them by killing goblins in the basement many times, but they never noticed. Instead, they thought she was a beast who wanted to kill them as well. Finally, Toji and Dongjeon realize that Yeonju is telling the truth. The beast never attacked them. It was killing the goblins who were about to end their lives. Dongjeon approaches Yeonju with great joy and says the meeting in the basement was no coincidence. Yeonju nods and declares that her national enemy is the goblins. She vows to wipe out every goblin in this world. She adds that the enemies of goblins are her friends, thus marking the birth of another goblin slayer. As the conversation continues, Seo-jun arrives from behind. He expresses his happiness that everyone has been introduced. However, his expression turns serious as he announces something important. He tells them there is no time left. By tomorrow morning, they must begin their plan to save Byung-ho's grandmother. Now that the goblin numbers have drastically decreased, this is the perfect time to proceed. Seo-jun then informs the group that he will not be able to join the battle due to his fatal injury. Instead, Miss Yeonju will accompany Toji and Dongjeon's group to kill the goblins. Hearing the term goblin hunter, Yeonju becomes very happy. Seo-jun gives his final command to everyone, instructing them to rest. He reminds them that they will start their mission as soon as they wake up the next morning. As the group disperses to their rooms, Seo-jun calls Toji and Byung-gu aside. The scene shifts, and Seo-jun leads them to a small room. He asks them, "Do you know why I brought you here?" Both look very confused. Seo-jun smirks and says, "Because you're virgins." Seo-jun, with a serious face, asks them if they know why Seo-jun has called them here. Well, Toji has no idea why Seo-jun has called them here. But Byung-ho gets a little suspicious. He guesses and asks Seo-jun if Seo-jun has called them here to talk about abilities. Seo-jun gives an evil smile and says that Byung-ho is right. Both Seo-jun and Byung-ho have unlocked their awakened abilities. Both are shocked to hear this. Seo-jun tells Byung-ho that his awakened ability is called teleportation. Hearing the word teleportation, Byung-ho gets a big smile. Seo-jun informs Toji that his awakened ability is called Iron Knight. Toji is very confused. What does Iron Knight mean? Will he be able to summon a knight? Seo-jun, with a serious face, decides to train both of them first because both have to master their abilities to complete their tasks. That's why Seo-jun unlocks his system notification and makes a new quest for both of them. The quest is that both of them have to figure out their awakened abilities. They have to unlock their awakened abilities for the first time. The time limit is 1 hour. The reward is an increase in strength, and the failure is that both of them have to sleep outside the house. Seo-jun is about to give this quest to both of them. At the same time, Toji overexcitedly asks Seo-jun if Toji has unlocked his awakened ability. Will he be able to use his abilities like Dong-yoon? Seo-jun agrees to this. After hearing this, Toji gets more excited and starts jumping like a child, and shouts that he can't wait to use his Iron Knight ability. Iron Knight sounds very cool. After this, Seo-jun explains to Toji that Toji can summon iron armor and a Hellblade using his Iron Knight ability. While Toji is listening to Seo-jun and is about to ask Seo-jun a question at the same time in front of Toji's eyes, Byung-ho with a splash disappears. Seeing this, Toji gets very surprised and stands in his place. For a while, both Seo-jun and Toji stand in their place with complete silence. After a moment, Byung-ho teleports from his place and reappears a little further away. Seeing this, Byung-ho gets very surprised and happy. Byung-ho can't believe that he thought he could teleport a little further, and as soon as he thought, he teleported. Byung-ho clenches his hands and says that with this ability, he can definitely save his grandmother. On the other hand, Toji notifies Seo-jun that Byung-ho's trust in Seo-jun has increased drastically. The next moment, Byung-ho, bowing his head from the bottom of his heart, thanks Seo-jun and tells Seo-jun that from today, he will start believing in Seo-jun. Whatever Seo-jun says, he will do everything for Seo-jun. For Seo-jun, Byung-ho will be able to save his grandmother. But Seo-jun tells Byung-ho that he shouldn't be so happy so soon, because it will be too difficult for Byung-ho to make it to his grandmother at the current moment. Hearing this, Byung-ho is very confused. He now has the ability to teleport, so he can directly teleport to his grandmother's house. But Seo-jun says that there is no guarantee that Byung-ho will be able to control his ability well. Right now, Byung-ho doesn't even know how far he can teleport or how long he can teleport at a time. First of all, Byung-ho will have to master his teleportation ability because it shouldn't happen that while teleporting, Byung-ho gets stuck in the middle of going to his grandmother's house. Or he gets unconscious and the goblin kills Byung-ho. Hearing this, Byung-ho gets a little disappointed, but he understands that whatever Seo-jun is saying seems logical, so Byung-ho will have to wait a little longer to save his grandmother. But while Seo-jun and Byung-ho are talking, a very strong flash shines from behind. Seeing this, both Byung-ho and Seo-jun get startled, and the next moment, as soon as Seo-jun and Byung-ho turn around, we are shown a huge statue holding a very big iron axe in its hand, which looked very dangerous. Well, this is none other than our Toji. Toji has summoned his Iron Knight, and Toji's body has very thick, powerful, and enchanted iron armor, and he is holding a very big iron axe. Seeing such thick and cool armor and weapon, Toji's trust in Seo-jun increases. The system notifies Seo-jun that Toji's trust and loyalty have increased drastically. Toji is dancing happily. On the other hand, Seo-jun tells Byung-ho to teleport to the next building. This will be Byung-ho's first mission. If Byung-ho can easily teleport to the next building, it means Byung-ho is using his ability well. Byung-ho looks at the next building, stands for a while, and is determined to teleport to the next building. On the other hand, Seo-jun also makes a new quest for Byung-ho. In this quest, it is written that Byung-ho will have to teleport to the next building within 3 minutes, and the reward will be an increase in teleportation proficiency. Byung-ho concentrates, and from behind, Toji increases Byung-ho's confidence by cheering him up. Byung-ho, with a serious face, thinks about teleporting to the next building, and within a moment, he disappears from his place. The next moment, he successfully teleports to the next building. Byung-ho shakes his hand while looking at Seo-jun from the window of the next building, and Seo-jun is also happy to see that Byung-ho has already used teleportation over a long distance. Byung-ho also happily shakes his hand from that building. At the same time, suddenly, there is darkness in front of Byung-ho's eyes, and he suddenly falls unconscious, collapsing onto the building. Seeing this, Toji and Seo-jun both get scared. What happened to Byung-ho suddenly? Seo-jun does not wait even a second. He summons Byung-ho with his summoning ability, and then he puts him to sleep. Seo-jun quickly checks Byung-ho's system notification, and he finds out that Byung-ho's health is in good condition. Byung-ho is just sleeping. So Seo-jun thinks that either Byung-ho's mana is over, or again, Byung-ho's limit is only teleporting a short distance. If Byung-ho teleports more than that, all his stamina will end, and he will fall unconscious. Seo-jun explains all this to Toji, that Byung-ho is absolutely fine. After a little rest, Byung-ho will regain consciousness. After that, Seo-jun suddenly turns to Toji and asks if Toji likes to exercise. Toji does not understand this question. Why is Seo-jun suddenly asking about exercise? And the next moment, Seo-jun gives Toji the task of the One Punch Man schedule. Seo-jun makes a new quest for Toji, in which Toji has to do 100 push-ups, 100 squats, and run 10 meters in 10 minutes. The reward is an increase in strength, and the penalty is sleeping outdoors, and Toji has to do all this with his armor on. Toji does not delay for a second. He quickly starts the push-ups, squats, and running. With the armor on, Toji quickly completes all the push-ups and squats, but he starts panting loudly. Seo-jun looks at him from behind and thinks that Toji completed this task so easily. Maybe this is because Toji is already an athlete who plays sports. Because of this, Toji's stamina is already very good. While Seo-jun is thinking all this, the system notifies Seo-jun that the evaluation process has started. Seo-jun does not understand, is this a new evaluation notification? Because he has never seen an evaluation notification before. While Seo-jun is thinking all this, Toji asks Seo-jun if he wants to do any other task or any other quick quest. Seo-jun says, "No, that's all for today. Toji can go from here." After that, Toji thanks Seo-jun and says that he is going to go from there. At the same time, the system notifies Seo-jun that the evaluation has been completed. Because Toji's strength has increased due to completing the task, Seo-jun's strength will also increase slightly. Seeing this notification, Seo-jun is very shocked because Seo-jun feels that his body is feeling stronger than before. This information was revolutionary for Seo-jun. This means that all the vessels of Seo-jun will become stronger and Seo-jun will also become stronger. This was a game changer. After that, the scene shifts. We see that it is evening. Byung-go and his entire group are running. Many goblins are also running behind them. Toji quickly summons his Iron Knight, and like a true knight, he stands in front of all the goblins and one by one starts killing and cutting all the goblins. But Toji was alone. How could he stop all the goblins alone? Some goblins pass from Toji's right and left and run towards Byung-go, but from behind, Byung-go was also ready with his bow and arrow. With the help of his arrow, Byung-go kills all the remaining goblins, and Byung-go is ready to kill all the remaining goblins. Seeing Byung-go and Toji, all the remaining goblins are scared and run behind, but a huge shadow from behind stops all the goblins. Seeing that huge shadow, all the goblins are so scared that tears start coming out of their eyes. Because that huge shadow is none other than our huge and humongous mummy bear. Before the goblins could say anything, Mummy Bear cuts all the goblins into two pieces, and Byung-go and his group are also killing all the goblins one by one. Byung-go's group tells him that they are killing all the goblins and stopping them. Byung-go should quickly go to his grandmother and save her. Byung-go leaves his group to kill the goblins and goes to save his grandmother. On the other hand, Seo-jun is just sitting at home and eating ramen. While eating ramen, Seo-jun is notified by the system that his citizens have completed their quest, because of which he has received 132,966 won. Seo-jun is surprised because it was the first time that his citizens would get money by completing the quest. Seo-jun thinks that when Toji completed his quest, Seo-jun's strength increased, and when other citizens completed their quest, Seo-jun got money. Seo-jun thinks that when his citizens complete their quest, will Seo-jun's reward be random? Slowly, many systems notify Seo-jun that other citizens have also completed their quest. Byung-go has also completed his quest, and the system is evaluating all the rewards. Finally, after a while, when the system evaluates all the rewards, the system notifies Seo-jun that Seo-jun has hit the jackpot, and as soon as Seo-jun sees the jackpot reward, his ramen gets stuck in his neck. Seo-jun gets shocked with his mouth open. Well, that reward was a new feature, skill points. Seo-jun raised an eyebrow, genuinely shocked. Like, really? Now he's getting skill points? At this rate, nothing would surprise him anymore, even if the system decided tomorrow it was pregnant. Then, the scene shifts and we see Byung-go finally teleported near his house. With a dead serious and slightly nervous face, he was glaring intensely at his house, almost as if it owed him money. Slowly walking toward his door, his mind racing with 100 thoughts, praying desperately for his grandmother to be okay. The very next moment, mustering every ounce of courage he had, he ran, shouting his grandma's name directly to his room. But even in this desperate, heart-pounding situation, he did not forget to take off his shoes. Man, I really love this guy. Back to the story. As soon as he reached his room, his eyes widened dramatically at the scene before him. His grandma was alive, but she was lying unconscious on the floor, looking painfully weak. Panic surged through Byung-go as he hurriedly approached her, his heart nearly bursting from his chest. Thankfully, hearing Byung-go's frantic voice, his grandma slowly opened her eyes and with a weak and trembling voice touched his hand, instantly recognizing Byung-go. It was genuinely a heart-stomach-liver-touching moment for Byung-go. Tears began pouring from his eyes like relentless rain, and that day he cried his heart out, bawling like a newborn baby. She was his only family, and hugging her tightly, he continued to cry, filled with overwhelming happiness. He cried for what felt like forever, inwardly thanking Seo-jun again and again, placing Seo-jun in God's own position. For Byung-ho now, Seo-jun had officially become the ultimate god of this apocalypse. On the other hand, the scene shifts again, and we see Seo-jun glaring at his system notification. The system cheerfully notified him that Byung-ho's trust had reached the ultimate 100%. Now, Byung-ho would even blindly kill or do literally anything Seo-jun asked. Because of this, another vassal slot for regenerating was unlocked. Now, Seo-jun had a total of 11 vassal slots, plus a new system skill. He could now directly level up his vassals like game characters. This was an absolute game changer. Seo-jun was left utterly stunned. Leveling up can be done this way? Slowly, he tried to level up Byung-ho, but the moment he did, the system coldly notified him he didn't have enough money. He needed a freaking 100 million won, which was about $70,000. Seo-jun was completely floored seeing this absurd, ridiculous, and totally fucked up amount. He began furiously banging his hand, shouting at the system that it was insane. Honestly, this system was greedier than an influencer chasing clout. Just then, Seo-jun heard a weird noise. His senses caught the sound of the elevator. Immediately activating his all-seeing pervy eyes, he detected two people. One thick-bodied guy and a cute girl standing ominously next to Fatty's door. And I must say, both of them looked damn scary and extremely sus. Before you guys get confused, in the novel, when Seo-jun's domain expanded exponentially, he allowed all the people under his domain to move freely. Now back to the story. When Fatty's wife, Hyeon, hearing the calling bell, opened the door, she was surprised. The suspicious-looking woman warmly greeted her, introducing herself as Dabin and her brother as Minho. They explained they lived in house number 1701. Clearly confused and full of suspicion, Hyeon cautiously asked what brought them here. With a trembling voice, Dabin shamelessly confessed they had come seeking help. She nervously explained that she just wanted to take a shower. After all the suspenseful buildup, Hyeon was dumbfounded, thinking, "What the fuck? A shower?" Still somewhat confused, Hyeon invited them into her home, reassuring them it was an easy task. As both siblings entered the house, Minho, still with his serious expression, asked where he should place the large box he was carrying. Hyeon was puzzled until Dabin explained that the box was full of canned food and supplies. She couldn't be selfish enough to ask for something during these tough times without offering something in return, right? As Minho placed the box on the floor, Hyeon tried to say they didn't need to go through all this trouble. But Dabin insisted she keep it, saying it would feel strange going to a stranger's house and asking for a free shower. At that very moment, Dabin noticed all the weapons lying around. Surprised, she asked if all these weapons belonged to Hyeon. Was Hyeon a hunter? This startled Hyeon, and she explained awkwardly that it was complicated. The weapons belonged to someone else, someone like their boss. While Hyeon was busy explaining, Seo-jun was done spying on them. After careful observation, he concluded that, for now at least, these siblings didn't seem bad. Seo-jun decided he would personally speak with them and then determine exactly what to do. Then suddenly, the system notified Seo-jun of a red tiger being hunted. Seo-jun received a huge amount of experience points, plus 4 million won, totaling 39 million. His skills increased dramatically, and he even gained a new skill. All these notifications were overwhelming for him. Seo-jun realized he'd made a mistake. He had been too absorbed in observing the siblings. Meanwhile, outside was absolute chaos. Everyone was completely exhausted and injured, having barely managed to kill a huge, monstrous tiger. Yeonju, covered in blood, lay unconscious on the ground. It was a total disaster. Just then, Seo-jun's domain expansion range increased yet again, causing an intense surge of pain directly into Seo-jun's balls. His heart. Given this dire situation, he urgently granted citizenship to everyone, deciding he'd judge later whether they were good or bad once things settled down. The system then notified Seo-jun again. As citizenship numbers reached a certain threshold, all citizens unlocked the power of trust. But Seo-jun didn't have time to celebrate this achievement. He was worried about injuries. He certainly hadn't anticipated facing a gigantic tiger out in the wild. Elsewhere, Byung-ho was teleporting at maximum speed with his grandma on his back, heading toward the apartment, with others desperately running behind him. Toji carried the unconscious Yeonju. It was an absolutely shitty situation. Seo-jun couldn't believe how badly Yeonju was injured. And to make matters worse, goblins were still chasing them. Just when it seemed like everything was over, Gayoung's arrow power suddenly increased, and the others felt their power and speed surge as their bodies became lighter. This was all thanks to the power of trust, which enhanced citizens' stats based on how much trust they had in Seo-jun. Seo-jun quickly calculated that the overall trust was above 50%, meaning their combat abilities improved by 50%. It was a complete game changer. Byung-ho, already believing Seo-jun was his god, had the biggest boost in stats and shouted out the name of Almighty Seo-jun, thanking him fervently for granting them such a powerful buff from afar. Because of this, Rin and her friend's loyalty crossed the 30% threshold, making them eligible to register as vassals. Seo-jun wasted no time, instantly turning them into vassals. But damn, Gayoung's trust level was exactly 69. Nice. Thanks to their awakening, both girls unlocked incredible abilities: Piercing Arrow for Gayoung and Poison Mist for Rin. Gayoung fired her bow, shocked as her arrow seemed alive, piercing through every goblin effortlessly and killing them all instantly. Seo-jun then created a new quest specifically for Gayoung, tasking her to kill 10 goblins using her new Poison Mist skill, with the reward being an increase in skill rank. However, Rin's skill was particularly dangerous. It was a deadly Poison Mist, a B-rank skill that could harm teammates if not carefully controlled. Thus, Seo-jun decided he would personally examine Rin's skill first, taking special care with her very interesting 69% trust level, and then assign her a special quest. But the main problem was Yeonju. Seo-jun immediately activated his all-seeing pervy eyes, scanning the entire building desperately for any kind of help. After a thorough and frantic scan, he noticed a young girl unconscious inside her room. For some reason, Seo-jun started sprinting toward her urgently, as if he needed to administer CPR immediately. Well, okay, maybe it was partly because she was an 18-year-old girl. Oops, I'm joking. Actually, it was because she was a goddamn healer. Exactly the missing piece Seo-jun desperately needed in his Pokemon-like team. Seo-jun was now standing outside room number 2902. He tried to open the door, but it was locked from the inside with a heavy iron chain. Even though Seo-jun was strong, he wasn't Hulk-level strong to kick open that heavy-ass door and break through the iron seal. Just then he remembered he received a new skill, Invisible Hand. Seo-jun could summon this invisible hand and control it. Damn, if used well, it will definitely come handy for his future wife at night. What the fuck? Well, Seo-jun decided it was the perfect moment to test this questionable ability. Closing his eyes, he visualized cutting the chain, and voila! A sharp mana scissor formed. Controlling it, Seo-jun effortlessly sliced the iron chain like it was cheap paper. The door swung open, and he sprinted desperately toward the unconscious girl. Finally reaching her, Seo-jun's eyes widened in horror. Her situation was not good. Her lips were sinking into her face, severely dehydrated and close to death. Seo-jun tried frantically waking her up, shouting her name, shaking her shoulders. But nothing worked. Her condition was severe, clearly a symptom of dehydration. Pale skin, eyes and lips dried up and sucked in like someone vacuum-sealed her face. Seo-jun had come to find a healer, but damn it, who would heal her now? Seo-jun panicked, unsure what to do, but just then he noticed something weird. There was a fucking bottle of water right next to her, yet for some inexplicable reason, she hadn't even touched it. But right now wasn't the time to ponder these stupid mysteries. Saving her was his priority. Then Seo-jun's 69 IQ brain activated brilliantly. He created a quest specifically for her. Breathe once, and the reward is your full recovery. This crazy trick cost him a ridiculous 10 million won, but damn, it actually worked! She drew a shaky breath and her dehydration was instantly cured. What kind of fucked up broken ability was this? Imagine creating a quest to summon Elizabeth Olsen just by breathing. Oops, ignore my twisted inner fantasies. Slowly, the girl started regaining consciousness. Her vision blurred as she opened her eyes, spotting Seo-jun nervously hovering over her. Confused and weak, she questioned softly who Seo-jun was and how he had entered her room. Seo-jun politely explained his name, saying he lived in the unit above hers. Still confused, she softly asked again, understanding that, but why exactly was Seo-jun in her room? Seo-jun, maintaining his polite tone, explained that he noticed her condition was extremely bad, so he came to help. At this moment, she still thought she was hallucinating, but after a brief pause, reality hit her hard. She realized someone actually came for her help. Suddenly overwhelmed, she broke down in tears, deeply emotional. She couldn't believe someone came to her rescue after days of starvation and dehydration. Seo-jun, although he absolutely hated having to do this at such a sensitive moment, with a heavy heart called her name and apologized, saying quietly, "Look, I know this really isn't the best timing, but I desperately, really desperately need your help right now." While she was crying from joy to her heart's content, Seo-jun gently explained that one of his teammates was severely injured, and he desperately needed her help. But while she silently listened, her confusion grew even more intense. What the hell was this guy talking about? How could she possibly help someone else when she couldn't even help herself, especially when she was literally about to die just a minute ago? That seemed absolutely impossible. And to top off the weirdness, this random guy she just met wanted her to provide medical treatment to his teammate? She began to wonder suspiciously, how the hell did this stranger even know she was a nurse? The suspicion immediately flooded her mind. Judging by how desperately Seo-jun was asking for help, she didn't exactly think he was dangerous. But hey, according to her, in this godforsaken apocalypse, nobody can ever be trusted. So she cautiously decided to play along, carefully observing Seo-jun's true intentions. Pretending to agree to help Seo-jun, she calmly asked where she needed to go and exactly how she could help. Seo-jun casually asked her to wait just a second. He was busy crafting yet another quest. Seo-jun made a brand new quest specifically for her to heal the injured Yeonju. The time limit was set to 1 hour, and the reward? Her healing skills level would increase. After finishing the quest creation, Seo-jun handed her some dried oranges, gently instructing her to eat them and rest, while promising he'd bring his injured friend directly to her room. With that, Seo-jun immediately turned around and left, leaving her once again utterly speechless, staring blankly at the dried oranges on the floor and a bizarre system notification hovering before her eyes. In a sudden panic, she desperately shouted Seo-jun's name, asking what the hell this weird notification was and who the hell Seo-jun truly was. But Seo-jun, cool as fuck and sporting a devilish smirk, calmly replied he'd explain later, casually leaving the stunned girl on the floor, gently reminding her she was currently too weak, so she should rest properly for now. Left alone, she hurriedly picked up the oranges, frantically peeling them with trembling fingers. Her mind raced wildly, wondering if she was dreaming. Did that guy literally create a quest? Meanwhile, as soon as Seo-jun reached his room, a system notification notified him that the trust of Danjung increased. Seeing this, he realized, just as he suspected earlier, that woman didn't fully trust him. Well, logically speaking, it made perfect sense. Who in their right mind would trust someone who randomly barged into their room like some sketchy apocalypse version Santa Claus? Seo-jun was patiently waiting for his boys to reach his room when suddenly an intense and uneasy feeling overwhelmed him. Something was terribly wrong. Without hesitation, he activated his all-seeing pervy eyes, immediately spotting a freaking red tiger chasing down Yeonju and the others. This terrifying red beast had already injured Yeonju earlier, and now it was back, presumably pissed off because it seemed like this tiger was actually the wife of the previous tiger they killed. And damn, she clearly wanted revenge. At this moment, everyone was desperately fighting just to stay alive, their faces painted with pure desperation and panic. Seo-jun felt his heart clench tightly. He realized this situation wasn't just bad, it was absolutely dire. That monstrous red tiger with its massive claws sharpened and ready looked fully prepared to tear everyone to pieces. No questions asked, no mercy given. Damn, talk about one seriously pissed off widow tiger. Seo-jun was completely baffled, realizing there was another red tiger. The gang was absolutely not ready for another fight. Their lives were hanging by a thread. While desperately running away, Rin's foot suddenly slipped, causing her to fall down and badly injure her leg. Gayong and Dong immediately panicked, both thinking this was it. This was the end. Rin desperately tried getting up, but her injured leg betrayed her, unable to support her weight. Gayong's heart sank. Rin was like her own little sister, and now she watched helplessly as Rin struggled to stand, unable to escape. At this point, the red tiger, opening her fat-ass mouth wide enough to devour an entire family-sized pizza, was ready to gobble Rin up whole. Rin, at that exact moment, sadly accepted her fate. But in the very nick of time, just as the tiger was about to take a juicy crunch out of Rin, she mysteriously vanished from her spot, leaving behind only a faint purple aura. The red tiger stood there, stunned, completely confused, thinking what the actual hell just happened. Meanwhile, Rin, breathing heavily, terrified, and about 2 seconds away from peeing her panties, suddenly found herself sitting right in front of Seo-jun, badly injured, but alive. It was damn close. If she hadn't been a vassal, she'd have been Tiger Lunch by now. Thankfully, nothing horrible happened, and at least this unexpected teleportation bought some valuable time for the others to temporarily flee from that furious beast. At that exact moment, Byungo teleported right in front of Seo-jun with his grandma on his back, and immediately notified Seo-jun that a new citizen was available for registration. Seo-jun quickly agreed, granting his grandma citizenship, but on the other hand, the danger was far from over. The Red Widow Tiger was rapidly catching up to the gang again, angrier and hungrier than ever. Seo-jun suddenly had a brilliant idea. He decided it was finally time to test the true limit of his invisible pleasure hands. Just as the Red Widow Tiger lunged forward, ready to crush everyone, despite their boosted stats, everyone was still desperately struggling to outrun this monster. Dong realized in that moment that if anyone was going to survive, he would have to sacrifice himself. Without even a moment of hesitation, Dong heroically stopped running, activated his baseball throw skill, and hurled his mana-infused baseball at maximum speed directly at the charging Red Widow Tiger. But it was useless. The tiger dodged the ball effortlessly, like some professional dodgeball champion, jumping high into the air ready to tear Dong apart, still utterly furious. Ga-young shouted desperately in panic, but Dong had already accepted his tragic fate, deciding to lead the Red Widow away from his friends. Knowing full well he couldn't outrun this beast for long, Dong sprinted as fast as he possibly could, drawing the tiger's attention entirely to himself. Just as expected, in no time at all, the monstrous tiger easily caught up to Dong, its razor-sharp teeth just seconds from piercing through his skin. But at that exact moment, something shocking happened. There was suddenly a huge aura scissor tightly wrapped around the Red Widow's neck, shocking not just Dong, but everyone present. The next moment, this mysterious aura hand aggressively grabbed the tiger's throat, choking the beast mercilessly and hoisting her high into the air, tightening even more as the Red Widow struggled desperately to breathe. She thrashed violently, trying to break free, but it was utterly useless. Dong stood there, eyes wide open, utterly shocked to his very core. What the actual hell just happened? He was absolutely sure he'd be kissing King Yama's ass today, yet here he was, miraculously safe and sound. Ga-young and the others quickly rushed over, but just then, Ga-young received an unexpected system notification that startled her even more. Meanwhile, from a much wider perspective, we could clearly see Seo-jun calmly observing the entire situation from above, standing confidently like some almighty god. Seo-jun quietly murmured that there was no need for him to personally hunt monsters with this incredible new skill in his hand, especially considering that, with Ga-young making the kill, Seo-jun would get 4 times the loot for that tiger. With this exciting new quest given, Ga-young swiftly prepared her bow, eyes sharp with determination. While the tiger struggled pathetically to breathe, Ga-young aimed and effortlessly hit the beast's bullseye, killing the tiger instantly. Immediately, the system notified Seo-jun. For killing a level 28 Red Widow tiger, he gained a massive 63 million won, huge amounts of EXP, and everyone's trust and loyalty significantly increased. Thanks to this massive boost, Dong's loyalty also finally crossed the threshold, prompting Seo-jun to smile happily, making Dong one of his precious vassals. The scene then shifted, and now we saw Da-jung actively healing Yeonju. Even though Seo-jun witnessed it with his very own eyes, Yeonju's wounds magically disappeared, leaving Seo-jun completely amazed. Seo-jun then turned toward Dong and questioned what exactly happened, how they ended up encountering those horrifying red tigers. Dong, with a heavy and sad expression, explained they encountered them at Byung-ho's grandma's house, where the tigers seemed to have claimed the territory. "Guys, I'm telling you," Dong insisted sadly, "those must definitely have been mutated house cats turned into those monstrous tigers." Anyways, back to the story. Seo-jun carefully pieced everything together, realizing no wonder something had felt off before. Thinking back, there were no goblins at all in that area, and now it made sense. It was because of those tigers. If goblins had occupied the area, Byung-ho's grandmother would have been long dead. Wait, did that mean the tigers were actually protecting Byung-ho's grandma? Could those beasts possibly have been her pet cats? Well, leaving that question aside and returning to the main story, Seo-jun finally used 73,000 won to grant Ga-young's quest reward. Around the same time, Dajung also finished healing Yeonju completely. Dajung, having just finished healing the grandma, was about to say something when Fatty suddenly stepped forward, awkwardly interrupting and asking Seo-jun if he knew it wasn't exactly the right time. But was everyone always going to meet here in this tiny, suffocatingly cramped room? Fatty did have a valid point. They couldn't possibly all keep squeezing into this cramped little room forever. Seo-jun calmly reassured everyone that he had already thought ahead. He had a plan. Hearing this, everyone's faces immediately lit up with joy. Seo-jun confidently explained that room number 2901 was completely empty, and he himself would provide electricity and all other basic necessities there. Anyone who wanted to move into that room could do so freely. Seo-jun then calmly turned towards Dabin, explaining further. Rooms number 2101 and 2102 were also empty. He'd provide electricity there as well, so she could tell other survivors they were free to use the showers and toilets there. Yet for some strange reason, the duo seemed oddly sad. Seo-jun, instantly reading the vibe, knew exactly why the duo was upset. With a sly smile, Seo-jun calmly stated that if they wanted, the two of them could even have their own private room to enjoy their private nights, while others shared the other rooms. But there was one small condition they must fulfill first. Hearing this, the duo looked utterly shocked. Seo-jun, maintaining his dark and intimidating vibe, explained with perfect clarity the condition they must fulfill. Simply deliver a message to everyone. The message was straightforward yet tempting. Anyone who killed 100 goblins the fastest would be rewarded with an entire empty house, fully equipped with all basic necessities, unlimited electricity, water, food, literally everything needed to live comfortably. Just 100 measly goblins. Easy, right? Man, the legendary goblin slayer himself would surely be damn proud of Seo-jun right now. Seo-jun elaborated further, coolly stating that their only job was to bring people from everywhere to him, registering them as his citizens. And to fulfill this, they simply needed to kill 100 goblins. At this moment, Seo-jun was boldly walking straight into Lloyd's footsteps, expertly manipulating everyone into his palms. With a twisted smile, Seo-jun finalized this new quest: kill 100 goblins and claim unlimited supplies. Meanwhile, the scene shifted dramatically, and we saw a guy in a red jacket, shazed by goblins and desperately struggling to break free. He was about to be captured when, by some miracle, he narrowly escaped toward an open door, sliding along the floor and just barely saving his own life. The goblins chased after him, but they struggled to fit through the narrow doorway. Waiting patiently behind that door, his teammates were ready, prepared to slaughter those goblins. It turned out that poor Red Jacket was merely used as bait. Because of this cunning trick, the group easily slaughtered the goblins, turning the whole situation into a ruthless, one-sided massacre. And the boss of this entire group, this complete asshole, who I personally named Dumbass No.1, smugly threw his spear and killed the very last goblin, proudly showing off to his team. But Red Jacket wasn't happy at all. After all, he was the only one who had to constantly risk his life, while everyone else enjoyed easy kills. Frustrated, he complained bitterly about how utterly unfair it was to always be used as mere bait. Hearing this, Dumbass got royally pissed and coldly told Red Jacket that he was nothing but a pathetic loser, clearly stating that without him, Red Jacket would undoubtedly suffer a dog's death. Dumbass further ordered Red Jacket to obediently act like a loyal dog, or else he'd quickly become goblin food. The situation escalated rapidly, leaving Red Jacket with no other option but to bitterly apologize. The scene shifted again, and Dumbass, happy and confident that he'd killed 100 goblins, went to eagerly collect his promised reward. But to his bitter disappointment, Dabin had already given that reward away to the first team who completed the challenge. And here's the twist. It turned out that Dabin's own brother was the first to kill 100 goblins, giving the promised room instead to an elderly couple. Dumbass absolutely did not like this. Becoming visibly furious, he immediately began complaining loudly about how unfair the entire situation was. Dabin's brother then calmly explained that Seo-jun had prepared a special arrangement specifically for Dumbass's team. They were instructed to head up to the 30th floor for their reward. Although Dumbass was absolutely pissed, he had no other choice, reluctantly heading toward the 30th floor. Along the way, Dumbass wore a nasty, smirking smile, mockingly questioning why Dabin respected Seo-jun so much. It was absolutely hilarious. Did she seriously think Seo-jun was some kind of god? He continued openly mocking Seo-jun, sarcastically referring to him as nothing more than a ridiculous cult leader. But then, Red Jacket, whose name was actually Seong-min, quietly disagreed. He insisted that since Seo-jun was genuinely helping and protecting them, they shouldn't speak badly about him, especially since everyone clearly wanted to stay on Seo-jun's good side. Dumbass, glaring coldly, clearly disliked this statement. With a chilling stare, he silently made it known this conversation was far from over. The elevator doors opened slowly on the 30th floor. Dumbass, still fuming, coldly whispered to Seong-min that they'd finish their little talk later. But as they stepped out, Seo-jun calmly approached them, his chilling aura palpable, one hand casually in his pocket, cold eyes locked onto everyone. The entire team immediately went silent, completely stunned by Seo-jun's intimidating presence. Dumbass quickly pulled himself together and politely introduced himself, hoping to ease the tense atmosphere. But Seo-jun simply shook his hand casually, calmly complimenting their unique use of the barrier and their smart hunting strategies. Dumbass stood there, completely shocked, and nervously asked how Seo-jun even knew about their tactics. Seo-jun, however, didn't bother to answer, instead smoothly jumping straight into the main topic at hand. He coolly informed them that electricity, water, and gas would now be provided to Units 1301 and 1502. Dumbass, still doubtful, cautiously asked how that was even possible. Seo-jun calmly replied it was because they'd successfully killed 100 goblins. They'd earned it. Then, without even a brief pause, a deeply unsettling, creepy smile slowly spread across Seo-jun's face. With a chillingly cold voice, Seo-jun brought up Dumbass's earlier mockery, specifically the comment about him being a cult leader. Seo-jun coldly declared he had absolutely no interest in being treated like a god or playing such a ridiculous role. The entire group stood there, speechless, absolutely terrified and confused. How in the world did Seo-jun even hear what Dumbass had said in the elevator? Was there seriously CCTV everywhere? Seo-jun, with a truly psychotic smile, suddenly changed the subject smoothly, casually stating he actually had a small favor to ask of them. The scene shifted dramatically again, revealing exactly what that favor Seo-jun had requested from Dumbass was. Dumbass and his group ran for their lives, chased by enormous, terrifying orcs. Each monstrous step made the ground tremble violently beneath them. Dumbass, panting heavily, was terrified down to his bones. They turned sharply, darting desperately into a narrow alley, just as planned. At the alley corner stood Dong, gripping his spear tightly. Due to the narrow alley restricting their movement, the orcs were momentarily trapped, exactly as planned. Dong's throwing ability had recently leveled up to B rank, meaning he could now throw bigger objects with 5 times the damage. With all his might, Dong threw his spear fast and hard, hitting the first orc straight on and instantly knocking it down. The second orc charged furiously, swinging its massive club, but just before it could strike Dong, a deadly arrow struck its forehead, instantly killing it. This precise shot belonged to none other than Gayoung herself. The last orc barely had time to react before Dong finished it cleanly with another powerful spear throw. With that, the group had successfully completed the mission of killing 100 orcs, and Seo-jun immediately received 3.2 million won. Nearby, a terrified family of 3 stood frozen in absolute horror, witnessing the slaughter. Dong smiled kindly at them, gently leading them toward Seo-jun's base. As they approached, Seo-jun suddenly noticed a system alert stating an unknown object was attempting entry. Another notification simultaneously appeared, indicating someone eligible for citizenship had arrived. The system quickly asked if Seo-jun wanted to grant citizenship to the 3 new individuals. After briefly considering, he agreed. With this decision, the total number of citizens rose to 200, triggering a brand new skill, tax collection. This ability allowed Seo-jun to collect 10% of the cash held by his citizens without affecting their actual wealth, although it had a cooldown of 30 days. Seo-jun quickly grasped the potential of this new skill, realizing he could gradually recover the funds he'd previously distributed. However, regaining the full amount would take around 10 months. With the urgent need to save his parents, Seo-jun immediately decided that Ha Dongjeon's team should head straight for the Nambumin neighborhood. To accelerate the plan, Seo-jun decided to distribute 30% of the funds up front, viewing this as a necessary investment. Suddenly, another notification appeared. Seo-jun's home declaration skill had just reached level 10, granting him 3 additional skill points. Once again, Seo-jun felt intense pain, his liver, kidneys, and heart aching horribly, as his domain expanded dramatically, nearly doubling in size and covering nearly all the nearby buildings. The system confirmed Seo-jun successfully proclaimed the entire building as his home. Immediately afterward, another message popped up, stating 1 billion won had been deposited as subsidies, and a new construction function was unlocked. Seo-jun's eyes scanned the displayed options carefully. A solar generator for 133 million, a store for 219 million, and a gym for 300 million. Additionally, Seo-jun had received a full subsidy of 1 billion won, but the yearly money generated from the solar generator was only 30 million won per year. That meant it would take at least 5 entire years to recover the generator's cost. Seo-jun stood there, baffled. What kind of disastrous business deal was this? Deciding it was probably wiser not to waste this huge amount on questionable construction, Seo-jun instead planned to level up his vassals. But then, to his utter shock, Seo-jun realized something crucial. When he tried using this newly deposited subsidy money, the 1 billion won, to level up Dong, the system immediately rejected it. Seo-jun quickly realized the funds he just received were fundamentally different from the money stored in his shut-in wallet. Well, that changed everything. Now Seo-jun had this essentially free fund to use specifically for construction purposes. Without hesitation, Seo-jun swiftly selected the solar generator. A 24-hour countdown immediately began, and his subsidy balance dropped to 867 million won. Briefly tempted, Seo-jun considered installing a second solar generator, but was quickly met by a stern system notification warning that only one generator could be installed per apartment building. Accepting the frustrating restriction, Seo-jun shifted his attention toward the store facility. The system explained the store was directly linked to Seo-jun's ultimate shut-in store skill, meaning anything he had in his inventory could be sold directly to citizens using the money they earned from hunting. Seo-jun immediately recognized the benefit. This would simplify the tedious process of distributing supplies manually. Citizens could conveniently buy their own supplies, and Seo-jun would fully control pricing, enabling better fund management. Without delay, Seo-jun installed the store in apartment 101. A 48-hour countdown for its completion promptly appeared. Lastly, Seo-jun carefully reviewed the gym's benefits. This facility would dramatically boost his citizens' strength and endurance, increasing their exercise efficiency by a massive 200%. Imagining how the gym, combined with mission rewards, could drastically accelerate everyone's progress, Seo-jun confidently designated the entire second floor for the gym. A 72-hour countdown instantly appeared, marking its construction. The system then conveniently updated Seo-jun on his skill points. He now had 3 skill points to spend. Seo-jun stood there with a sly, smirking smile, realizing he had just unlocked the ultimate infinite money and XP glitch. People would naturally kill more monsters just to earn money to buy more supplies, and thanks to his EXP and money-sharing feature, he'd literally level up and earn endless cash by doing nothing. Wow, Seo-jun thought. Talk about passive income goals. Meanwhile, Toji, fully clad in knightly armor, bravely fought an orc, delivering a powerful slash that cleanly sliced the beast in half. As the orc dramatically collapsed to the ground, Dong curiously turned to Toji, asking an oddly specific question. What would happen if he threw Toji's spear? Toji, completely confused by this unexpected question, was promptly asked by Dong to hand over his weapon for a quick test. As soon as Dong grabbed Toji's spear, he immediately felt a surge of power coursing through him. With unbelievable force, Dong hurled the spear, causing Toji's weapon to fly ridiculously high into the air. Toji stood there utterly flustered and panicking. What was he going to do without his precious weapon now? Dong, casually calm, suggested Toji simply cancel his knight armor and then summon it again. Toji, still confused but obediently following orders, canceled his armor and immediately re-summoned it. And voila, Toji's spear magically reappeared right back into his hand. Both men stood there, completely shocked at this discovery. Just like that, Dong had discovered an unlimited spear-throwing glitch. Toji couldn't stop himself from praising Dong's genius leadership. Meanwhile, Gayong was about to use up her last arrow when, without any warning, something astonishing happened. Out of absolutely nowhere, more arrows began magically appearing right in front of her, completely surprising and baffling her. At this point, Seo-jun Bro was literally playing a real-life version of Creative Kingdom Come. Gayung is left stunned, trying to comprehend what just happened as she looks at the fresh set of arrows that appeared before her. The system interface pops up, revealing a new skill called OmniFocus, which allows other skills to be used within the observed area of Seojun's domain expansion. With arrows refilled, she quickly fires an arrow and takes down another orc. The system immediately registers the kill, notifying them that a level 19 orc has been defeated. Experience points are granted, and 2,100,388 won is deposited into the shut-in house's wallet. The system then updates with additional information, confirming that Gayung, along with Dong and others, completed the quest. The quest cost of 2,332,581 is deducted, and Gayung levels up. Seojun watches the system notifications, absorbing the information. He realizes that improving stats through quest rewards is possible and begins to feel a renewed sense of hope. With this, he started to see new hopes for saving his parents. His parents' house is about 10 kilometers far. It will take 3 hours of walking to get there. Determined, Seojun enters the elevator and heads to the rooftop. From there, he surveys the desolate cityscape, a sense of urgency washing over him. He knows he needs to act quickly. His focus shifts to prioritizing leveling up Dong's party. He checks the system interface for more details on Kim Jian, whose level is 22. Kim Jian holds the title 7th Bell, with 59 trust points and 33 loyalty points, and his awakened ability, Crow Familiar, seems useful for reconnaissance. Next, Seojun reviews Yeonju's profile. She is level 33 with 51 trust points and 12 loyalty points, and her awakened ability, Warrior Bear, enhances her combat strength. Her experience distribution rate is 70%, while her settlement fund distribution rate is 30%. Lastly, he checks Kim Da-jung, who is at level 30 with the title 8th Bell. She has 60 trust points and 63 loyalty points. Her awakened abilities include Heal, Blessing, and Magic Armor, and her experience distribution rate is 100%. Seojun thinks about who should be on the mission team. Yeonju and Kim Da-jung are good choices because of their powers, but he's still unsure about Yeonju's low loyalty. The system shows more about Kim Da-jung's powers. Blessing uses mental strength to boost someone's power by 70% for a short time. Magic Armor uses mental strength to make a magical shield. Seojun sees how strong these powers are. Then he starts thinking about something else, bringing Yeonju's son back to life. He checks the system and tries the resurrection option. But the system says he doesn't have enough money and tells him to get more. He decides to wait and focuses on making the next quest harder. He picks a new quest to hunt a monster at level 40 or higher to gather massive money. A monster that strong would be very dangerous, but the reward would be big. The system explains the rules. They have 24 hours to finish. If they fail, they die. He tries to start the quest, but the system says again that quest level is too difficult for his current vassals. He was running his brain at full power when an idea struck his brain. What if he tries party quest then? Seojun quickly goes back and starts the quest again. The rules are the same. Beat a level 40 monster in 24 hours. The reward is Yeonju's son's resurrection. If they fail, they die. He chooses yes without waiting, and wahala, it worked. Seojun knows his main goal is to win Yeonju's full loyalty. Suddenly, someone knocks hard on the door. He opens it. Yeonju is there, out of breath. She ran over the moment she saw the quest. Her face shows fear and urgency as she tries to speak. Seojun gently tells her it's possible, but the time is short. Hearing this, Yeonju falls to the floor, crying hard. She keeps thanking him, saying that even one day is enough if she can see them again. Right then, the system shows a message. Her loyalty has passed 30, which means she can now become an official vassal. Later, Seojun stands at the sink, watching water pour from the faucet. The tap opens by itself. Instead of being surprised, he sighs in relief. He's starting to get used to controlling things this way using his mental power. Wow, our boy is becoming Magneto day by day. He now has control over electricity, water, and gas. Just then, a new system message appears. Today's store earnings have been added to his wallet, 320,981 won. He smiles. Even with just 20% profit, that means the store sold over 1.5 million won today. Seojun checks the people gathering around the mysterious store with all resources with his all-pervy eyes. It makes him feel even more in control. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a boy asks his friend about their savings. The friend says the bow costs 150,000 won, and they saved 10,000 won today. At this rate, it'll take 2 weeks. The boy laughs at the plan, reminding him they also need to pay for ramen and water. The friend gets annoyed and tells him to do the math himself if he thinks he's so smart. Seo-jun thinks about how much things have changed just by handing out settlement money. Ever since the strange store appeared on the first floor of the apartment, even small coins from hunting goblins have started to motivate people. Residents are now leaving the apartment to go hunt, gaining levels and joining in more and more. The system shows the current population, 789 out of a possible 11,000. Seeing this fast growth, Seo-jun believes the number will soon grow even faster. Then, he gets another message from the system. He has defeated a level 18 orc and earned 1.2 million won. Elsewhere, Yeonju, fully changed into her warrior bear form, is slaughtering, tearing the goblins and orcs from both sides. After turning back to her human form, her teammates Kim Ga-young and Kim Da-jung check on her. They ask if she's okay. Yeonju tells them that even if she gets hurt a little, it's no big deal. She says sorry for taking most of the monsters, explaining she has her reasons. But Kim Ga-young smiles and tells her it's fine. Thanks to her, they can fight safely and easily. Watching how well the team works, Seo-jun feels sure that putting Yeonju with Kim Da-jung was a smart move. He checks her new stats. She's now level 40 and holds the title 9th Belle. Her trust and loyalty have both gone up to 66. Her powers include Warrior Bear and Primordial Life Force, and her experience gain rate has jumped to 200%. Her skills are very strong. Warrior boosts her close-range attacks by 50%. Primordial Life Force, an A-rank ability, helps her heal faster the more she's hurt. But the wildest one is her S-rank skill, Berserk. When she sees blood, her eyes turn red, and her strength rises by 300%. While they're still thinking about her powers, a loud cracking sound rings out across the battlefield. All three women quickly look ahead, instantly alert. Soon after, a giant goblin steps out of the shadows, its creepy energy making the air feel cold. The three women stood completely frozen in shock for a split second as the enormous orc stepped into full view, growling deeply and dangerously. Yeonju didn't waste even a second, instantly transforming into her beast form. Her muscles expanded massively, thick fur rapidly covered her body, and razor-sharp claws stretched outward as she turned into the fierce, unstoppable mommy bear. Without even giving the girls a chance to react or speak, she charged head-on, immediately worrying the other two. Kim Da-jung and Kim Ga-young nervously watched from behind as Yeonju fearlessly jumped straight into combat. The powerful Orc Lord stood ready, tightly gripping its giant axe. As the fierce battle began, Yeonju and the Orc Lord appeared evenly matched at first. The Orc Lord skillfully blocked Yeonju's vicious attacks, holding its ground firmly. Taking advantage of the fierce battle, Ga-young saw her chance, quickly drawing back her bow and firing a swift, deadly arrow aimed directly at the orc. Yet, the massive orc captain effortlessly blocked Ga-young's arrow with his axe, clearly displaying annoyingly impressive reflexes, almost mockingly playing with them like they were children's toys. The orc, however, only became even angrier and more furious. Well, Yeonju had absolutely had enough. She was completely fed up with this giant green monster's stubborn resistance. The angrier she got, the stronger she became, until suddenly, with an enraged roar, Yeonju doubled in size, becoming a true monster herself, growling ferociously and overflowing with raw power. The Orc Lord, now clearly realizing he was utterly screwed, barely had a moment to react before Yeonju savagely tore into him, brutally ripping off every single limb using her razor-sharp teeth and claws. Blood dripped ominously from her jaws, painting a horrific yet satisfying picture. At that exact moment, the system promptly notified her of the victory. She had successfully defeated a level 28 Orc Lord, earning huge EXP and a massive 73 million won reward. Another important message immediately followed, notifying that Yeonju had defeated the boss of Jeonpo Station, unlocking a major milestone. A new building was now available for construction, an outpost. The system carefully explained that this outpost would create a safe zone located outside the main area. When activated, it would offer the same level of protection as the shut-in zone, but only if someone with a knight title or higher permanently resided there. However, the system issued a clear warning. If an enemy stayed in the outpost longer than 1 day, the outpost would be utterly destroyed. The screen flashed the enormous price of 1.3 billion won for this outpost. Seo-jun, upon seeing this insane amount, felt briefly stunned, but then quickly smiled confidently. Now that all the orcs were eliminated, the account balance was looking healthier than ever. Seo-jun carefully weighed the heavy investment. Even though the cost was steep, the outpost could still prove valuable. Suddenly, the system asked another question. To build this outpost, 3 citizens with at least the Knight title must reside there for a full 7 days. It asked Seo-jun if he really wanted to proceed with this costly venture. Seo-jun paused deeply, carefully thinking it through. If he agreed, Oh Yeonju, Kim Da-jung, and Ha Dong-jeon would have to remain at Yeonpo Station for a full week. But right now, time was critical. 7 days was way too long, especially given Yeonjo urgently needed to hunt down a level 40 monster to resurrect her child. Clearly, this wasn't feasible. Furthermore, the monsters around Jeonpo Station had already been cleared by Ha Dong-jeon's group and local citizens, significantly lowering the strategic value of the outpost. After considering it deeply, Seo-jun finally decided not to build it. He knew the outpost would have been incredibly helpful if it could have been built at the main house instead, keeping his family safe. However, he painfully realized it wouldn't be easy to relocate his grandparents safely to the main house. At this point, Seo-jun could only desperately hope his grandparents were still alive and well. With that grim determination, Seo-jun decided firmly that tomorrow he'd immediately send Ha Dong's group straight to the main house. Back at the underground subway, Kim Jeon watched in utter amazement and maybe even a bit of horror as the intense battle unfolded. He saw clearly how Yeonju viciously tore through the orcs like a bloodthirsty, unstoppable monster. The orcs practically begged Yeonju for mercy, making the scene look absolutely inhuman. Even before Seo-jun granted her power, Oh Yeonju was already impressively strong. Now, however, she had become terrifyingly powerful. Kim Jeon couldn't help but wonder how Seo-jun managed to recruit someone this strong to his side. As he continued observing, Kim Jeon noticed something strange. Oh Yeonju seemed completely focused on goblins chasing after them, as if she had some new, special vendetta against their entire existence. At that very moment, the system flashed another sudden notification. A new party quest had begun. The objective appeared deceptively simple. Return within 1 hour. The reward? Just a small amount of experience points. And notably, there was no punishment for failing. On the surface, it looked incredibly easy. But Kim Jeon, cautious as always, knew all too well that even the simplest tasks could go terribly wrong in this cruel apocalypse. Soon after, Dong's group finally showed up. Dong informed Kim Jeon it was time to head back immediately. Kim Jeon lifted his arm and called out to his familiar. A sleek black crow swiftly landed on his arm, its feathers gleaming softly in the dim light. Kim Jeon gently petted the bird, affectionately naming it Kami. Before setting off, Dong politely requested Kim Jeon to scout ahead. Kim Jeon's unique ability allowed him to control his crow and see through its eyes, although his scouting range was unfortunately limited, and he could control only one crow at a time. Kim Jeon nodded calmly and sent Kami flying gracefully through the subway tunnels. Through their shared vision, Kim Jeon carefully examined the path ahead. No threats, no immediate dangers. Confidently, Kim Jeon informed Dong the path was clear. With that assurance, the entire group began to move forward. As they silently traversed the underground passage, Kim Jeon noticed a small flicker of movement on the ground. It was a rat, quietly scurrying across. He stared curiously for a moment, but when he blinked, the rat had already vanished. He shrugged it off, assuming it was probably just an ordinary, harmless rat. Yet, somewhere deep down, an uneasy feeling began to stir in his gut. Finally, as they ascended the stairs to leave the subway behind, Kim Jeon glanced backward one final time, and what he saw made his breath catch painfully in his throat. In the shadows, 2 tiny red lights flickered ominously, eyes glowing with sinister intent. The same rat he dismissed earlier suddenly lunged forward, moving impossibly fast, charging directly toward the path Dong's team was currently taking, clearly signaling something horribly dangerous was about to unfold. The scene shifted, and we now saw Seo-jun deeply bowing before Dong's group, quietly hoping they'd agree to help him. For a tense moment, the entire group remained awkwardly silent, exchanging hesitant glances. Seo-jun continued bowing humbly, fully aware the odds were stacked against him. Finally breaking the unbearable silence, Dong asked cautiously if Seo-jun's family was still inside the apartment building. Were they alive and safe? Seo-jun nervously admitted he honestly didn't even know if his parents were still inside that building or even still alive. He simply needed their help desperately to at least find out what had happened to them. But before anyone else could respond, Byung-ho jumped forward with ridiculously high enthusiasm, passionately declaring he'd willingly do anything his god, Seo-jun, commanded. Slowly, the rest of the group also began to speak up with polite smiles, sincerely expressing their deep gratitude to Seo-jun. It was all thanks to him they were alive and safe now. They genuinely felt it was their duty as human beings to help Seo-jun in return. They reassured him warmly, promising they would all help him. Seo-jun emotionally thanked everyone from the very bottom of his ass. Shit, I meant from the very bottom of his heart. Oops, ignore that accidental honesty. Then, regaining his composure, Seo-jun began carefully explaining his new strategy. The orcs at Jeonpo Station had already been dealt with, and now their next critical step was to follow the subway tracks directly towards Seomyeon Station. Seo-jun calmly added that Jagalchi Station was actually the closest to his home and suggested they take Exit 2. Once safely outside, he promised to give more specific details. He bowed deeply once more, sincerely thanking everyone again, recommending they all rest tonight and prepare to start fresh tomorrow morning. However, at that moment, Yeonju suddenly spoke up, grabbing everyone's attention. She hesitated nervously, then asked if Seo-jun couldn't just use his incredible powers to simply teleport his family safely here, exactly like he had done for others whenever they'd been in danger. Seo-jun remained painfully silent, his expression serious and heavy. He remembered clearly that he desperately tried exactly this multiple times before, but tragically, it hadn't worked. The most logical conclusion he'd reached was that he could only manipulate and teleport individuals who were physically located within his domain expansion range. Finally, breaking the silence, Seo-jun quietly admitted the painful truth. He couldn't do everything. His incredible powers had clear limits. Some things he could control, others he tragically could not. Yet he gently reassured Yeonju not to worry about it, firmly reminding her he intended fully to keep the heartfelt promise he'd made earlier. At that exact moment, the system alerted Seo-jun that Yeonju's trust level had just increased. A small, warm smile spread gently across her face as she quietly thanked him sincerely for his honest response. Seo-jun smiled warmly back at her, deeply grateful for their mutual trust. Gently, Seo-jun then encouraged everyone to finally rest, confident they'd have a challenging journey ahead. One by one, everyone began to leave, mentally and physically preparing themselves for tomorrow's difficult journey. Just as things began settling down, Seo-jun suddenly received another notification from the system. An unauthorized entity was urgently trying to enter. Did Seo-jun want to grant her citizenship? As soon as Seo-jun granted citizenship, her detailed profile appeared clearly before him. Her level was surprisingly high at 31, yet her trust level was worryingly stuck at 0. Her awakened ability was clearly labeled Queen of Mice. But curiously, both her experience and settlement fund distribution rates stood completely at 0%. Seo-jun instantly realized this person was clearly an awakened one. On the other hand, Seo-jun stared, utterly baffled. Yejin the rat? Seriously? Had they just gained a woman capable of shape-shifting into a rat? This apocalypse just kept getting weirder. Suddenly, we flashed back to exactly 1 hour ago, when Yejin first discovered Dong's group inside the subway. Completely shocked to the core, she witnessed Dong's team effortlessly slaughtering orcs and couldn't help but wonder if all awakened individuals were always this strong, or if Dong's group was somehow uniquely powerful. Driven by overwhelming curiosity, she decided to follow them discreetly, observing closely from the shadows, eventually ending up at Seo-jun's apartment complex. Yet when Yejin finally reached the apartments, she was utterly stunned. Children were playing happily in an actual playground, laughing joyfully. The entire area was bustling with busy, cheerful people, almost as if the apocalypse had completely skipped over this particular area. Yejin, still in her rat form, couldn't believe her eyes. Was she dreaming? How was it even possible there were no monsters here and all buildings remained entirely undamaged? What kind of bizarre paradise had she stumbled upon? Determined to uncover more, Yejin charged forward toward the apartment at full rat speed, but immediately collided with a sudden shimmering blue shield materializing out of nowhere, blocking her path completely. She bounced back painfully, leaving a small, embarrassing bump on her head. Immediately, a system interface appeared, denying entry but politely asking if she'd like to become a citizen. The rat eagerly squeaked, desperately trying to say, "Yes!" But tragically, nothing happened. The interface remained unchanged, utterly ignoring her ratty pleas. Yejin sank into despair, realizing sadly that perhaps a rat could never be recognized as a citizen. Just when she was about to give up entirely, the interface miraculously updated, granting her citizenship. Obviously, this was exactly the moment Seo-jun had granted her citizenship. Overjoyed, the rat dashed forward with newfound hope, but chaos instantly erupted the moment she entered the building. People screamed hysterically at the sight of the rat, their fear quickly escalating into a frenzied attempt to violently stomp her out of existence. Desperately dodging frantic, panicked feet, Yejin scurried frantically to escape, eventually fleeing into another part of the building. Finally, she accidentally stumbled into the training room, but what she saw made her tiny rat heart nearly leap out of her furry body. Muscular men with insanely thick bodies lifted massive weights, sweating intensely, while women with equally impressive mommy-level muscles casually lifted heavy dumbbells, vigorously exercising. At this moment, Yejin felt utterly confused. Just what kind of bizarre, muscle-worshipping cult had she joined? Just then, Yejin suddenly woke from her rat form with an intense, splitting headache. Grinning painfully through clenched teeth, she complained softly that her head felt as if it would explode, but then she abruptly burst into wild, hysterical laughter. Finally, she'd found a real survivor camp. She couldn't believe her good fortune. Yejin was genuinely ecstatic, convinced she'd finally discovered her best chance of surviving this merciless apocalypse. But quickly, her joy faded, replaced by worry. Sitting down thoughtfully, Yejin realized her biggest problem. How would she reach that amazing apartment safely? Although it wasn't too far, she knew a vicious, monstrous creature guarded the station she'd have to cross to reach Seo-jun's paradise-like apartment building. Then the scene shifts, and we see Seo-jun had hunted that rat. That is why Yejin's connection with the rat got disconnected. Then, another window pops up. It's about the Queen of Mice, Grade A. It explains that every mouse she meets follows her. They're not just pets, they act like parts of her body. She can even see and feel through them. Seo-jun's face becomes serious. He quickly understands. The mouse was not moving on its own. It was controlled by someone strong, an A-rank awakener. The name Queen of Mice makes it clear. To be sure, Seo-jun uses the pervy eyes to look around, but he doesn't find her nearby. She might be far away or hiding. Just then, a thought struck Seo-jun's mind. He opens the system and writes a quest. It's simple. The Queen of Mice must come to the apartment within 48 hours. The reward is a cola and a choco bar. There's no punishment if she fails. As he checks the quest, Seo-jun remembers something. Yeonju once asked why he couldn't bring his family over with his power. He had tried many times and failed, but he was unable to bring his mom and dad because they were outside of his domain. And Yejin is also outside of his domain, but she is one of his citizens. So he decided to test one thing. People who become citizens are under his control. Even from far away, their actions are counted. That proves something. So Seo-jun changes the quest. He makes the time limit just 10 seconds and adds a punishment: forced summoning. To his surprise, the system approved this request, meaning if she failed to complete this quest in 10 seconds, she will get summoned right here, right now. Wow. He looks at the screen, shocked. His heart races. This could change everything. If he can summon someone like this, then maybe he can bring his family too. When an outpost is activated, it gets the same power as the main home for a short time. This means that once Dong's party sets it up, Seo-jun can make his family citizens. If they become citizens, he can use the quest system to bring them over. He's sure this plan can work, but he worries about the cost. Still, he decides to go ahead and send the modified quest. He just hopes it won't cost more than 1,000,000,000 won. The system countdown begins, 10 seconds. When the countdown ends, the system shows the quest result. It says the Queen of Mice, Seo Yejin, has failed the quest. Then it shows the total cost, only 31 million won. Seeing this, Seo-jun took a deep shitload of relief. On the other hand, a surprised and panicked Yejin suddenly appears in the apartment. She looks very scared and confused, thinking what and how the fuck happened to her. Seo-jun stares at her, shocked that the summoning actually worked. Without waiting, Seo-jun calls her by name, showing he already knows who she is. Yejin was scared to her core and quickly asks who he is and how he knows her. Seo-jun stays calm. He tells her that he's the one who gave her citizenship and brought her here. He explains that she's now on the top floor of the apartment building, the same place she once saw through the mouse's eyes. He understands that being pulled here so suddenly must have scared her and says sorry for not warning her first. To make her feel more welcome, Seo-jun offers her a cola and a choco bar while introducing himself. Seo Yejin takes the snack and drink, trying to understand everything that just happened. After a moment, she speaks, asking. She is very confused. There was a system notification that came, and just after 10 seconds, she was here. Was this all Seo-jun's doing? Seo-jun, with a serious expression, agreed, saying he was the one who made the quest. Hearing this again, she got baffled, asking who the hell is this guy? A god? If he is, she wildly prayed Seo-jun to help her. She said she knows she is being shameless, but there are some people she's in charge of, and she wants Seo-jun's help. When asked how many, she explained it was around 35 people. After some time, Seo-jun rejected her request, explaining it will be impossible to bring everyone here like he did with her. Seo-jun is not a god with unlimited abilities. Hearing this, she started crying, begging Seo-jun to please help her mom, dad, and her siblings, saying she will do anything, any request, even that one. Seo-jun, after thinking some time, realized something important. Seo Yejin never interacted with him directly before, yet he was still able to grant her citizenship. This suggests that the mouse spirit might be considered an extension of Yejin herself. He wonders if that connection could help him bring her family over. Just then, the system interface appears, showing Yejin's stats. He sees she's level 31, her trust level is at 37, and her awakened ability is Queen of Mice. Both her experience share and profit share are at 0%. Seo-jun notices her trust level has already increased, but given the situation, it makes sense that she would be more willing to trust him now. Seo-jun turns to Yejin and asks if she truly meant what she said, if she's willing to do anything to protect her family. Without hesitation, Seo Yejin confidently affirms her position. She's ready to do whatever it takes. Seo-jun nods, explaining that there's only one way to save her family, but it requires her full trust. He assures her that if she trusts him completely, he will find a way to help them. Without a second thought, Yejin declares her complete trust in him, vowing to do whatever it takes. As soon as she says this, a system notification appears. Her trust level has risen significantly to 50, and her loyalty level is now over 30. Because of this, she now meets the conditions for vassal registration. Seo-jun immediately activates the vassal registration process. A blue aura surrounds Yejin, and she watches herself in amazement. When the process ends, her stats change dramatically. She now holds the titles of 10th Seed, Knight, and Tamer. Her trust level has increased to 52, and her loyalty level is now 33. New system information also appears, revealing that tamed beings' stats grow based on their loyalty and trust levels, with faster growth at higher trust percentages. Furthermore, Seo-jun sees that Yejin's evolution grade is now A+, meaning that tamed rats under her command will continue to grow stronger and even evolve into more powerful forms once they reach a certain level. Well, I will not be surprised if one day her rats grow muscles and start walking on 2 legs. Seo-jun immediately asks Seo Yejin if any of her tamed mice are near her family. When she doesn't answer right away, he insists, telling her to send one of them to her family immediately. Without hesitation, Yejin follows his command. At the same time, Seo-jun activates the pervy eyes, allowing him to see through the eyes of the tamed mouse. With this, Seo-jun was sharing the vision of the mouse with her. As the small mouse scurries toward Yejin's family, Seo-jun carefully observes its surroundings. When the mouse reaches the location, a system interface appears. To Yejin's family's surprise, food and drinks begin to appear before them, causing them to wonder if this is something Seo Yejin did. Meanwhile, Seo-jun receives another system notification. Seo Yejin's trust level has risen again, just as he anticipated. Seo-jun realizes that her ability combined with the pervy eyes creates a perfect synergy. With her control over thousands of mice all crawling through the sewers, Seo-jun now has the ability to see and gather information from countless places at once. This discovery excites him. He has just gained the ultimate scouting ability, MC, using the system's ability to the fullest and gaining best SLA. No! People with OP power for his plan. Yejin asked Seo-jun if he was talking about Nambumin neighborhood when he mentioned the area near Songdo branch. Seo-jun quickly confirmed her guess. Hearing this, Yejin immediately perked up. She knew Nambumin well since her own family lived there. This familiarity gave her a distinct advantage over Dong's group. She didn't even need to physically go there herself. Instead, she could simply send one of her tiny mice to safely scout the area. Using her mice, Seo-jun could confirm if his family was alive and exactly where they were without unnecessarily risking his team's safety. With a genuinely kind smile, Yejin quickly assured Seo-jun she'd happily take care of this important task. Immediately, the system interface showed her trust and loyalty levels significantly increased. Seo-jun urged her to head out right away, suggesting she use the subway tracks since he was planning a larger rescue mission later. However, upon hearing Seo-jun's casual mention of sending his team into the subway, Yejin's eyes widened with sheer terror. Instantly panicked, she loudly shouted at Seo-jun that sending anyone down there would be absolute suicide. Frantically, she explained the subway tracks were dangerously unsafe, specifically because a horrifying monster lurked menacingly at Seomyeon Station. Seo-jun, confused but intrigued, pressed her urgently for more detailed information. Yejin anxiously elaborated, describing it as a monstrous, vicious creature unlike anything she'd ever encountered before. Seo-jun, still determined, asked her to immediately send a mouse to closely scout the terrifying monster. Without hesitation, Yejin agreed, promptly activating her ability. The scene quickly shifted, and now we saw her tiny mouse racing frantically toward the subway, running at full speed. Fear was clearly etched into the mouse's tiny, trembling face. Suddenly, an eerie, bone-chilling, crunchy sound echoed hauntingly throughout the entire area. The mouse froze momentarily in horror, witnessing a massive snake-like monster calmly munching on the head of an orc lord, crunching it casually like popcorn. With a single gulp, the enormous snake effortlessly swallowed the entire orc lord whole. Terrifyingly, the very next instant, the gigantic snake noticed the mouse's tiny presence, making the mouse literally pee her tiny mouse panties in sheer terror. In the next horrifying moment, with a blood-curdling roar, the enormous snake lunged viciously at the mouse, its terrifyingly sharp, dagger-like teeth inches away from swallowing the tiny creature alive. Miraculously, thanks to her small size and incredibly quick reflexes, the mouse barely dodged the lethal attack, saving her tiny life by a literal hair's width. Immediately after narrowly escaping death, the mouse desperately turned and fled at full speed, frantically running as if the very gates of hell had opened behind her. Seo-jun, on the other hand, watched absolutely everything with his pervy, all-seeing eyes. He quickly realized the snake was far stronger than he'd anticipated, probably well above level 40. Damn, Seo-jun thought nervously. That terrifying thing probably belonged to Sasuke's summoned snake from Naruto. Meanwhile, Yejin carefully observed Seo-jun's reaction and immediately agreed that Seomyeon Station was indeed far too dangerous. She suggested instead skipping one station entirely and heading toward a different subway station. Although this alternative path would be longer, it would at least be significantly safer. Yejin confidently reassured Seo-jun that his team was strong enough to make the journey safely. Hearing all this, Seo-jun first sincerely thanked Yejin. If not for her timely warning, his precious team would have been in serious, possibly deadly trouble. Seo-jun then kindly informed Yejin she could stay comfortably in Unit 2701 starting immediately, but gently reminded her she'd need to clean it first. Yejin happily thanked him before politely leaving. As Yejin left, Seo-jun stood there with a sly, smirking smile. Before meeting Yejin, he would have had absolutely no choice but to avoid that horrifying monster entirely, taking a far longer route. But now, thanks to Yejin's abilities, things would be drastically different. Seo-jun had suddenly devised a brilliantly wicked plan. He immediately instructed the system to install a solar generator, initiating a 24-hour countdown. Seo-jun then watched thoughtfully as solar panels were swiftly installed on the rooftops. Observing carefully, he quickly realized they were efficient, but tragically not sufficient to adequately support nearly 800 citizens. To genuinely improve living conditions and expand further, they'd clearly need significantly more funding and additional manpower. He swiftly formulated a plan to establish a 3-shift system dedicated to maintaining communal facilities and resource gathering. Ultimately, Seo-jun concluded confidently that more aggressive hunting was the key. Meanwhile, elsewhere, we saw Dong's party frantically running like hell from an unknown threat until they abruptly stopped, readying their weapons to attack. Quickly, it became clear they were being chased by grotesque bat-like monsters. Ga-young and her teammates immediately fired mana-imbued arrows, effortlessly slaughtering the bat creatures with absolute ease. Once all the bat monsters were utterly annihilated, Ga-young quickly asked if anyone was hurt. Relieved upon seeing everyone safe, she finally breathed a deep sigh of relief. However, her sister nervously mentioned the terrifying snake monster lurking ahead at Seomyeon Station, openly doubting if they could truly hunt such a fearsome creature. Ga-young confidently reassured her that they'd be fine. After all, Seo-jun could instantly summon them back if things went horribly wrong. Dong also chimed in, agreeing confidently that there was no need to worry as long as Seo-jun kept an eye on them. With renewed confidence, the group bravely pressed onward, but nothing could have prepared them for the horrific scene awaiting them. They soon stumbled across a horribly ruined train, completely surrounded by the grotesque corpses of orc leaders sprawled everywhere like dead cockroaches, every single body savagely torn apart. Witnessing this unimaginable horror, everyone froze, deeply disturbed, desperately wondering what the hell had caused such brutal carnage. The youngest team member suddenly doubled over, violently vomiting at the disgusting sight of scattered limbs and intestines sprawled gruesomely across the floor. Suddenly, a chilling, blood-curdling sound slowly approached them, causing everyone to turn pale in terror. Their eyes literally popped wide open in sheer horror at what stood before them. A massive, monstrous snake with scales as hard as steel, staring directly at them like they were tasty snacks ready to be devoured. Togi screamed in utter despair, wondering aloud how the hell they were supposed to defeat a terrifying monster of that caliber. But in the very next moment, Dong urgently grabbed Ga Young, loudly shouting for everyone to immediately duck down. Just then, the monstrous snake unleashed a deafening roar powerful enough to create a terrifying shockwave, violently throwing everyone backward in sheer terror. The terrifying shockwave was too intense, overwhelming everyone instantly. The boys desperately shielded the women, barely managing to prevent any fatal injuries. Yet everyone's heads felt like they were literally exploding from the unbearable pain of that brutal sonic boom. At that exact moment, the system suddenly notified them clearly, ordering them to urgently kill that monstrous snake. Dong felt instant terror grip his heart, wondering desperately how in the name of God they could possibly kill that horrifying beast. However, to Dong's surprise, the giant snake was suddenly acting oddly sluggish, hardly moving. Seeing this golden opportunity, Dong quickly exchanged glances with Yeonju and without hesitation threw his spear with every ounce of strength he possessed. Then, we flash back a few critical minutes earlier. Seo-jun had calmly explained that this particular giant snake was notorious for devouring its prey alive. Typically, it used venom to paralyze its prey or squeezed them brutally until they suffocated. Yet with smaller creatures like mice, it didn't even bother, simply swallowing them alive, foolishly never considering them a threat. Seo-jun immediately devised a wickedly genius plan, using this exact behavior against the monster. He swiftly commanded Yejin to thrust her tiny mouse directly into the snake's small nose hole. And wham! She obediently followed orders, rapidly scurrying straight into the massive snake's body. This was precisely where Seo-jun's deliciously evil plan truly began. With a wicked smirking smile, he opened his inventory, and from inside Yejin's tiny mouse body, he immediately unleashed poisonous gas. But that wasn't enough for Seo-jun's twisted genius. Next, he poured gasoline directly into the snake's stomach, igniting it violently. In mere moments, the snake's entire body burst into chaotic flames, being utterly wrecked from the inside out by a devastating explosion. The intense blast shook even Yejin herself, rattling her body painfully from the violent aftershock. Seo-jun swiftly checked on her, relieved as she smiled weakly, reassuring him she was fine, just slightly shocked. Seo-jun praised her incredible bravery, before quickly refocusing his attention back to the subway battle. Using his all-seeing pervy eyes, Seo-jun closely observed the unfolding scene. Cleverly, he decided not to directly kill the snake himself. Instead, strategically planning for his knights, Dong and Yeonju, to deliver the final blow. This way, Seo-jun would cleverly earn 6 times the experience and rewards. And now, returning to the present moment, Dong and his group finally realized the earlier shockwave hadn't been caused by the snake, but was actually from the violent internal explosion Seo-jun had ingeniously triggered inside the monster's massive body. Seeing this critical opportunity clearly, Dong threw his spear with maximum power, swiftly killing the snake monster instantly. Immediately afterward, the system granted Seo-jun an absolutely massive amount of EXP and 1.8 billion won directly deposited into his shut-in wallet. Since they successfully defeated the boss of Seomyeon Station, Seo-jun was now permitted to build a valuable outpost there. Dong and Yeonju's skill levels dramatically increased, while the home domain's level skyrocketed impressively to level 15. As a cherry on top, Seo-jun received 3 additional bonus skill points: a new system message abruptly popped up, notifying Seo-jun clearly that qualified individuals for citizenship had been located. Quickly assessing the situation, Seo-jun realized there were around 200 people involved. Without hesitation, he immediately granted them citizenship. Instantly, the system updated again, proudly announcing the total citizen count had now reached an incredible 1,000. Because of this enormous milestone, everyone gained a brand new benefit called the baseline skill. Thanks to this skill, Seo-jun astonishingly received 100% XP and money sharing from all citizens. Seeing this unbelievable notification, Seo-jun was utterly baffled. It felt like blatant cheating. He'd literally gain all the XP from every single citizen. What the actual fuck? Just then, Yejin hesitantly approached, quietly admitting she knew this wasn't exactly the best timing, but shyly asked if Seo-jun could now safely bring her family into his secure domain. Seo-jun, after pausing briefly, politely smiled and warmly agreed. Overwhelmed with joy, Yejin was deeply thankful and incredibly happy. Seo-jun then quickly asked Yejin if she was able to control her mice again. Excitedly, Yejin confirmed she could. The scene abruptly shifted back to Yejin's tiny mouse, urgently running somewhere new, eventually bumping straight into Dong's group. What Dong and the others witnessed was pure, devastating carnage. It resembled a horrific slaughterhouse. Hundreds of orcs lay dead, gruesomely half-eaten, clearly victims of the monstrous snake's merciless appetite. Yejin's tiny mouse desperately ran ahead, frantically attempting to communicate with Dong's group, urging them silently to follow her. Seeing this strange behavior, Toji felt completely surprised. Was this also another mysterious ability of Seo-jun's? Intrigued, the group obediently continued following Yejin's mouse. Meanwhile, Seo-jun finally deactivated his pervy eyes, returning to his room. Now it was finally time for his own personal growth. He had 3 unused skill points, carefully pondering exactly where to allocate them. Given how rapidly their territory was expanding, Seo-jun decided the absolute best choice was to further power up his pervy eyes ability. This skill synergized perfectly with Yejin's unique mouse power, significantly enhancing their combined teamwork. The moment he upgraded the skill, however, a sudden, sharp, and intense pain violently struck Seo-jun's head. He tightly gripped his temples, desperately fighting the agonizing sensation. Elsewhere, Dong's group abruptly ran straight into a horde of goblins. Yet, something strange immediately caught Seo-jun's attention. He could now clearly see the exact levels and stats of these goblins. They were roughly level 8 and dangerously moved in organized groups. Unlike typical goblins, these ones weren't stupid. They wielded tools like sharp spears and clubs. They were incredibly agile, fought efficiently as a cohesive unit, and could see remarkably well even within the dark subway tunnels. Their eyesight was so sharp they could accurately identify movements and objects clearly from long distances. Watching this intently, Seo-jun immediately realized how incredibly valuable this type of vision could be. It could drastically improve their ability to explore and survive. He immediately started thinking about personally hunting goblins to potentially acquire such a valuable skill. He also remembered his important goal of lowering the massive cost of resurrection. To achieve this, Seo-jun decided firmly he needed to start assigning more quests, allowing others to fight and grow stronger independently, thus saving precious resources and boosting overall group efficiency. Next, Seo-jun shifted focus to another critical skill, dignity maintenance. As their population rapidly grew, maintaining trust and loyalty became increasingly vital. People's perceptions directly affected their cooperation, motivation, and teamwork. Recognizing its importance, Seo-jun swiftly used one skill point to upgrade dignity maintenance. Immediately after completing the upgrade, however, a sudden loud and sharp gunshot violently shattered the peaceful silence, its ominous echo cutting harshly through the quiet air from far away, signaling potential new danger. Seo-jun's eyes snapped sharply toward the sudden noise, his face instantly turning dead serious. He quickly realized the shocking truth. That ominous gunshot hadn't originated from the building, but rather echoed ominously from deep underground, within the dark subway tunnels where hordes of goblins had gathered. The scene rapidly shifted, revealing something utterly bizarre. Goblins casually wielding actual guns, wearing jackets and pants. What the fuck? As the goblins opened fire, Ha-dong urgently signaled everyone to duck down immediately. Bullets flew dangerously close, and they quickly realized they had zero chance in a direct shootout. Even Dong was deeply confused, wondering how the hell these goblins suddenly got their filthy little hands on guns. But Dong didn't need to worry long. Byung-ho instantly teleported directly behind the goblins, his aura blazing fiercely. With lethal precision, he pierced straight through their chests, effortlessly dodging bullets with his teleportation as he sliced and diced goblins mercilessly. Another goblin desperately aimed its pistol, but an arrow, fired perfectly, impaled its hand before it could even pull the trigger. Simultaneously, Ga-young and Toji rushed heroically to join the fight, and Yeonju transformed into her fearsome beast form. Together, with pure love and ruthless care, they utterly annihilated every single goblin. On the other hand, a sudden system message popped up, notifying Seo-jun of an incredible new item available: guns in his store, complete with unlimited ammunition. Hell yeah, this was an absolute game changer. Yet Seo-jun immediately recognized the potential problem. He couldn't simply sell these guns openly in his public store. If ordinary people saw guns openly for sale, their excitement to hunt monsters would skyrocket. Even citizens below level 10 might recklessly start hunting dangerous orcs, tempted by instant power. While this would undeniably bring in more EXP and profits, Seo-jun knew not everyone was trustworthy. Until now, Seo-jun had accepted everyone as citizens, regardless of their background, assuming he could manage any troublemakers. That policy had allowed the city to expand quickly. More people meant more manpower, quicker development, and faster overall progress. But now, introducing guns into the mix was dangerous. Guns were fundamentally different from swords or bows. They provided instant, deadly power. If the wrong person wielded that lethal power, chaos could erupt quickly, especially with such a large population. Hidden envy, grudges, jealousy, these common human emotions could quickly spiral into serious, potentially lethal problems. In the absolute worst-case scenario, someone could lose their life. Because of these serious risks, Seo-jun firmly decided only verified, trustworthy individuals with notably high loyalty levels would be permitted guns. He immediately knew exactly who the first trustworthy person should be. Meanwhile, Dong's group had successfully eliminated all the goblins. Suddenly, to Byung-ho's immense surprise, a gun and a mysterious box magically appeared right in front of him. With deep reverence, Byung-ho gratefully picked them up, silently thanking his beloved god Seo-jun in his heart. At this point, Byung-ho adored Seo-jun so much, he might seriously consider marrying him. Afterward, Dong's group continued moving forward carefully, with Yejin's mouse still guiding their way. Eventually, they reached a door. Dong bravely stepped forward, gripping the handle firmly, and swung the door open. Inside, they discovered a terrified group of people huddled close together, their eyes filled with uncertainty and fear. Elsewhere, Seo-jun was calmly strolling outside with Yejin, quietly enjoying the rare moment of peace. He felt genuinely happy, satisfied that the walking trail was now officially part of their expanding territory. As they walked, Yejin gently thanked him for personally coming to meet her. Seo-jun silently thought it had truly been a very long time since he'd last experienced such genuine, peaceful tranquility. Suddenly, a new system alert disrupted the quiet moment. It warned an unknown entity was urgently attempting to enter. Almost immediately after, another notification appeared, indicating someone qualified for citizenship was nearby. The system politely asked Seo-jun if he'd like to approve them. Without hesitation, Seo-jun confirmed, granting citizenship. Her sister playfully teased Yejin, joking that she smelled surprisingly good. Had she secretly taken a shower? Yejin laughed, cheerfully replying that warm water was now available, and her sister could finally shower too. From a short distance away, Seo-jun calmly observed their joyful reunion, his expression peaceful and deeply satisfied. After a moment, Seo-jun gently called out to Yejin, telling her that Unit 2701 was now officially hers. She was free to use it however she liked, although it might be a bit cramped if she planned on fitting over 30 people inside. Hearing this, Yejin nervously glanced back at the large group behind her, suddenly unsure about how she'd accommodate everyone comfortably. Noticing her immediate worry, Seo-jun kindly stepped forward, reassuring Yejin he'd grant her 3 additional rooms, simply because he genuinely believed she deserved it. Deeply touched by this unexpected generosity, Yejin's face lit up with gratitude, sincerely thanking Seo-jun. He then calmly listed the extra units she'd receive, 2402, 2301, and 1092, all conveniently located in the same building. Bursting with joy, Yejin promised to dedicate herself completely, vowing she'd willingly work tirelessly until her 90s if it was for Seo Jun. At that exact moment, Seo Jun suddenly received another new system notification. Yejin's trust and loyalty levels had significantly increased. Simultaneously, Hong Dalrei, Lee Seung-jun, and Han Jung-soo's trust and loyalty had also notably improved, clearly signaling their bond with Seo Jun was strengthening even further. Observing the interface closely, Seo Jun suddenly remembered he'd leveled up earlier, but had completely forgotten to check the new rewards. His attention shifted curiously to a brand new feature he'd never explored, the Guardian Beast Management System. Excitedly, he opened it, but upon seeing the cost, Seo Jun nearly fainted on the spot. Unlocking this system required a jaw-dropping 1 billion won. As Seo Jun slowly began grasping the staggering cost of unlocking this mysterious Guardian Beast system, a gentle yet clear voice unexpectedly interrupted his thoughts. Calmly, it politely asked if he had a moment to talk. Quickly composing himself, Seo Jun went inside the building and invited the person in. The door slowly opened, revealing Hyerin, the youngest and most vulnerable member of Dong's group. She stepped inside quietly, clearly nervous and hesitant, her posture betraying deep-seated anxiety. Bowing her head respectfully, she softly mentioned she had something important to discuss. Seo Jun silently gestured for her to sit down and speak openly. Hyerin took a shaky breath, then looked Seo Jun straight in the eyes, her voice trembling as she sincerely apologized, her nervous demeanor making her look genuinely terrified. Gathering every ounce of courage she had, she finally made her heartfelt yet shaky request, politely asking Seo Jun if she could please leave the party. Seo Jun was completely caught off guard. He genuinely hadn't expected Yu Hyerin to suddenly say she wanted to leave the party. Quietly and hesitantly, she explained her painful feelings, believing her power wasn't useful and feeling she didn't stand out enough. She even thought sadly that maybe nobody would even notice if she disappeared. Seo Jun listened carefully, encouraging her gently to speak openly and honestly. That's when Hyerin finally broke down completely, her voice trembling uncontrollably, hot tears streaming down her cheeks. She confessed the monsters were utterly terrifying. The giant snake they fought earlier today, the vicious red tiger that previously chased her. Apologizing repeatedly, she cried bitterly, feeling utterly useless, painfully convinced she was letting Seo Jun down, even though he always bravely rescued everyone. Her tearful apologies continued relentlessly, painfully expressing how she felt completely useless, failing miserably to meet Seo Jun's expectations. But Seo Jun had already anticipated this exact conversation. Back when they rescued Moon Byung-ho's grandmother, and during their fierce battles against orcs, he'd carefully observed everything. Yu Hyerin had indeed rarely stood out, typically hiding quietly, but Seo Jun never blamed her. He fully understood her poison mist was dangerously powerful, so much so that if used incorrectly, it could accidentally hurt their allies. Because of this enormous risk, she was constantly forced to hold back, unable to fight freely, making her feel defenseless, like standing bravely in front of a massive army without weapons or armor. She had no choice but to hide like an ordinary person, despite courageously risking her life each and every time. Seo Jun deeply understood how incredibly difficult this was for her, yet knowing all this sadly couldn't ease the emotional pain of feeling inadequate. Meanwhile, Hyerin continued sobbing uncontrollably, occasionally hiccuping through her tears. After a short, gentle silence, Seo Jun finally spoke calmly, reassuring her kindly that the timing was actually perfect, because he desperately needed someone trustworthy to assist him. Seo Jun explained that Dabin, managing the shared space on the 21st floor, had been tirelessly treating injured people completely alone, gradually becoming utterly exhausted and desperately requesting Seo Jun's assistance. Seo Jun warmly expressed he needed someone honest, reliable, and compassionate for this crucial role, and he genuinely believed Yu Hyerin was precisely that person. Gently, he asked if she'd be willing to help, softly reassuring her that absolutely no one was useless if they bravely continued moving forward, giving their best effort. Seo Jun warmly reminded her that her poison mist was incredibly unique, genuinely believing that one day soon it would brilliantly shine. If battling monsters outside was currently too overwhelming, she could comfortably assist from inside, patiently regaining confidence. When the moment eventually arrived, Seo-jun sincerely emphasized he would depend heavily on her strength again. Once he finished speaking, Seo-jun unexpectedly bowed deeply. Hyerin, utterly shocked by his genuine humility, felt deeply touched and bashfully smiled warmly within her heart. At that exact emotional moment, the system interface quietly popped up, revealing her loyalty had dramatically surged, instantly hitting the absolute maximum of 100. With tears still gently staining her cheeks, Hyerin quickly wiped them away, softly apologizing for emotionally breaking down, quietly promising she'd sincerely do her absolute best from now onward. Seo-jun warmly smiled, gently reassuring her she'd already done amazingly well up until now, genuinely promising he'd continue deeply relying upon her. Moments later, Seo-jun stood thoughtfully, seriously considering whether he should finally unlock the mysterious new feature. Instantly, an interface appeared clearly before him, prominently displaying that summoning a guardian beast required a massive 1 billion won. Seo-jun hesitated momentarily, then boldly decided, screw it, he'd go for it. But as soon as he confidently clicked yes, an incredibly bright golden magic circle violently erupted, surrounded by crackling lightning. In its blazing center, a brilliantly shining golden crystal egg suddenly materialized, rapidly beginning to crack open. The blinding radiance intensified dramatically, forcing Seo-jun to desperately shield his eyes, until suddenly, with an ear-splitting crack, the egg finally broke apart, releasing a burst of light so overwhelmingly bright it nearly blinded him completely. When the dazzling light finally faded away, Seo-jun was left standing utterly stunned, his eyes comically wide open. Sitting exactly where the egg had been was a tiny, adorable, and utterly cute fucking blackbird. Incredibly curious, Seo-jun immediately activated his pervy eyes to closely examine the bird's details. The system instantly informed him clearly. The bird was actually a divine three-legged crow, currently only at level 1. It possessed the powerful energy of the sun, but since it was currently just a fragile baby, it desperately needed Seo-jun's protection and a ton of warm sunlight to properly grow. Seo-jun stood there, carefully considering what name to give the adorable bird. Gazing thoughtfully at her shiny jet-black feathers, he finally settled on the perfect name, Blackie. To Seo-jun's pleasant surprise and delight, the tiny bird immediately flapped her wings excitedly, clearly ecstatic about her brand new name. But then, Blackie continued frantically waving her tiny wings, quickly making Seo-jun realize she must be hungry. He immediately handed her a bag of chips, which she eagerly munched with pure, delightful joy. Immediately after finishing her snack, Blackie instantly fell asleep, fully content, exactly like a typical lazy cat would after eating its fill. Right at that precise moment, Seo-jun suddenly received a new system alert. It proudly announced Blackie's level had already increased. And astonishingly, the solar generator's efficiency had dramatically surged by an incredible 100%. Seo-jun quickly remembered these solar generators produced electricity by converting sunlight. Normally, each generator earned roughly 80,000 to 100,000 won daily, with any excess power automatically converted directly into cash deposited straight into Seo-jun's special wallet. Seo-jun also quickly remembered the 10 newly acquired buildings he'd recently obtained, none of which currently possessed solar generators, since he'd previously lacked sufficient funds. Before now, investing a hefty 130 million won just to earn roughly 30 million annually seemed utterly absurd and wasteful. But now, thanks to Blackie's incredible power, everything had dramatically changed. With Blackie's extraordinary boost, the annual earnings for each building suddenly skyrocketed to nearly 90 million won, almost triple the previous income. Seo-jun immediately understood there was absolutely no reason to hesitate any longer. Without a moment's delay, he decisively installed solar generators on all 10 buildings. The system responded instantly, confirming the construction would be completed within just 24 hours. Feeling incredibly satisfied with this amazing turn of events, Seo-jun casually headed toward Unit 3001. He urgently needed to speak privately with Fatty. The moment Fatty opened the door, Seo-jun politely greeted him. But in the very next second, his expression turned gravely serious. With a firm and intense gaze, Seo-jun straightforwardly told Fatty he wanted to entrust him with handling his money. Fatty stood there, completely frozen, taking a moment to fully process Seo-jun's unexpected statement. Once he finally grasped its meaning, shock struck Fatty so violently that he practically exploded in absolute hysteria, screaming uncontrollably in pure disbelief and astonishment. Then we jump back to a quick flashback. Seo-jun quietly contemplated the tax collection skill. If he allowed someone trustworthy to hold on to his money temporarily, he could actually profit handsomely. Sure, there's a 10% fee up front when transferring the money, but afterward, the skill generated a steady 10% profit each month. Seo-jun began carefully considering exactly who could be trusted with such a massive sum. After deep reflection, he confidently chose the legend himself, his very first friend, Fatty. Snapping back to the present, Fatty stood there, utterly shocked to his core. Well, Choi Hyung-jun, Fatty, had a trust rating of 89 and loyalty rating at an impressive 98 points. His awakened power was the formidable gorilla's might. Given these outstanding numbers, Seo-jun felt completely confident selecting him. Without further ado, and without even uttering another word, Seo-jun decisively transferred a mind-blowing 1 billion won straight into Fatty's wallet. Instantly, the system notification popped up, confirming Seo-jun had successfully transferred the full billion won to Choi Hyung-jun. Immediately, a quest took exactly 100,030,000 won. This included the initial 10% transfer fee and a small 30,000 won base cost. But despite these deductions, it was absolutely worth it. Fatty's trust rose significantly, while his loyalty instantly surged to a perfect 100. And since Fatty was already Seo-jun's vassal, the maximum number of vassals Seo-jun could have also increased. Fatty carefully asked Seo-jun if he should simply hold on to the money without touching it. Initially, Seo-jun was prepared to firmly say yes, but now, seeing Fatty's perfect 100 loyalty, Seo-jun warmly reassured him he was free to use a little bit of it if absolutely needed. Overwhelmed with joy, Fatty's entire face lit up, profusely thanking Seo-jun with genuine happiness. Almost immediately afterward, Dabin quickly appeared and approached Seo-jun, politely asking if she could genuinely pick anyone she wanted for her new team. Seo-jun kindly nodded, giving her full permission. He also reassured her it would be perfectly fine to include Yoo Hye-rin on the team. Since Kim Da-bin was bravely taking on the role of team leader, Seo-jun thoughtfully decided she'd receive double pay. The wonderful news immediately brightened Dabin's face, her loyalty skyrocketing instantly as she became filled with renewed energy. Grinning brightly, she sincerely thanked Seo-jun before excitedly rushing off to eagerly find Yoo Hye-rin and immediately start forming the team. Once everyone had left, Seo-jun took a deep breath. Now it was finally time to have a serious, difficult conversation. Resolutely, he headed toward Unit 2109, where Ha-dong-jun's group currently resided. Upon arriving, Seo-jun gathered the team, carefully explaining the dangerous situation currently building up around Seomyeon Station, where an incredibly powerful monster ominously awaited. Currently, the surrounding area was relatively safe. Neither the streets nor the subway tracks near Seomyeon Station currently held any monsters. Between Beom-naegol and Beomil stations, the monster population was unusually low, a rare opportunity Seo-jun knew they had to capitalize on quickly before some terrifying creature inevitably arrived to claim the area. While carefully addressing Dong's team, Seo-jun suddenly remembered something deeply impactful: Yoo Hye-rin's heartbreaking breakdown earlier, begging him through tearful sobs. That emotional moment deeply affected Seo-jun, vividly reminding him these people weren't simply following orders. They were courageously risking their precious lives because he had personally asked them to. A profoundly heavy weight now firmly resting upon his shoulders. Thanks to Yejin, who recently joined the group, they'd discovered the monstrous threat at Seomyeon Station far sooner than they ever would have without her. Had they discovered it too late, the situation could have become dangerously deadly. Catching this threat early had given them an invaluable advantage. Seo-jun deeply understood their cruel reality. The world was absolutely ruthless and brutal, where anyone could tragically die at any moment. Perhaps selfishly, he desperately wanted to protect those he deeply cared for. But Seo-jun genuinely couldn't help these intense feelings. That fierce, protective desire burned deeply in his chest, refusing to fade away. With all these heavy thoughts swirling inside his heart, Seo-jun finally informed the group that tomorrow morning they'd bravely head straight toward Jagalchi Station. Later, Seo-jun was in his room when the system screen suddenly popped up directly in front of him. It proudly announced that the solar generator's power had surged dramatically, jumping by another 100%. Not only that, but Blackie had leveled up again. With this new level up, Blackie had officially unlocked the extraordinary power of the sun, even awakening elemental magic. And since Seo-jun was Blackie's owner, he immediately inherited Blackie's incredible power as well. Seo-jun blinked rapidly, utterly stunned by this astonishing news. Elemental magic? This was absolutely huge. Curious yet cautious, he raised one finger to test this newfound magic. Almost instantly, a tiny flame flickered gently to life. The sensation felt oddly strange, yet somehow familiar, eerily reminiscent of when he activated the dignity maintenance skill. Intrigued, Seo-jun began pondering deeply about the potential implications. Later, Seo-jun carefully stepped outside into a secluded open area, quickly glancing around to ensure absolutely no one was watching. Confirming the coast was clear, he closed his eyes and imagined a gigantic flame, something utterly massive, capable of burning everything around him to ashes. He dramatically stretched out his hand, intensely focusing all his energy. But when he opened his eyes, only a tiny, pathetic flame flickered weakly on his fingertip. Seo-jun stared at it, briefly disappointed. Seriously, was this tiny candle flame really all he could muster right now? But suddenly, curiosity replaced disappointment. Was this truly the extent of his current power? Then, Seo-jun remembered something crucial: the special gas created by his dignity maintenance skill. If he mixed this gas with even this tiny flame, the results could potentially be devastatingly explosive. Sure, right now it might not look impressive, but the dangerous potential was absolutely there. Big time. Right now it might be nothing more than a fragile baby flame, but someday, this tiny flame could grow into a terrifying wildfire, a real monster of a skill. Feeling suddenly exhilarated, Seo-jun quickly ended his test and confidently walked back inside to enjoy a well-earned meal. While casually munching his food, another system notification appeared, happily informing him 2 solar generators had just finished construction. Seo-jun grinned happily, proudly thinking of Blackie, who impressively leveled up 3 entire times today alone. Thanks to her unbelievable boost, these generators were now a shocking 8 times more powerful, easily providing more electricity than he'd ever need with plenty to spare. And that surplus energy? It translated directly into money. Cold, hard cash effortlessly flowing straight into Seo-jun's wallet. More power, more freedom. Things were seriously starting to look incredible. Just as he continued eating, Yejin politely entered, bowing slightly and thanking him sincerely for graciously allowing her time to rest and recover. Her voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable softness and genuine warmth. Seo-jun coolly responded with his usual composed demeanor, warmly reassuring her that she'd earned this break. After all, her unique abilities were absolutely top-notch. Thanks to her, their team's skill range had expanded dramatically. Supporting her was an absolute no-brainer, especially since her incredible strength benefited everyone collectively. Without hesitation, Seo-jun then bluntly informed her he would definitely need her assistance again soon. Ha-dong's group was currently waiting anxiously at Seomyeon Station, and Seo-jun urgently wanted her to safely and swiftly guide them. Yejin calmly nodded, promptly assuring him her mice were already scouting ahead along the subway tracks. She confidently explained they could easily reach Choryang Station without encountering any trouble. However, Seo-jun wasn't easily satisfied. Narrowing his eyes suspiciously, he firmly asked what would happen after Choryang Station. Yejin's expression shifted noticeably, becoming gravely serious. She quietly warned him the true danger began at Busan Station. Her tone turned ominously serious as she suggested he witness it personally. Without delay, Yejin immediately sat down, activating her mouse-controlling power as a soft glow surrounded her body. Simultaneously, Seo-jun swiftly activated his Eyes of the Absolute, connecting directly to her mouse's vision. Yet nothing could have prepared him for what he was about to witness. It would utterly change everything. What Seo-jun saw through the mouse's vision deeply unsettled him. The path ahead was a complete, horrific mess. Gigantic piles of rubble blocked every possible direction, subway tracks completely flooded. Moving forward appeared utterly impossible. Quietly, Yejin continued explaining, one of her brave mice had ventured even further, uncovering an even more terrifying scene. Absolute, total destruction. Not a single building remained intact. Every structure was violently smashed to rubble. Seo-jun's mind reeled in shock and despair. What kind of nightmarish force could cause this level of horrific destruction? Were his parents even still alive amidst such devastation? Then, suddenly, while still sharing the mouse's vision, Seo-jun noticed something deeply alarming. His eyes widened dramatically in pure shock. It was a colossal footprint, massive enough to casually kick down entire buildings like mere toys, far larger than anything remotely normal. Immediately, everything clicked ominously into place. This wasn't the result of an ordinary earthquake or structural collapse. Something unimaginably huge had clearly walked straight through here. Something powerful enough to effortlessly crush roads and flatten buildings like flimsy paper. Was that you, Colossal Titan? Was Aaron nearby somewhere? But just then, suddenly, a thunderous, deafening sound violently erupted nearby. The walls visibly shuddered under its incredible power, the ground trembling violently beneath Seo-jun's feet. Again and again, each step felt heavier, louder, more frighteningly intense. Seo-jun's panicked eyes darted anxiously around. Was this monstrous force approaching even closer? The terrifying tremors continued escalating dangerously, as if the entire house could collapse at any moment. His heart thundered violently in his chest. Whatever terrifying thing was rapidly approaching, it clearly wasn't far away now. With each passing second, it felt as if something massive was stomping ominously closer, causing the ground beneath their feet to shudder violently. Seo-jun began seriously worrying that the entire house might soon collapse from these increasingly intense tremors. Another brutal quake suddenly shook the entire building, causing Seo-jun to quickly ask Ye-jin if she was all right. Ye-jin nervously reassured him she was okay, though she anxiously wondered aloud exactly what could be causing such terrifying shaking. Suddenly, an urgent voice called out to Seo-jun from the elevator, insisting he immediately come see something important. Quickly, Seo-jun informed Ye-jin they should head outside first. Once they rushed outside, they spotted Fatty, completely panicked, eyes bulging in sheer terror. Seo-jun anxiously asked Fatty what was going on, but Fatty, too shocked to properly speak, simply gestured frantically for them to follow him to his apartment. Seo-jun, Ye-jin, and the others hurriedly followed Fatty, the sense of dread rapidly intensifying as they got closer. Seo-jun felt deep in his gut something utterly terrible awaited them, but even this awful premonition paled in comparison to the shocking reality awaiting them inside Fatty's apartment. The moment Seo-jun stepped inside Fatty's room, his heart froze, eyes widening to their absolute limits in pure disbelief. Standing there, demolishing buildings as effortlessly as if they were fragile mud walls, was a massive fucking titan nearly 200 feet tall. And not just any titan, this monstrous being was a gigantic, terrifying cyclops with a single deadly red eye glaring ominously. Seo-jun muttered grimly under his breath, bitterly noting his horrible gut feelings always came true. Helplessly, he watched as the Cyclops brutally tore through buildings with terrifying ease, casually destroying entire structures with a single massive swipe. Without hesitating even another second, Seo-jun instantly summoned his entire team. Dong and the others immediately appeared, completely confused, wondering anxiously what had caused such horrifying noise. But their confusion swiftly turned into pure horror as they witnessed the giant Cyclops themselves from Fatty's window. Its massive single red eye stared directly at them, clearly viewing them as nothing more than tasty, delicious snacks. Then, without warning, the Cyclops resumed its violent rampage, effortlessly destroying buildings and steadily advancing menacingly towards Seo-jun's building. Witnessing this colossal nightmare drawing closer, Fatty and the others descended into panic. Even Seo-jun himself felt completely overwhelmed, suddenly confronted by genuine fear of death. Could his abilities possibly be strong enough to defeat such a terrifying titan? Could he truly protect everyone from annihilation? He was dangerously close to an emotional breakdown when suddenly, from behind him, Yeonju bravely stepped forward with fierce determination burning in her eyes. Her expression clearly conveyed a powerful message. She wanted a chance to fight this beast herself. She desperately needed to kill this monster and revive her beloved son. Seo-jun could clearly see the intense focus and unwavering resolve in her eyes. Taking a deep breath to calm his rapidly pounding heart, he realized she truly wasn't afraid. Yeonju was utterly prepared to face this terrifying beast, no matter the risk. In that intense moment, Seo-jun genuinely believed in her courage and resolve. Right then, the system interface popped up dramatically, announcing a critical new quest had started. Defeat and hunt the Cyclops within exactly 24 hours. The reward? An entire day towards resurrecting Yeonju's beloved son. The punishment for failure? A full day of agonizing pain. Seo-jun didn't waste another second. Quickly, clearly, he delivered a precise and urgent briefing. Everyone immediately focused intensely, hanging onto every word. Rapidly, he assigned the teams. Team 1, Yeonju, Dong, Dajung, Doksu. Team 2, Ga-young, Byung-ho, Kim Jeon. Team 3, Seo-jun himself and Yejin. Confidently, Seo-jun clarified he would personally guard the current area, instructing the rest to move immediately to their positions. Firmly, he reminded everyone he deeply counted on their strength and bravery. Instantly, as soon as Seo-jun finished speaking, everyone obediently followed his orders without hesitation, swiftly heading to their assigned spots. Shortly afterward, Hyerin urgently approached Seo-jun, quickly informing him that, as previously instructed, residents with military experience had already gathered at the front gate. All other civilians were safely evacuated into the underground parking lot. Seo-jun gratefully nodded, sincerely thanking Hyerin and instructing her gently to hurry down underground herself to stay safe. However, Hyerin hesitated nervously. Although clearly terrified, she bravely confessed she desperately wanted to help, even if just slightly. Seo-jun saw the deep fear trembling in her eyes and shaking her hands, yet he also recognized her incredible effort to be brave. Quietly, Hyerin admitted softly that yes, she was absolutely terrified, but she still desperately wanted to contribute. Hearing this touching confession, Seo-jun gently smiled warmly at her bravery. Firmly yet kindly, he instructed Hyerin and Yejin to immediately head together toward the main gate, entrusting them with this crucial task. He found this number shockingly small, almost disturbingly unreal given the enormous danger they all faced. The thought deeply weighed on him. This desperate moment required courage and teamwork, yet tragically, so many had chosen to hide rather than stand bravely and fight for their survival. While Seo-jun stood silently contemplating this troubling fact, one nervous person cautiously stepped forward. It was that familiar red jacket guy. Hesitantly, he asked Seo-jun what they should do next. Seo-jun didn't immediately reply. Instead, he calmly asked the man about Baek Seung-yob and the twin brothers, who were also supposed to be standing here alongside their teammates. The red jacket guy instantly looked away, nervously avoiding Seo-jun's gaze, remaining utterly silent. That silence painfully revealed everything Seo-jun needed to know. Seo-jun immediately realized Baek Seung-yob and the twins had cowardly run away, likely pretending not to hear the desperate call to arms, sneaking down into the underground parking lot with the other frightened residents. A quiet, yet heavy wave of disappointment washed over Seo-jun. He understood now that hundreds of people, including Baek Seung-yob, selfishly chose to ignore the looming danger, prioritizing their own immediate safety instead. These people had openly chosen comfort over courage. In Seo-jun's mind, he couldn't help but see them as cowards. People who'd willingly abandoned responsibility, leaving their fears for braver souls to carry. Yet despite his growing frustration, Seo-jun absolutely wouldn't forget the 101 courageous souls who did bravely answer the call. These people weren't fools. They hadn't stepped forward because they didn't grasp the terrifying danger awaiting them. No, they had courageously come precisely because they fully understood the brutal truth. If absolutely no one fought back, everyone would eventually perish. These brave individuals had willingly chosen to protect their beloved families, their trusted friends, and even themselves, fully understanding that hiding safely in fear wouldn't guarantee lasting safety. Seo-jun suddenly recalled something profound he'd once heard. Courage wasn't about being fearless. It was about boldly choosing action despite overwhelming fear. Wow, that was some seriously deep shit. That profound thought deeply resonated within him. In a brutal world filled with constant fear and deadly danger, the people who courageously moved forward despite fear were precisely those capable of ensuring survival, not only for themselves, but for countless others. And right now, standing bravely before Seo-jun, were precisely 101 of these courageous people. Silently, Seo-jun deeply thanked each and every one of them for courageously choosing bravery at this critically important moment. Determined to reward their incredible bravery immediately, Seo-jun swiftly opened the system interface. And suddenly, without any warning, unlimited guns and ammo rained dramatically from the sky above, utterly shocking everyone present. Initially, the startled group moved hesitantly, uncertain and cautiously slow, but as they bravely picked up these real, solid weapons, feeling their comforting weight, realizing these weren't toys but actual lethal firearms, Renewed hope began blossoming brightly within each of their hearts. Perhaps armed with these powerful guns, they finally stood a genuine chance against this monstrous nightmare. The gigantic Cyclops stood towering and utterly terrifying, unleashing a deafening roar so powerful it violently shook nearby buildings. Close by, Dong anxiously hid inside a battered, damaged building, staying low, desperately clutching a long spear tightly in his sweaty hands. Carefully narrowing his eyes, Dong meticulously aimed at the Cyclops' enormous back leg. With every ounce of strength he had, he hurled the spear fiercely. The weapon soared dramatically through the air before embedding itself deeply into the Cyclops' left leg. The monster immediately roared deafeningly in agony, its massive body painfully tensing from the unexpected hit. Instantly, the furious beast turned its massive, bloodshot single eye toward the spear's origin, straight at Dong, who instantly froze, heart nearly leaping suicidally from his chest. Seriously, anyone would practically die from sheer terror with that horrifyingly huge eyeball glaring directly at them, right? The Cyclops immediately began stomping ominously toward Dong, dragging its injured leg, yet still moving relentlessly with heavy, thunderous steps. Just as it drew dangerously closer, our fierce mommy bear, already transformed into her massive, ferocious war beast form, suddenly charged bravely from behind. She brutally slammed her razor-sharp claw deep into the monster's already injured leg, inflicting even greater damage. With another furious roar of agony, the Cyclops dramatically dropped to one knee, but tragically, this attack wasn't enough to defeat it. Almost immediately regaining its terrifying balance, the Cyclops delivered one gigantic stomp, nearly crushing Mommy Bear entirely despite her massive size. 5 times that of a normal human. In a single horrifying swing, the Cyclops viciously slammed her, brutally flinging her body through the air like a broken doll, violently crashing into a distant building. In that instant, it looked tragically over for her. The Cyclops then coldly turned its merciless attention back toward Mommy Bear, leaning forward menacingly, ready to deliver the final deadly strike. But just before it could brutally finish her off, a loud voice blasted dramatically through a megaphone from another direction. It was none other than Toji, boldly yelling, calling the Cyclops a total dumbass, brazenly insulting it by yelling it probably had its balls in its huge, ugly eyeball. Surprisingly enough, the Cyclops actually seemed to understand Toji's hilarious trash talk. Instantly, the massive monster stopped, turning its deadly gaze toward the sound. Its enormous red eye suddenly fell upon the spear still deeply embedded in its leg. Clearly recognizing the weapon and immediately understanding that the audacious person with the megaphone was definitely the same bastard who dared throw it earlier. A knight clearly matching the spear's distinctive style stood bravely clutching the megaphone. The Cyclops' expression darkened dramatically, its massive face tightened in pure, cold fury, its gigantic single eye narrowing dangerously as it locked onto Toji. Without a second's hesitation, it began relentlessly stomping straight toward him, fully determined to brutally destroy the one who'd insulted and wounded it. Meanwhile, Toji himself was absolutely terrified, utterly filled with pure, primal fear. He instantly knew, without a single doubt, that this monstrous titan was coming solely to annihilate him. Without wasting even another second, Toji spun around, running desperately with every ounce of strength, like a terrified rat desperately fleeing a murderous cat. Watching anxiously from a distance, Seo-jun clearly saw their risky plan had worked perfectly. The Cyclops was now dangerously, relentlessly heading directly toward their carefully prepared trap. Seo-jun immediately called out sharply, urgently instructing everyone to quickly prepare themselves. The terrifying monster was rapidly approaching their location. Meanwhile, Toji ran desperately, pushing his legs harder than ever toward the safety of the defensive barrier. Right behind him, the massive Cyclops continued its relentless pursuit, each colossal step painfully slow but incredibly heavy, an unstoppable force violently shaking the ground with every thunderous stomp, drawing closer with terrifying certainty. Barely managing to stumble inside the protective barrier, Toji collapsed breathlessly, desperately catching his breath just as the monstrous Cyclops finally reached the barrier's very edge. Standing firmly and resolutely, Seo-jun clearly gave a decisive signal, at which precise moment, a sleek black crow immediately soared bravely into flight, swiftly cutting through the air straight toward the enormous Cyclops. The daring crow aggressively fluttered wildly around the monster's grotesque face, viciously pecking and stabbing directly at its gigantic, disgusting fat eye. Irritated and in immense pain, the Cyclops tightly squeezed its massive eye shut in annoyance. Immediately capitalizing on this distraction, Ga-young, already positioned perfectly, lifted her bow steadily, swiftly firing a perfectly aimed arrow straight at the enormous beast. The Cyclops desperately tried defending itself, but the arrow brutally punched straight through its huge palm, continuing relentlessly onward to sink deeply into the Cyclops's tightly shut eye. A deafening roar of agony erupted violently from its massive throat, the Cyclops stumbling back momentarily in immense pain. Amidst this chaos, Byung-go suddenly teleported dramatically into the air directly above the wounded monster, briefly hanging motionless before dropping several rats straight into the Cyclops' massive gaping mouth. Seo-jun, carefully observing this intense scene from a safe distance, quietly noted everything was perfectly going according to plan, step by step, without encountering any major complications so far. As the next crucial phase began, Seo-jun focused intensely, cleverly summoning explosive gas directly inside the Cyclops' massive body, rapidly causing its enormous form to grotesquely inflate from within, comically swelling like an overfilled balloon, dangerously close to violently exploding at any moment. Seo-jun then calmly raised his hands, confidently activating his newly acquired magic attribute, the Sunfire. Immediately afterward, a colossal internal explosion violently erupted from deep inside the Cyclops' grotesquely inflated body. Boom! Instantly, thick, suffocating black smoke billowed upward, rapidly darkening the sky and obscuring everyone's vision. The immense explosion echoed thunderously for miles, shaking the earth beneath their feet, unleashing a massive heat wave sweeping violently across the chaotic battlefield. Slowly, as the thick smoke finally started dissipating, the massive, shadowy figure of the Cyclops became faintly visible again, now leaning heavily forward, its full weight dangerously pressed against the edge of the defensive barrier. Its enormous body appeared severely burned and completely lifeless. Everyone stood utterly shocked. They genuinely believed today would be their last, yet the Cyclops appeared unexpectedly defeated. But Seo-jun instantly knew something wasn't right. The Cyclops couldn't possibly be dead yet, as the system had not officially confirmed its demise. Quickly, Seo-jun urgently instructed everyone to remain fully alert and cautious. Still, everything was going almost too perfectly. Suspiciously perfect. Seo-jun's final decisive plan was to take advantage of the Cyclops' severely weakened state. Once it was unable to move, they'd bravely launch an all-out attack simultaneously from within the safety of the barrier, finishing it off completely. And right now, the Cyclops remained motionless, exactly as planned. However, at that exact moment, Fatty nervously called out to Seo-jun with a trembling, terrified voice, urgently instructing him to slowly turn around. Seo-jun carefully, cautiously turned his head, and to his utter shock and horror, saw the Cyclops' massive single red eye glaring directly at him with deadly, murderous seriousness, staring as if fully intent on devouring Seo-jun alive right here, right now. Seo-jun's mind raced frantically. He genuinely couldn't believe this monster had actually survived such an incredibly deadly attack. Yet before he could even process the horrific realization, it was already far too late. The Cyclops swiftly raised both gigantic hands, prepared to mercilessly smash down onto the defensive barrier. Without hesitation, the monster brutally slammed its massive fists downward, violently striking the barrier with a terrifyingly loud BAM! Yet Seo-jun's anxiety skyrocketed. His barrier had narrowly blocked the Cyclops' devastatingly heavy punch once, but he doubted if it could withstand another massive strike. Swiftly, Seo-jun urgently activated his invisible hand, providing additional protection over the frightened citizens. Instantly, the Cyclops unleashed another thunderous strike, causing the entire barrier to shudder violently, miraculously still holding strong. But tragically, the surrounding buildings weren't as lucky. The powerful shockwaves from the Cyclops' attacks were rapidly destroying them. If just 2 or 3 more devastating blows continued, the entire building would undoubtedly collapse. At this critical moment, Dong bravely jumped into action, launching a relentless barrage of deadly spears. Immediately after, Yeonju and the others courageously joined, desperately attacking the Cyclops one after another. Yet, horrifyingly, their combined attacks still weren't nearly enough. Instead, Each hit only further enraged the monstrous titan. Just when it seemed utterly impossible to defeat this terrifying beast, the system suddenly notified Seo-jun. The solar generators had shockingly reached 100% capacity, and someone was urgently requesting permission to utilize all that massive energy. The requester was shockingly none other than Blackie? Seo-jun stared dumbfounded, momentarily confused. Was Blackie actually trying to help? He remembered clearly that Blackie's power used solar energy, and realizing he currently had zero other options left, Seo-jun swiftly decided to trust Blackie. Without hesitation, he immediately granted permission. Instantly, high above in the sky, a massive, intensely glowing yellow sphere resembling a miniature sun began rapidly forming, aggressively absorbing all available energy from every solar panel. The heat was so utterly intense it threatened to melt the nearby buildings. But this terrifying heat wasn't Seo-jun's only shocking issue. He soon realized in absolute horror that a whopping 300 million won had just been instantly consumed by this single terrifying attack. Rapidly, all accumulated solar energy concentrated at a single point, ominously funneling directly into Seo-jun's room. Suddenly, with a dramatic explosion, a figure burst forth dramatically from Seo-jun's room, leaving Seo-jun utterly stunned in disbelief. Blackie had astonishingly evolved. Majestic and terrifying, she now proudly possessed 3 piercing eyes, large, luxurious feathers appearing exactly like a fucking majestic black phoenix, with 3 lethal claws. Gracefully opening her powerful mouth, she charged the massive accumulated solar energy, aiming directly at the gigantic Cyclops, and then, with a blindingly brilliant explosion, she violently unleashed a devastating solar beam straight toward the monster. The terrifyingly powerful blast violently shook the entire area, effortlessly punching a massive hole straight through the Cyclops' chest. Yet the unstoppable beam didn't vanish there. It mercilessly continued further, obliterating even more distant buildings in its unstoppable path. Yet, unbelievably, even after such devastating damage, the Cyclops still wasn't dead. Seeing this perfect opportunity, Yeonju instantly transformed back into her fierce mommy bear form, courageously leaping high into the air, delivering one decisive final strike, brutally killing the monstrous level 51 Cyclops. Instantly, Seo-jun received an absolutely humongous amount of EXP, along with a mind-blowing 31 billion won, plus numerous additional stats points. Seo-jun immediately leveled up, once again experiencing overwhelming pain as his head violently throbbed, feeling dangerously close to exploding. Instantly, his domain expansion dramatically surged outward, now covering numerous additional buildings. Additionally, Seo-jun gained 10 billion won strictly for construction. Racked with pain, Seo-jun dropped weakly to his knees. Instantly, Blackie gracefully flew over, gently scratching her nose against Seo-jun, adorably attempting to communicate clearly she was obviously the real MVP here. Seo-jun warmly praised Blackie's incredible work, but he still genuinely couldn't believe a massive 300 million won was consumed for just a single attack. Blackie had nothing clever to say, but Seo-jun felt genuinely happy regardless. After all, he'd gained a mind-blowing 31 billion won from killing that terrifying Cyclops, and everyone miraculously survived. Truly a win-win scenario. Honestly, Blackie one-shotting that giant titan was the biggest, most unbelievable piece of shit he'd ever discovered. Smiling proudly, Seo-jun gently patted Blackie for her extraordinary bravery. But before Seo-jun could celebrate further or even check his new stats, a loud, emotional cry instantly grabbed his attention. Immediately looking upward, Seo-jun spotted Yeonju standing proudly atop the Cyclops' massive corpse, crying and roaring loudly, finally able to achieve her desperate wish to meet her beloved son once more.